Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Everybody bring it in.
Okay, guys, just close your eyes for a second and imagine a stage. The lights come on and you hear, "Welcome to the Teamfight Tactics Rising Legends Finals. This weekend, we are crowning our next EMEA champion, and we will find out who we are sending to the World Championship." Doesn't that feel great? How are you, Wida and Patches Panda, guys? I hope you're having a fantastic day, because I certainly am after that intro.
I think we can open our eyes already. We're ready to go for what is going to be a very, very exciting weekend.
Our eyes, man, okay?
Sometimes you have to break the rules. I opened them like halfway through. That was enough of that. But I'm so pumped for this weekend, Wida. We have a lot at stake, world slots at stake, but especially the pride and the glory for all of our 32 competitors this weekend.
Yeah, I think
absolutely.
That's the big thing as well, right? We have so many new faces as well. We have a lot of returning faces, and again, just kind of a rundown of what we're going to be seeing today. We're going to go over brief history of what Rising Legends is, what it has become. Then we'll look at the Rising Legends Pantheon road as well. Going to give you some quick tips for the Level Berlin watch party, as well as our meta talks, a little about the drops. I know you guys love to see those, and then co-streamers, and then we have Memo and Kevin Parker joining us to cast some games today as well.
I am so excited, but personally, I don't know how you guys are feeling, how you guys in chat are feeling. I hope you're feeling good today. It's already the end of the set. Panda, it felt like yesterday that we were in Vegas to me.
Set 10 was very compact, much shorter than usual. Only 2 GSCs for players to prove what they're worth in this Remix Rumble set with a new headliner mechanic added on. We're already at the tail end of the set. EMEA finals, 3-day weekend to decide what 4 players make it to the championship next weekend. So everything is happening so fast. Buckle up, because it's going to be a very, very exciting weekend.
Speaking of buckling up, of course, we do want to remind you on our format today. It's a little bit different from the Golden Spatula Cups that you have been seeing, as we are mirroring some parts of the World Championship format to make sure our players are ready for that. Day 1, Day 2, there's not going to be a cutoff in between. We're going to have all 12 of these games. We are going to be sneak seeding every 2 games. So a little bit different. Bear with us. I'm very excited to see who actually comes out on top at the very end of Day 2. But with that, I do want to take a little bit of a nostalgic moment. You know, if that hype trailer wasn't enough for you, we want to look back at the history of Rising Legends EMEA and see how far we've come. And honestly, they showed this to us yesterday already, and it just made me feel terribly old, personally speaking, but also so many great moments in this one, Wida.
Yeah, absolutely right. Again, like set 6 really marked the start of like the new set of competition in EMEA with the Rising Legends coming in, right? We're seeing a lot of, as well as you've seen the old sets, makes you feel a little bit, makes you feel, all warm and stuff, right? I think it's amazing to see that coming in. We had double winning. That was an amazing full circle moment, right? Set 3, obviously European champion, world champion, and also claiming it back in a new, more competitive format as well.
And looking at Dragonlance here, I think it's safe to say we've leveled up in many different ways across these few sets. The graphics, I think, are just so much better in this set now. We've upgraded so many things on the production side, on the set mechanic side, maybe as well. Looking at you, Dragonlance, and maybe the next few set mechanics as well.
Oh, there he is. Nunu. I missed this guy personally. I loved playing that comp. So much the dragons. But of course, with that, we're also thinking back to lovely interviews, personally speaking. I know that person. But also Monsters Attack with the champion augments, very new kind of avenues for TFT. In the end, we might see them come back in a more nerfed form where there's only a couple of them, as we saw later on, but this brings back memories just looking at all of this. I think, look at these little pengus making it all the way through, and Candace taking the final crown. I mean, that interview was iconic.
It was, I agree.
The mustache pros going on there. But also, again, I think that with both Monsters Attack and Runeterra Reforged, we see here, right, we got to kind of get the European or EMEA name back onto like world recognitions as well, right? We had Enzo finally breaking into the top 8 again at the Monsters Attack Championship, and then obviously we had Void Jungler finishing second at the Runeterra Reforged Championship, with Volta also being in the finals, but then also we had Dark Hydra become champion, right? Such a fantastic moment for some of the old god of TFT.
And all these names you've mentioned, all these names we've seen are all showcased in this weekend as well. Dark Hydra, Wet Jungler, Volta, Double 61, Cambiz, all these big names are ready to try and either defend their title in the case of Dark Hydra, or maybe go for the second one in the case of Cambiz and Double 61.
Yeah, let's have a look at our player Pantheon, which to me, I can only think of the champion, to be honest with you. But here they are, our former EMEA champions. And there is a chance that we're going to see, one of these guys take it again at the end of day 3, Panda.
One thing among these 4 winners that I think is really important for narratives is the nationalities. Only 3 countries have ever won a Rising Legends EMEA final. And these are 3 countries that are noted as some of the strongest in EMEA: Germany, France, and Poland. Will we have a new country represented? And will it be Spain? Dalesom, please, you can do it.
Man,
Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I think it's very clear, David, who's your favorite child out of the 2 Spanish players here then?
You know, maybe Sal's my favorite, but I know my caster curses, so I'm trying to sacrifice Dalesom in the process. You don't know, it's a complicated process.
Okay. Hold on. We're not just there yet. Before that, we have to talk about the pick'ems, because of course we want you guys to, also have fun with predictions like we do, but also maybe win something. So pick'ems are back. Check them out. You have, wait, let me get the pointing there. You have the link over there. Check this one out. As always, there's the crystal ball. It's back. You can do a TRC ranking. There's been a lot of hot takes around that one. Of course, personally speaking, I think Dach is going to come out on top, but feel free to disagree. No comments. Okay, I'll just assume.
I don't know if you think anyone's going to disagree.
You guys agree.
I think that for me, right, the big thing here is that whether or not, because I have done my pickings, and my pickings are pretty much like 3 Germans, 3 French players, and 2 Turkish players, pretty much like in the top 8.
Yeah.
I think that is like the most expected outcome we'll look at. Power rankings, tier lists, everything else in between, pretty much. I think that is what the most people are expecting, right? And I think that just kind of speaks to the nature of just how strong the top level of these regionals are.
It does, but we also want to take a look at everybody who's qualified to maybe entice people to go and do their pick'ems. If you have a hot take about this one and you win, imagine how nice that's going to feel. So sometimes it can be fun to not only vote for the expected outcomes. Personally, I'm really excited to see how Petik and Raiko do, our Golden Spatula Cup winners. But I think there's a lot of names in this list here that you kind of wouldn't be surprised to see go day 3. And I'm excited for who's that going to be.
I really want to highlight Salvi, Gnar, and Solo as 3 veteran, historic players in the scene who have yet to make it to Worlds. So I think their goal is as ambitious as ever. They want to make day 3, yes, but I think their ultimate goal is to finally make it to Worlds, and this is maybe their big chance to do so.
Yeah, we also have someone like Dick Espada, for example, right, who has been putting up consistent, strong performances in GSCs for this entire set. Looked in prime position to kind of win GSC 1 out of the first 3 or 4 games and completely fell off the face of the earth. And it's such an important thing to keep in mind here that the amount of players that you're playing this weekend or same would be in GSC day 3, but also the level here will be stronger on average, right? So these players that don't have a lot of GSC day 3 experience, regionals experience, how will they will they fly? Will they falter today? That is one of the biggest questions.
Okay, well, we are going to find out in a little bit, but first, we have something here on desk that I feel like my colleague and Patches Panda set up personally because of how, look at that, I have never seen him so happy. In all the years I know this guy, he is grinning from ear to ear because, of course, we have an interview ready for you guys. You already know we're going to have AKAWonder and Dalesom join us here on the broadcast. Welcome, guys. How are you feeling? I hope you're having a fantastic day. Dalesom, of course, you are competing today. AKAWonder, you have a lot of experience. Where are the nerves for you, Dalesom?
I'm not really much nervous because I compete a lot in other games. I was teammate of AKAWonder in Hearthstone, so yeah, I have a lot of experience. So I'm chill. I'm chill for today.
What about you, Wonder?
I'm not nervous at all. I'm just chilling, trying to make my mates confident, trying to talk to them and see if they are prepared, see if they are calm. and how are they feels and how they approach this important tournament for them. I'm actually happy, not nervous at all.
I love that.
Aka, I have an interesting question for you. Many people might not know this in the community, but you are the man behind the Wild Rumble initiative, the ladder race that we had in EMEA for the first time ever in that big of a capacity, similar to Boxbox's challenge in North America. I think that was a very important step towards pumping up our players and getting them competitively ready for the Vegas Open, for example.
Yeah.
And my big question is, I think my question, and for maybe many other competitors, will this Wild Rumble be returning in set 11 and in the future sets?
Yeah, we are working on it already. I want this event to be, something that happens every. I will say every set, every single set. I wanna do it every time I can. It's hard because there is a lot of people involved. There is a lot of things you have to keep in mind. But I wanna try hard. I wanna make sure this happens every set. So yeah, expect soon news for Wild Rumble 2 or Wild Rumble for set 11. I'm happy that it was a success in the European community. When I talked to players in Las Vegas after after we finished the event, they were really happy, and some of them even said, I'm performing even better here in Vegas because I try hard 2 weeks of ladder. So I was really happy about it. Proud.
Great to hear.
I wanna ask you something, Dalesom. You kind of already touched on this, but as you're pointing out here, you have a lot of competitive experience from other strategy games, Hearthstone, and some other card games, etc. What are your most important learnings from those games that you're taking with you today?
The most important learning for me is you have some things in control of you, but not all of. Like if you lose a game, I don't deal with me. I am just playing like always, and be happy with me for my performance. Not matters if I did 8 or first in the game. So that is the most important thing that I achieved from other strategy games.
Awesome. Now, you already touched on it, Wonder. We talked in Vegas a little bit. I just want to kind of rewind and hear from you how that experience was. I know you got pretty far as well. So talk to us a little bit about that.
Because for me it was a blast. I was used to travel to play tournaments, and to be honest, it's a really different experience, and somehow I get out the best of me every time I travel far and play for big stakes. Sometimes playing ladder is fun. I enjoy playing ladder, streaming or whatever. But when the money goes to the prize pool, and when you have a lot of things to win, and obviously it wasn't. It's not only the money, but it's about everything, right? It's around the tournament. So when you're playing big stakes, everything changes. My mind changes, and somehow I am successful in that kind of tournament. So I was very happy in Vegas. I did top 32. I got my little badge or my little what's it called, the emote or
yeah.
Yeah, I'm spamming on every game right now, on every time I play.
Dalesom, I'm looking at you. I wanted to ask about something that I've heard a lot from a lot of top Spanish pros, players that I respect a lot. I've heard always that at your peak, when you're focused, when you're playing at your highest level, you have maybe the highest peak in all the Spanish community. Coming into this tournament, are you at this peak right now? Is this set 10 your crowning moment? Are you going to finally qualify to Worlds and give at least one happy moment to the Spanish community?
I hope yes. My preparation in the screens, thanks for that, Panda, was amazing. My last 10 screens, the average placement is like 2.5 or something like that. So I'm really confident, I'm happy, and I'm really happy for playing this tournament. That's fine.
Right, now I'm much more calm now. Thank you, Dalesom.
Me too.
So I kind of want to throw this, and I can't grab this and throw this over to you, AKAWonder, because the Spanish scene has had a lot of names in the very early stages as well of TFT, right? You had the Tan Pups, you had the Neo 2s, and in instead 3 instead 5 make it to the finals. Where do you think like the player level of like the Spanish region is all? Because you have someone like Powermats here coming in, making a name for himself. This set. Is Spain on the rise in terms of the player level?
Not sure. I would love to say yes. We have tons of good players, but we struggle a little bit in being we have different players coming to the European scene every set. It changes a lot. I don't know why. We know Chuso, Desta, Dalesom. We know a lot of Spanish players. They are good. We know. We are sure that they are good. Somehow they are not consistent enough. Somehow we don't know yet. We are trying to figure out in order to improve ourselves as a region, but it's hard for us to auto-evaluate us and to see how we can perform better. We are not happy on how we are performing last 3 sets. In particular, we are trying to increase our level. We are trying to make more tournaments, more initiatives. We are trying to take part of everything that is going to happen in Europe in order to improve our level. But it's very hard, to be honest, and I would love to hear some feedback from any region that can help us to detect what are our low points and try to improve our level overall in the community, in the ecosystem in Europe.
Chuso is really consistent in the Golden Spatula Cups, but the problem is when Ace is in the finals, Ace really consistent, but in the bad part. So I think it's our problem, the finals, and I hope today we find the solution.
Yeah, maybe
hope
today.
So too.
Sorry, Max, but maybe today Sappho and Dalesom they qualify for Worlds, maybe one, and then everything changes from now on. I hope.
Okay, that's a lot of cooking, but I prefer it personally. I think you need to have that approach, so I'm really happy to hear it. But of course, we don't want to hold you guys too long. We know you have stuff to get to, specifically you, Dalesom, preparation and kind of getting in the right mindset. Before we let you go, is there anybody you want to shout out? Dalesom, let's start with you. Any people you prepped with, or just people you want to thank for kind of where you are?
Especially with Sappho and Chuso. Sappho is qualified too, and Chuso helped us a lot. So I hope Sappho or me can do it.
What about you, AKAWonder?
Yeah, in my case, I want to shout out my casters. They will be doing the co-casting with me today. And also, of course, if you want to watch the Spanish co-casting, we have Snoody, Hola Soy Sergio, and me doing it. So feel free to come and say hi. Thanks to you.
I'm sure it's going to be so much fun. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to talk to us. We'll see you out there. And good luck to you, Dalesom. Fingers crossed.
Thank you.
We'll be watching. Oh, I love that. That was a great interview. So much positive energy. I'm very happy to hear it. And maybe, who knows? Maybe it is the time where Spain is actually going to go all the way. I'd be here for that.
I'm not going to mention Spain anymore on this broadcast the next few days. That was it. That was my last moment. I don't want to be blamed for Casper cursing anyone, but I hope so, truly, in the bottom of my heart.
Well, it's not only about the players winning, it's also about you guys at home winning if you participate in our social media giveaway. Now, this one does come with a little bit of a task because we're asking you what's the perfect wardrobe for Pengu to wear to the Rising Legends EMEA finals. Panda, I heard you were really excited about this one.
I am. I think this is a great display of creativity. You can go for kind of the national biases, like maybe like a football jersey kind of style, or maybe just, I don't know, scuba diving outfit. You can go kind of wild with it. So I'm very curious what people come up with for maybe the first time ever with these contests. I'm actually very excited.
I will say, I've already cooked.
I'm curious about the scuba diving. I'm not sure what the reference here is.
You gotta dig deep, Makes.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. Speaking of for next weekend, the World Championship. If you are in the vicinity of Berlin or you want to be, you can, because there's a watch party at the Level Global in Berlin. It's a fantastic place. Wida, you've been there last time. We put together a little comprehensive checklist to make sure you don't scare the Germans, the locals over there. Talk to me about your approaches and how to handle that checklist at Level.
I mean, it's always important to say good roll to your fellow players there. It's also, if you want to wish luck, you do something like this instead of like this.
It also, just press your thumbs.
Very, very, very important thing if you are going to be cheering, because there are going to be people to do that. You have to look them in the eye.
Yeah. If it's uncomfortable, you're doing it right. That's the rule.
Great tip.
And also, the deal list, that's a very important one. That's the one we all know and love. But the secret deal list, no, don't go there. And also, if you go 8, it's never your fault. It's never your fault, great. You just go again.
All right, so check that out. It's at the Level in Berlin. Info's down below. It's free. You just have to get to Berlin, which I'm sure you can figure out your smart cookies and chat. So go there. I think it's going to be a blast. Our players are going to be there as well. There's going to be a French co-cast, a German co-cast. Let's see what else we can get up and running until then. But to talk to everybody about the meta for today, because I know that's something people are always interested about, and of course we do want to bring that information to you. It's 14.3b for this tournament. Panda, what does that mean in words?
It was a relatively small patch. The meta will be, I think, fairly similar to GSC number 2. Hasn't changed too much in the last few weeks. Biggest changes, Heartsteel does not, win more as easily in stages 4 and 5. You got a bit of a heart reduction, so they're not going to cash out those huge cash outs as easily in those stages especially. And then we saw small nerfs to Riven and Kill in terms of reroll comps, and Zed got a small AD nerf in terms of the Heartsteel comp as well. But overall, not too major. I think the biggest kind of major player entering the meta will be Senna potentially. And looking at the augments, 2 augments have been disabled, Extended Play and Heartthrobs, and 1 augment, Scrappy Inventions, and 1 item, Rageblade, have been bug fixed. So overall, a cleaner, better competitive integrity on this patch, and I think similar meta.
Yeah, and also I think one of the things that have been a constant overall is the half-steal forecast flex here. While we use the Ezreal, then we use other stuff like the Jazz, we use the Set, or any other AD carry, a Poppy in there as well. There's multiple options here. But something that's very worth noting here is that due to the uptick in tempo, due to the changes to the half-steal stacks accumulating now on 5, we are going to be seeing these half-steal comps cash out way lower than they normally would do and take more damage in the process due to the uptick in 2-cost reroll.
Well, speaking of the 2-cost reroll, you already mentioned it, Panda. Senna reroll is something we expect to see a lot, but she is not the only one. There's a lot of 2-costs that you can currently click on, and I personally, I'm a 2-cost reroll enjoyer, so I'm pretty happy about this patch, but we'll see what our players do with it. Yesterday, we did have the Ultra Liga finals happen on that same patch. Travis won. Congratulations here once again. He is playing in this tournament, so I'm curious whether or not that is going to give him an edge, but we'll figure out as soon as the games start. Before we go there, one more important announcement. We do have drops active once again. You'll need to watch 15 minutes on this stream, LOL Esports, or any of the official Twitch co-streams, and then you can get an exclusive Rising Legends icon. Just make sure your accounts are connected so you can actually redeem it. And speaking of co-streams, Panda, we already heard from AKAWonder, but what else are they good for?
Co-streams are good for multiple things. Understanding the stream potentially. If your English is not the strongest, you have all the different language options represented from across EMEA are here. There's a mix of pro players with insightful analysis. There's a mix of entertainers and just full-time streamers as well. But you can also follow specific player narratives. For example, Blasted Moon is qualified to this tournament. He's the only hope of the UK, and we have Stuart following him every single game this weekend. So if you want to follow specific players, check out players. Streamers, co-streamers like Stuart, like Hola Soy Sergio, for example, for Safo's point of view, and just a huge list to choose from, really.
I think this is the biggest co-streamer graphic I've ever seen. We are ever arranging our assembly and collecting more and more. It's cool. I love it. So happy to see it. But in case you are looking for a specific lobby today and you don't want to hop through all the co-streams, do not worry. We got you covered for that as well. Alternative lobbies are back. They're not being broadcasted by casters, but you can put them on and put the main cast on in a multi-stream. I'm not saying you can't. They're all here. TFT Open 1 to 3 are going to be the other 3 lobbies, so you can check them out and see if there's any different lobby you want to follow. Now, with that though, guys, I think we are nearing the very first game of the EMEA finals, and I'm starting to get a little bit giddy. I don't know about you. I think our casters are ready. Here are Morgan and Counterfeit with a special guest.
Thank you very much, Megs. Yes, it's really exciting to be here on the very, very brink of going into the Remix Rumble EMEA Regional Finals. Of course, my name is Counterfeit, alongside Morgan. And Morgan, I believe you've got one of our 5 different guests coming to join us here this competition.
I would not really call him a guest. He's a legend. He's one of these players, and today he's not going to be competing. Today he's going to be with us, casting. And who is better to talk about players and meta and all these things except the legend himself? You know him, the last winner in Super Brawl with Duck Team, the legend who has been able to carry them on his back for victory. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Mr. Memo, who's going to be joining us today on the casting desk.
Hello guys, thanks for having me. I'm super excited to watch these games, to cast these games. I've been watching all the stream games for a week now. Very excited to see everyone perform, hopefully. Obviously my heart goes for Team Dach, but yeah, very excited.
Well, so remember, let's start laying out the scene here. So in terms of the overall picture here of Rising Legends, we've seen the French players normally being very, very dominant. They've sent a couple of players to championships again and again and again, become a little bit less dominant. The DAR region you mentioned has been doing really well, but Turkey, as was mentioned earlier on the desk, has also been rising up in power. What's been happening over on their side of things that they are now starting to rise up and be some of our top players again, outside of just Ging.
Yeah, the Turkish scene is very interesting. So Ging and Chanel started joining like a European study group where I'm involved as well. And I think the Turkish players got inspired. Like they started having their own prep group and have been studying a lot. Like especially the 3 other Turkish players that made it today are all practicing together. They have like a really serious study groups. And I think they have like a very competitive environment for themselves now, where they can obviously shine on the EMEA stage as well now.
Oh, absolutely. So moving on then to talking about some of the players we're going to be seeing up first of all. Morgan, it's important for us to recognize that we've got, these first couple of games are going to be very, very important for our players because we've got snake seeding in place. Reseeding every 2 rounds, it means that from rounds 3 and onwards, if you're doing really well, you'll be playing against people who've done less well than you in the competition. So if you can get those first early couple of games in and get those good finishes, you're set up well for the rest of the tournament.
This makes it really important to eliminate the mentality of wanting to come back. In this snake seeding system, there is no place for you to mess up in these first few games and be like, oh, I'm gonna come back in these next games. Because essentially, if you didn't perform really well, following up on your point, you're going to be placed against the players who are able to perform really well in their first games. Now, they've had a kickstart. They know they just need 1 or 2 more wins in their lobbies in order to be able to continue the massacre that they're slamming in all these lobbies. So if you do not perform well in game 1 and game 2, there is still a chance to come back in these next few games, but it will not be getting any easier because you are performing against the players who did really well in their lobbies already.
Well, Memo, we're going to be having a lobby brought up for us in just a second. We've been spoiled on the content, so we've got a little bit of advance warning here. We've had a lot of different people being discussed. There's 32 players playing. From just this first lobby, who's the most at the forefront of your mind?
Of course, I have to pick my teammate, Dark Hydra. I think he is performing really well. I watched, like I said, some scrim games of him, and he has been absolutely destroying everyone. So I think he will do really well today.
Okay, I'm gonna be having my eyes on Bricks for sure, because this guy, I would love to call him the pride of MENA, Wash Tunis, which means the beast of Tunisia. He is the only MENA representative in this tournament. We used to have Egyptian players, Mujiwara, Egyptian Summoner, none of these are here right now, not even Talil, none of these. Bricks is the only MENA representative, and I did strict on it too many times because I am representing MENA on the mic. He's representing it within the arena, competing against these legends. So Bricks, gotta be keeping up the bias. You gotta make us proud, brother.
For me as well, this is such a loaded first lobby. We're going to have plenty to talk about the entire way through, just bringing everyone up to speed who's maybe new to the scene. But I want to bring Volta to the forefront as well, making it into the top 8 of Worlds last time out was an incredibly impressive performance. It'd been multiple sets since he'd been back at the championship. It was such a meaningful moment for him to make it up to that stage. And that's what all of our players will, of course, be fighting for across, 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow, and the cut to top 8. We've only got 4 spaces ultimately at the championship, and we need to make sure we send the absolute best players possible. Before we do get into the game, I just wanted to, we mentioned the Turkish side of things as well. We haven't actually talked about Shinar specifically as of yet. What should we know about him?
Yeah, Shinar is an absolute beast. He has been performing so consistently. Like, the only other person that pops in my mind that's more consistent is a wet jungler right now. I think he is very, very underrated still for some reason. A lot of people don't give him the credit that he deserves. I'm pretty sure he will make day 3, or at least have a good chance to make it.
Yeah, we spoke about a lot about players, and now the game just kicked off. Now, we heard all about them. You can cheer for your favorite player or your favorite region in the chat, but you need to know that this is not Super Bowl. Each and every one is, yes, fighting for the pride of their region, so we can say, yeah, France won, yeah, Dach won, but this is a solo tournament in the end of the day. So they are competing against each other. They will not hold back, Peter. And again, with the snake seeding system, you need to make sure that these first few games are where you outperform yourself.
All right, so champion delivery will be in place, meaning a couple of times per stage, we're going to be getting increasingly valuable champions getting dropped in for our players. We know that the meta, is based around the reroll and the late game as kind of 2 broad avenues for our players to go down. Now, which one would you like most to see our players approach in this first game?
I feel like you can get a really good edge if you go first or second in the first lobby, because then you will fight, obviously, in the next games the lower ranked players. So maybe go for a crazy hard still game if you get a spot for it, and get an instant mental edge with a good start in the day.
Yeah, considering all of the changes that have happened recently, and something that I want to thank Panda for highlighting, by the way, is that to ensure competitive integrity, this patch has gone through a lot of things. Just in case you do not know, gold openers have been long gone now, and each and every stage, players are going to be receiving the same exact amount of items. So you cannot expect someone to go for a full loss streak unless, again, just as Mimu said, you do have the perfect hostile opening for it, or you just have a board that, compared to the rest of the lobby, is not going to be winning anything. So expect a lot of aggression, expect people pushing early levels, and expect people spending every single penny in stage 2.
Well, having a quick look on the right-hand side as to what units people have picked up early on. Well, of course, we are looking for that Heartsteel, as I mentioned before. We do have Dark Hydra noticed on the right-hand side. He's managed to pick up some early Punk. I'd be interested to see if he just uses that as a very temporary measure, since, again, we're seeing the higher-cost champions being thrown in from the beginning.
Yeah, and Hydra is a very interesting decision to make here. Has Twin Terror as an option, rolls that away, and he has already some Punk units, especially the Y unit is very strong in the early game and can save you a lot of HP while having a very good econ.
Yeah, gold augments ensure that this lobby is going to be having a very normal start. Nothing too crazy. It is not prismatics, so lobbies is going to be inflated. You're not going to be seeing anything crazy happening. There are no cruel pacts for all of you shadows that were hoping for a cruel pact game. Peter, it's just gold augments, and Dark Hydra here decides to go with a very general option, keeping himself flexible with Know Your Enemy. This is when you don't know what board you want to go for, so you're just getting a nice combat augment that will work really pretty nicely with any board.
Yeah, it looks like we're seeing mostly, a decent amount of combat power being thrown in early. Note that Shinar, again, one of our players to watch from Turkey region, picking up the Lucky Streak Gambler's Blade and finding an Annie early on to make the most out of that early pickup. I mean, especially if he gets lucky, as he just has with some early gold drops, that could result in a lot of extra cash when it matters most early on.
Yeah, and we are now seeing Solo Gesang's board, and he takes a loss. Mentioning Hydra spot again, he hits his Y2 as well, and you will see this a lot from players like Hydra and Solo Gesang, or even Salvi. Is the very, very general AD openers, and they will play towards high level, save a lot of HP, and then try to come back with a very strong late game board.
Yeah, and we see two grab bags in this lobby. That is 3 duplicators sitting on Brick's board, and also Norris, who's been able to get 2 more duplicators as well. So we're expecting at least 2 of our players in this lobby to be going reroll compositions. Now, is it going to be Punks? Is it going to be Yasuo? Is it going to be Senna? There are so many good options right now, and judging by Brick's board, he is still looking for that Aphelios, or maybe that Ellie said in order to be able to get the hard steal and keep on losing, because it's a reroll composition that he's going for, which is pretty much really announced pretty early, Peter, with these 3 duplicators standing on his bench ready to be used.
I mean, that's a huge burst of power waiting to come in. I do want to note, just as we move through the early parts of stage 2, Sacred Norris down on the right-hand side, you see 20 gold in the bank. He managed to get a lot of gold from early on. So keeping an eye out for him economically. Both him and Zolgazang going for the early loss streaks.
Yeah, the 3 duplicator were very interesting for Brix. He will probably look to play Riven in this game, since it's like the best AD melee reroll comp that's playable right now. Sacred Norris also with the duplicators here, doesn't pick them up already because there's no need to, and he's probably also looking to play any reroll comp, depending on which copies he naturals now.
Yeah, he does get that Jinx for Rapid Fire Headliner sitting in his shop, but doesn't seem to have any of the items for her. Like, not even a single bow, not even a single sparring glove, not a single BF that could be potentially slanted as Jinx. And in a lobby where it's champion delivery, which if you do not know or if not aware of this portal, it gives each and every one along the stages and the game keeps going on, a good champion that is fit to your composition. So if you're re-rolling, it might help you and get that champion pretty early. And if you're not, well, that's just additional econ that you can sell this champion in order to reroll with or reach some good interest benchmarks. Now, it is the first carousel. I hope for a spatula here, Peter.
Yeah, we know that's a great way to mix things up, but it looked like we're not going to hit that 15%. So I think our players, will keep things more or less as they have been. Again, we check, in terms of overall, Chicane and Zoro both keeping their win streaks, while Zolo and Seku keep the loss streaks in place. We mentioned Chicane's board from before. Just using the Jinx as a general item holder and playing the strongest board is doing very well for himself.
Yeah, he's saving a lot of HP right now. Has a Rage Blade, has a Gunblade, has a Mana Zane. He's for sure cooking up some comp. I'm not quite sure what he will go for. But yeah, he has probably also in mind that he wants to level push and then look to play hard sale. Maybe go towards Caitlyn and Mana Zane the Ezreal. So I'm very excited to see his late game board.
Yeah, but I was just going to say it's such an extremely good item in Ezreal. It allows him to get these 3 casts pretty early in the game. It also works pretty well on champions like Karthus, champions like Twisted Fate, but with him slamming the Rage Blade really early in the game, the only reasonable options, yes, I have to agree, it is going to be either an Ezreal or TF at best. I don't think a Rage Blade on a Karthus is going to do him any value here, so we're expecting a hard steal composition coming in for him, or big shots into level 9.
Right, touching back on Zoro. For anyone who is not familiar with Zoro, who's had a very good Golden Spatula Cup season just past, has really stepped up to be, in an extremely competitive region of France, to be one of the players who's been doing very well for himself. We mentioned briefly before that while France has been incredibly dominant historically, other regions, other countries have started to take a little bit more of the limelight away from them. Do you think that it's possible we might see this region will be less dominated by French players than normal?
I think the top French players are still very, very good, especially the ones that scrimmed with your favorite NA streamers. But this time around, we had some Germans in those lobbies as well. Maybe you guys seen some screenshots on Twitter when they posted how the scrims were going. And also the 2 Turkish players, Chinar and King, have been involved in those scrims. So I'm expecting the 8 players that played in those scrims to perform the best. But obviously, the French players have a big competition.
Yeah, France have been really stepping up their game ever since, last year, since I competed against them in one of the Twitch Rivals tournaments. And let me tell you, god damn, French people know how to compete in TFT. They're really good at the game and they know their craft. Speaking of which, in this lobby, I don't think that Churkane is gonna be having so much fun. He just got his loss streak greened by Zoro, who is currently the only one able to pass the first stage with a whooping amount of 5 win streaks in a row, all thanks to Scrappy Inventions.
Yeah, since Scrappy Inventions got fixed up, we thought maybe it'd be a little less popular, but to see, getting 4 items in the mix from early on, as long as they are roughly useful items, has really given Zoro a lot of help long term. Also, new on the right hand side as well, we can see what players have spent on leveling up on rerolling and what their board strength overall is. So you can see the Zoro's kept the win streak despite not having the most expensive board in the lobby.
Yeah, now we are seeing Hydra drop a duplicator. He will be very happy about that one. Drops the Infinity Edge as well for the glove that he has open. And he's looking very much like he's gonna play Heartsteel from here. And he already has his 2 best Ezreal items, the blue buff, the Infinity Edge. I would be very surprised if he wasn't going for like a level 8 roll down.
Yeah, so it is not going to be just Shurikane looking for Ezreal with that Mana Zane that we saw earlier, just as Memo highlighted. We see Dark Hydra with that duplicator able to get his board quite early. Perhaps it might not be really easy to get Ezreal 3 in this lobby, because again, we just saw someone competing with that duplicator. If you're able to get the headliner early, perhaps if Dark Hydra was able to maintain a better loss streak, would have been much more in a better state right now. But so far, he's not been able to keep a win streak, and we have 2 people playing Ezreal, and Brix is still keeping up with that Heartsteel, which he only got in now, Peter. Not a bit too late.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm kind of curious to see where this goes longer term, because it looks like we've got a decent 8-bit board brewing, but there is enough of a connection between the 2 lines to be able to fit Heartsteel in for the time being. We mentioned we've got the looming duplicators from Brix and from Sacred Norris as well. So I think with this lobby being so heavy on duplicators in general, we'll see our players suddenly spike their boards so much more abruptly than normal.
Yeah, Brix should be very happy in this spot because he saved so much HP without using an augment. He's looking to take any augment that synergizes well with Riven because he already prepared his units. He already has some 8-bit stacks. He will probably take like 1 cash out and then pivot out of Heartsteel into the Riven tree, ideally in stage 4-1.
And none of these are looking too good. Perhaps, maybe Rich Get Richer might have seemed like a good option here since he's going re-rolls. You do need that money. And he also just leveled to 6 and also lost. So he does need to make up for the amount of money that he's not been able to make right now. Gets a second Caitlyn though at level 6. I think that the game is not agreeing with his current re-roll composition. But he does have to hold it. You do what you gotta do. The game gives you 2 Caitlyns at stage 3. Peter at level 6. You know you have to keep him.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm certainly imagining he's pretty pleased with how things are going. Just looking through some of the other augments being picked up, the one that jumps out most to me, Memo, is got to be Sacred Norris picking up the Last Stand as the second augment. Certainly seems a pretty decisive choice as to, he's going to play pretty close to the edge in this game.
Yeah, very ballsy of him, but very nice to see as well, because he is gonna have a Heartsteel cash out in theory here, but he will probably raise the stakes now because he has this Last Stand. He can play for a win out. I would be very surprised if he wouldn't raise the stakes. So let's see what kind of cash out he will get later on the game, and if he can actually win out this lobby.
Yeah, the only player that he might be scared of here is essentially going to be Brix, because he's the only one playing with a similar Heartsteel composition, and judging by the stage that Norris is in now, he is not gonna be taking these stakes. He's not gonna be raising them. He scouted enough. He noticed that he's not the only Heartsteel player in the lobby, and he's like, you know what, screw it, I'm just cashing out now and I'm looking for another one on the way.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. I thought we might be going further than that, but let's check in with Zolo, who's another player who's on the lower HP. As was mentioned in the pre-show, Zolo, incredibly long-term player in the competitive scene, who seems to have absolutely everything he needs to be a player who goes to Worlds, maybe a player who becomes regional champion, but it just hasn't happened for him as of yet. I don't remember if you've got any, any insights as to why Zolo might have just fallen short so many times.
I think Solo is very, very focused on his ladder play, and the entire German community obviously wants to see him go to Worlds one time. It's been his dream or like his goal for a long time now, and let's see if he can make it this time around.
Yeah, Hydra takes the bow right now, looking essentially to put in more and more items for that Ezra coming in later. Probably a last twist by Giant Slayer. Anything could work really well with the Ezra right now, but he does need a lot of bows in his composition. He also managed to get it on a Poppy. That's a 4-cost bow. And Peter, this carousel still carries no spatulas. There is not going to be a single emblem crafted in this lobby.
Well, I mean, at least it does mean that our players can concentrate. Again, we've got to remember the champion deliveries we will be seeing arrive here is kicking in, and as Voltov gets a free Ezreal, players around the lobby will be starting to get those forecasts into the mix and accelerate their boards.
Yeah, this Ezreal is obviously very nice for him, but obviously the entire lobby will get random 4-cost drops and also next stage random 5-cost drops. And especially thinking about Dark Hydra with his golden duplicator, he might find a legendary 2-star on level 7 or level 8 even.
Yeah, this champion delivery is really doing people a lot of good stuff here. I saw an Ezreal. Just as we said, it might have not been the best option for Norris, but he decides to sell it instead. And looking at Dark Hydra's board right now, he does want to proc that last stand. Apparently, his board could be a little bit stronger than Norris's board. Oh, never mind. Okay, that Akali just destroyed everyone in, and Hydra's happy about it. He took the last stand. He wants these losses, and he might be looking to raise the stakes.
Yeah, but he's already low HP, so it might not be the best decision for him, because he needs to all in soon to find like a board that will stabilize him. He's already 43 HP, which is a bit rough for him.
Well, let's bring the conversation back in there, because again, we mentioned that there's a couple of things at play here. Firstly, our players need to finish well in these first opening games to make sure the snake seeding favors them for rounds to come. But ultimately, between days 1 and 2, there's no points reset, there's no player cutoff at all. They will have to be amongst the top quarter of players to make it through to the final 8. Maybe we do need to see our players play more aggressively than they would have to normally.
Yeah, maybe. And Hydra is already on a 7-loss streak. Would probably like to lose this fight as well. Go with the 8 loss in the neutral round, get the extra gold, and then all in next turn and try to find the Ezreal too, which will make or break his game probably.
I find the decision that Bricks took here a little bit strange. Okay, here, riddle this for me, Memo. You read it out pretty early in the game that he already had 8-bit in, and he was able to have 64k damage already bumped up. That's about 4 stacks or almost close to 5 stacks of 8-bit. Instead, decides to slam all of the items on that Yone. Kind of like a weird decision, because initially, if you were gonna go for the Yone or Riven, that is if you couldn't get 8-bit damage stacked up in the early game, but he does have it stacked, and he still decides to go for the Yone. Isn't that a little bit weird?
Yeah, he probably did a small mistake there where he didn't want to itemize the Riven one because he didn't have the headliner yet. So he played it on the Yone and probably found the Riven last second. Obviously, we didn't see it exactly, but you can already see he's one of Riven 3 and has already a Caitlyn pair as well. So he will probably spike really hard this stage and try to win as many fights as possible.
Oh, there we go.
Already.
The question here is, does Bricks decide to keep rolling and hold onto those duplicators, or get the power in right now?
He's duping already, because the only other 3 costs that would be worth going for is Mordekaiser, and if you don't have like very good Mordekaiser items, or if you're not really close to it, it's most of the times not very worth it. Because the level 9 board spikes you really hard, because you can play Lucian and another Jazz unit, and what we will see a lot during this tournament is the player that has more Jazz units in and more Jazz traits will most likely win the lobby. Sadly, that's how the game is working right now, and even in the Riven comp, it's a very, very big and useful trait to have.
Yeah, keep in mind that he got the 8-bit headliner on the Riven though, so he can maybe give away one of these 8-bit units later on in the game in order to be able to put in more and more units for potentially a Jazz board, just as you mentioned, or a little bit more frontline, which he's already gotten with Crash Test Dummies. We do not know what the third augment might be. There's a very high chance that it might be a golden augment, and it is going to be another set of golden augments, Peter.
Alright, so Dark Hydra, as mentioned before, unlike Sacred Norris, doesn't have the last stand, does find the headliner Caitlyn here. It's going to be tempting to move that in as the backline. We've already got a pretty decent looking board here, but decides to keep on rolling. He's got something very specific in mind, and he's not satisfied with anything but the very best. The best, of course, in this case, will be Zed.
Yeah, surprisingly, he rolled the Poppy away. It's like a choice that we see a lot in Heartsteel. Decides to go for the Zed now. Has a duplicator in theory to make Kiana too, but I think he's still looking for that Ezreal too, because that's a much bigger spike.
And it's a very early Kiana that he's been able to get, and it might be able to duplicate a lot of items for him, considering that he already has had a true damage on that bench. And people already reached the point where everyone has his board limit almost completed. There you go right now with Solo Gezang's board getting that setup in 3. Voltariox has already that Senna 3 as well. We just saw Bricks hit that Riven 3. And just so you know, Dark Hydra did slam that duplicator. He does have a Kiana 2 right now, Peter. But Voltariox's board is not going to be doing him any favor against Solo Gezang's Seraphine, reaching these backlines very easily.
Yeah, I mean, we've now got our reroll compositions in place. You know, Senna up against Seraphine in the last round, but one point now, and thank you to our observers for noticing this as well. Dark Hydra, again, he has not got last stand. He's got 8 HP, but he's got a hell of a board to try and pull himself back from the edge.
Yeah, let's see if Hydra will make a comeback here. Obviously, he has a lot of resources with the Heartsteel cash out, and especially, like Morgan said already, if he starts farming some items, he can run away with like a win out from the spot still.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you, drum roll, brrrr, the reroll meta. Each and every board that we've gotten right now has a single 3-star unit on it, at least. At the very least, we have Kale, we have Senna, we have Riven, we have Seraphine. You know who would be really happy to be casting this game? Yes, you've guessed it. Makes, the lover of reroll competition and your favorite commentator, host, analyst, and everything, but Hydra is gonna be the first one to say goodbye to this lobby.
Oh my gosh, that's so painful. Honestly, I was kind of prepared for the situation where maybe Dark Hydra would fall down before hitting top 6, but to go out an 8 is incredibly painful. Now, as we were talking about before, this is going to make his future games very difficult.
That's an 8-bit bet for Bricks. Denied. They 6-8 bid him for Bricks.
Oh my god, Brixton hits a 6-8 bet. Now he has a real chance to win out the entire lobby as well, especially if he gets to that juicy 8-bit cash out. But yeah, honestly, it's my fault, guys. I said Hydra will win and will probably make final lobby. I obviously cursed him on my first day of the job. Yeah.
Mana. Woo! 6-8 bit coming in for Bricks. Kick it off. With the amount of... How much HP is that? It's looking good. We just won.
Yeah, this is wild, especially picking up the Dual Lotus as well. A massive amount of raw AD from the 6-8 bit, which is only going to get larger, being multiplied by the crit from the Dual Lotus. I mean, it may still be mostly a Riven board, but she's going to hit like a truck, and the rest of it's building up to be even stronger as well.
Yeah, especially this 8-bit reroll comp is considered as the strongest of all reroll comps by the pro players. We have seen it in scrims a lot of times go first, and Brixton has such a good setup as well. Has 2 strong combat augments, what you really want with Riven, and also the 8-bit spat. That's like the most important thing about this comp. And let's see if he can go level 9, find the Lucian, find the Bard. Obviously, he's still looking for that Caitlyn too. He has it paired since the last stage, but yeah, it's looking very good for him.
Dark Hydra going out pretty early in this lobby shows and tells you one thing. It is such a dominant lobby to be playing in right now. Going out at stage 4-3, it doesn't mean that you didn't perform well. It doesn't mean that you were... Yes, of course, you were quite unlucky. But if it means one thing, it is that this lobby is stacked. There is no mercy coming in. Each and every single board was able to hit their, let's say, optimal position in a very early stage of the game. And Dark Hydra was quite unlucky. Now, we do still have last stand, but that didn't serve him well.
Well, one thing that Sacred Norris has alongside the last stand as well on the 7 HP, so it hasn't been procced yet, is a big pile of money. And not that many people in the lobby have that. It's only really Bricks and Zoro who've kept their money fully intact, Chanel to a lesser extent. Multiple players, Zolo, Volta, Chicaned as well. They've spent aggressively to get online at the moment. So I think if Sacred Norris can keep from proccing this last stand for a little bit longer, he's looking really good for a strong finish.
Yeah, exactly. Like especially the people that already all in with their gold, use all of it, are trying to top 4, get like every placement that they can get, win every fight that they can. It's not looking good for Volta. He's on a 7 loss streak with his Senna 3, and let's see how the lobby will close out.
Yeah, he now has the option whether if he wants to go for level 8 for a little bit more front line, or if he wants to try and reroll for that Amumu. I have maybe missed how many Amumus are being played right now, but he does have a duplicator, and he has 1 on the bench. So technically he's only 4 Amumus away, and Amumu on the 6 Executioner board alongside the 3-star Vex, it's gonna be such a really hefty front line to deal with, especially that he has some decent items on him. 2 Gargoyles, 1 Heartsteel, and Champion Delivery is gonna keep bumping more and more units, so sure, Kane does have a lot of gold coming for him. What is the best itemization he could look for here?
He didn't fight the Nashor, sadly. He was looking to Shojin Nashors probably, his Ahri, and had to take a tank item there.
One more Amumu, Peter.
Oh.
Copium.
Oh,
yeah,
there you go.
No, it's as just saying before. I think having the fully itemized 3-star gives you so much more. And you're going to need a really good tank up against Brick's board here. Unfortunately, we do see one of the things that the Riven board is very good at doing, which is bypassing the frontline tank entirely, walking over and deleting all your carries.
Yeah, small positioning mistake. The Amumu was not standing right in front of the Riven or his Vex, so he was able to just walk past his frontline and kill the backline.
Yeah, look at that Norris board right now. He finally does get that last stand proc. As soon as he got the Amumu, so that board is going to be having a lot of Omnifam. Judging by the Riven item, the Akali item, sorry, the Capricious Forge, the Hullbreaker, and the Mana Zane, she's going to be casting so many times. And now, Memo, do you think that this last stand is going to do him anything, really? He also got a Pantheon 3 before that.
Yeah, this is also a very strong 3-cost redraw line. Like, he has very good items for this Amumu. It's pretty much best in slot to have 2 gargoyles. His Vex items are pretty solid. He has the 6 Executioner. Obviously, this comp got nerfed with the last patch, but it's still very, very solid. The only worry he has is to fight against the Riven board again, against Bricks. And if he avoids him for a long time, he can for sure top 4 still from the spot.
Yeah, I really like that we've now got a secondary tank with those Blacksmith's gloves in place, making the Pantheon a much bigger deal than he would have been otherwise. Bear in mind, Sacred Norris has got 1 life left, and oh no, surely not. The stun is good, the ult is not enough. Sacred Norris maybe a little bit concerned about the last round. Volta is out in top 7th, we're down to a top 6. Sacred Norris holds on.
Yeah, now we are seeing Sacred Norris reaching his cap. He pretty much has everything he needs, has the 6 Executioner. Obviously now for Shuriken, he finds the Ahri 2, tries to also play for top 4 most likely. He's stuck on level 8, so he won't reach a very high cap this game. Also his items are like not best in slot at all. So he's also trying to hit every placement he gets, and he's probably preying on Sacred Norris' downfall.
Yeah, and judging by Shuriken's board, he just rolled the wrong person in the lottery. He just went against Briggs' board, who's been able to get a whooping amount of 160k damage on that 6-8-bit on that Riven composition. Crowd control is not going to be his enemy, all thanks to that QSS, and that Riven is just critting, all thanks to Jewel Lotus, healing a lot from that Bloodthirster. Shuriken's board is gonna get easily eaten up by Briggs' board here as he takes 1 more shot, and Sacred Norris is still in the lobby. He does get to make it to this carousel beater.
We've got ourselves a emblem carousel. You were calling out for the spatulas before. It's another 8-bit in case you didn't get it last time round. This is going to be huge to allow for 6 8-bit without having to play the corki.
You've seen 6 8-bit, but have you seen 8 8-bit? No, that doesn't even exist.
Yeah, that doesn't exist, but Briggs should be very happy here. It's pretty much like a force of nature for him because he doesn't have to play the useless corki. And also has 1 more item that gives a lot of AD he can decide to itemize a unit with. For example, this Kiana maybe. She profits a lot from the AD, obviously. And also now changes it in for the Ilaoi for more frontline.
Yeah, he does give away that Corki now. He's not been a fan of, allowing him to put in 1 more tank unit, just as Memo mentioned. He's not going to be the only one capping his board now as Zoro decides to roll, not getting that 5-cost headliner he's looking for. He's rolling for that Zac, but he does get him as an EDM, not even a bruiser. Peter?
Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting from Zoro, because he's playing with so much HP, he decided that he wants to play for first. He knows he can't win against Briggs with a standard normal board, so he decides to go for a 4-cost 3-star, which is like his only win condition against him.
We can see, the 2 Zacs already are doing a pretty decent job. I love that we've actually got the Lucian in the mix, but of course, one of the reasons we do see Viego being so popular is he deals so well, much like we saw the Riven, with those backlines. So we're down to a dicey situation with a big split of HP between our top 3 and bottom 3. Up the top 3, all around 40, everyone else down to the 20s or below.
Yeah, and we are seeing Zoro still looking for the Zac and hits it! Oh my god!
Zac 3! Oh my god, okay. This lobby just got really interesting. You've got Riven 3, you've got Senna 3, Kill 3. No one cares about these, but the first game in our day, we get a 4-cost 3-star. Peter, that is going to be a lot of bouncing for Zoro.
Oh my god! Sacred Norris, your heart just drops into your boots. Being the one who comes up against this presumably unbeatable board, I guess the only way to deal with it is to get rid of the backliners. at least the Karthus may have been able to do that, but not the case here for Norris. Last stand will be run over, and sadly won't make it any further than 6.
And you could see it in Zoro's facial expression, like how excited he got because he hit it in like 2 shots, two Zags. And yeah, he will be very happy here. I am looking forward how he will adjust to this Zag 3, because he can now look to maybe play 5 EDM and play around his Zag as his main carry. Obviously, Brix is now probably a bit unhappy with that, and is also probably cooking something up, how to still win this lobby. And yeah.
I'm so sad for Sacker Norris, man. He was like, okay, going into these fights now, there's one person that I need to dodge. Every single time he's not against Brix, he's like, oh, I got another round to survive. And just before he goes fighting against Zoro, he's like, is that a Zag 3? Oh, well, I'm dead.
Nemo, I want you to make... I know that we don't exactly have a lot of data for this, but... if we put Zag 3 up against Riven 3 with 6-8-bit, how would you imagine that will play out?
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure how this will go, because the Zag obviously can't CC the Riven for a bit because of the QSS in the early fight. But obviously the QSS will run out eventually, and if the Zag is still alive at that point, the Zag will just perma CC the Riven and probably win out the fight.
Exactly, wraps it up in a pretty nice way. If he's able to survive up until the point where the QSS runs out, you need to know that Zach is also going to be healing a lot. So if the Riven is not able to burst him down in time, just before these 12 seconds where the QSS runs out, I am pretty sure that Zoro should be easily winning this lobby.
We do see another elimination. Chicane is gone from this lobby, leaving our top 4 with a good spread of players from different places, including, of course, Solo on the lowest HP, just the only player in the top 4 with a single life to play with.
Yeah, very nice. Solo should be very happy about this top 4 from this spot, and he's probably only getting a 4th. But yeah.
You cannot hope for much with that Seraphine board. Again, he is beater, but at least he's not placed against neither Zoro nor Brix.
Yeah, he's gonna need to get lucky a bunch of times though to get out from this one. We do at least have the double carry built through, and the Alawi tentacles as well are buying a lot of time to get a few more casts in, but I think the damage isn't quite there. As you can see, Zello, he just leaned back in his chair cam to this round, knowing that absolutely, as you said, Morgan, getting the top 4 was about as good as he could hope for.
Yeah, very nice for him, obviously. Let's see Chinar's spot. He has the Kale tree, has the Vigo itemize, has very nice Akali items. The Penta spread is so huge on that unit as well, especially if you can get to 7 Penta. Chinar is also looking for a forecast 3-star. Let's see if he can hit it as well, because the interesting detail about his forecast is that Vigo is by far the best forecast 3-star in the game. He's absolutely overpowered. He's similar strength to legendary 3-stars. So I would probably think he wins against the Zag 3.
Yeah, and it isn't really about if he can get that Viego or not. He has to save up money for the Gambler's Bait to be giving the maximum amount of attack speed for the Kale. Crash Test Dummies does make a lot of work, keeping that Akali stuck in place. And he's playing against Brix's board. At least it's not Zoro. At least it isn't the Perma CC coming in. But there goes that Caitlyn, sniping the Kale from downtown. And Sanar's board gets absolutely obliterated because that Caitlyn gets a free ticket to the Kale all across the board.
Yeah, the Lucian in place is so ridiculous. As we go to the carousel, at least what likely will be the last time for Shinar. Memo, can you just, while Shinar's still in the game, because it seemed like it's a third place is best we're going to do, we talked about him a little bit before as maybe one of the big players who's going to come out and make an impact from the Turkish scene. Based on this game's performance, the top 3 seems like a pretty solid base for him to build from in the tournament. Yeah,
very solid gameplay, and now he sells his Kale, so he has more roll to roll for that forecast 3-star. Let's see if he can find it. Picks up the Akali, also has the Akali tree as an out. Is already on 8 Akali, so he's 1 off, actually, so he can maybe still win this game.
You thought he was buying these Vigos, but he just bamboozled everyone in the lobby. He's going for Akali. There is not a single one out of the pool, I think. He gets it! But he misses it! He got it and he missed it at the same time! That is a roller coaster of emotions!
What a crazy game this one is.
What things have happened in the first game you're playing? I really hope Chanel can mental reset off this, because you're absolutely right, Memo. He had the game in his hands, and by his hands, he rolled past his win condition. Out in third place, we're left with two Titans face each other with two terrifying boards.
Yeah, but very solid idea from Shinar. He knows he can't win any fights without a 4-cost 3-star, so he goes for the Hail Mary. Hits it actually, but rolls over it. It happens sometimes. These players are probably shaking. It's the first game of the tournament, so yeah, let's be easy on them.
I mean, it is okay, but that is the most Soji moment I've ever seen in Europe.
Oh, that's where Soji is. Okay, I understand now.
Yeah, he got that from the in-houses they played.
Oh my god, you know what? I don't know how he's going to be able to recover from this because I myself still haven't recovered from this. Peter, you're on the mic.
All right, so what we're looking for long term from Brix here is he's actually relatively close to hitting through to the full power of the 8-bit. He's got about 1 and a bit lives left. We can see that the power of the 3 stars from Zoro's side of things is just about enough. Brix down to a single life, but he gets to PvE round.
Oh, wait. The 8-bit damage does stack up in the PvE round, right? He does get the cash out now, Memo. Is he able to spend that money and resources just in time?
So he cashes out here. He has instantly drops like at least 2 duplicators, I think. So he has to look out for any options that he can 3-star anything. I don't know if he will have enough time actually. This will be very rough for him to roll for a 4-cost 3-star here. But let's see if Brix can do it.
Did he see his face here? That evil grin?
No, I don't think so. No, wait, I think he did. Yeah,
he did.
He's using the duplicators. He's got enough time. He goes straight. It's just the double tack crown. He's going to find a lot of units in a short amount of time, though. On the other side, level 10 for Zoro. This is only the first game of our regional finals, and this game is off the charts.
He needs to keep rolling. He needs to roll more and quicker. He's 5 Lucians already, so if he finds like 2 more and a duplicator, he can maybe make it. Has 2 fonts as well, so 13 units in for him. Can't fight it at 4-cost or 5-cost 3-star, so let's see if he can actually win this turn.
Ladies and gents, I give to you the first game of the day, just as Peter said. If it's that crazy, and if it's all going to happen right just because of the snake seeding system, players got everything on the board right now. They're not taking any risks. That Zach is trying to jump as much as he can. That board got extremely cashed out, but Brix is not able to spend money on time, and the Zach is not going to stop bouncing, and he takes Zoro for the final jump on that throne for game 1.
Holy hell.
Take a breath.
What a crazy game. I like, we saw so many crazy things this game. Rolling away the Akali 3, seeing a Zac 3, getting an 8-bit cash out. What do you want more?
All right, we're going to hop across to Lobby C because that one is still ongoing. And of course, we've only got 4 lobbies running. So we're going to be bringing in for the final moments of I'm So Fresh and Sappho battling out for their own first place.
Can I remind you guys of one thing? Memo, that was your first game on the mic, so ignore all the people who said that you gave some people some caster's curse. No, baby, you made that game fire just by happening. And allow me to remind you that this was a full gold lobby. Imagine what would happen if it was prismatics. Yeah, I'm just gonna let that sink in.
Yeah, that was already too much. I don't know if I'm ready for a second game, especially if there's gonna be any prismatic augments. I might have a heart attack.
No, you're fine, you're fine. I mean, we're all gonna keep doing our best in order to recover from what happened this game, but ladies and gents, if this is not gonna happen in Rising Legends EMEA Finals, where is it gonna happen? This is the best TFT that you're getting to watch right now. A lobby where everyone is broken, everyone is inflated, and that's why it's balanced, because everyone is just so capped.
Yeah, but in this lobby we are seeing a bit more normal boards. We have here like a 6 brawler board with a Jin 2, a Lucian 2. Looks pretty regular. So yeah.
Yeah, pretty regular. After that game, everything is gonna seem pretty regular, buddy.
Exactly.
It's what happens in EMEA. We just get 8-bit cash outs, sometimes multiples of them in a given tournament. It's easy. Our players just know how to make it happen. We've got a pretty solid battle happening here. Remember, you mentioned, we've got a more regular board here from Sappho's side of things. I'm So Fresh bringing out the Pentakill Kale variation with the Viego heavily itemized as well. So I think we should have a couple more battles between these two before whoever takes first place is decided.
Yeah, I mean, this is very interesting from Safo. Obviously, we didn't see the entire game, but I'm assuming he played like a solid win streak game with the brawlers, especially with the brawl argument, but already dies here. And the winner is... I'm not sure who won the
Zach. It was another Zach. I think it was Safo. And every single
he bounced over from the other game and landed on this one and killed everybody.
Yeah, that Zach was too strong from Zora's board. Okay, you said it. He bounced from another game, came here to give Safo another win. So, ladies and gents, if you're watching, Zach is the tech. Roll for Zach. He doesn't have to be 3-starred. Just have to get Zach.
All right, well, gentle viewers, the adrenaline is pumping too hard from game number 1, so we need to take ourselves a break. When we return, we'll be hearing from our analyst desk, and then getting into game 2, after which, of course, we'll be having that all-important first reseed of the competition. So stay tuned. We'll be back momentarily with the analyst desk, and after that, more Memo.
We're bouncing to break.
My name is Double61. I'm from France. I'm 19 and I am TFT player for Kamen Corp. In set 9, the best player, I think it was obviously a Wet Jungler. I mean, I feel like he was a really good player, but he couldn't show some performance in previous set. But finally in set 9, he did the second at World. So yeah, I think he's a really good player. I hope it will be me. I mean, a third title of EMEA champion would be great, but I don't know. I hope it will be me or maybe my cousin. I don't know. My goals for TFT, I won championship one time. It was in set 3. And I think my ultimate goal is to win it again. I mean, I think I can do it with a good preparation. I think that we have the potential in Europe. So yeah, it's the objective. I think LAN are really good ideas. I mean, this is what TFT is. The Vegas Open was incredible. I played the finals, so yeah, the emotion I had when I was on stage, it was incredible. So yeah, I think that if TFT has to grow, there have to be LAN. So yeah, I think that's really good. Shout out. I mean, I always say it. K-pop fans are awesome. They know it. I always say it in all interview. I mean, their support is incredible. So thank you guys, and continue to support us. I hope we will not disappoint the fans.
If you find yourself wondering what just happened, don't worry, we got you covered. This was a pretty crazy game for the world of TFT. By all means, it is the first game of the EMEA finals, and a little bit of craziness is to be expected, but having all of that happen in the first game, I think, is a first even for us. But let's talk about what actually was going on there. First and foremost, I do want to shout out Bricks, finding that spatula, having it open, nobody else denying it, going into the 8-bit. I was kind of tracking his HP in the fights. And then getting that cash out during the neutral round is just so good. You have that extra kind of buffer. In the end, it wasn't enough to deal with the Zac there, but speaking of a little bit of unfortunate notions here, we do have to mention the Shannara moment. I feel like, obviously, right choice, right? Nobody is going to deny that, but just heartbreaking. When I tell you I jumped out of my chair when I saw him rolled over that Akali, something in me broke, and I think something in him broke as well. So hopefully there's going to be a mental reset on him. Other thing that I was a little bit surprised about, Rita, was Dark Hydra with the Heartsteel just not being able to keep up with the champion delivery lobby.
I mean, yeah, it's one of the things where, like, again, you're normally going to be the one with the most forecasts here. But again, also, like, as we talked about, a ton of reroll options being opened here. And just, like, again, we spoke about this exact scenario top of show. And that was, like, in what happened, right? The Heartsteel player here in Dark Hydra absolutely getting run over, right? And you had some of the other players really contesting for this early game. The likes of Sorrow, the likes of Chicane, right? That important fight on 2-5 was just, like, what really, like, laid the foundation for Sorrow's early win streak. And also kind of for the gold that kind of manifested into this sack for you seeing your screenshot. Because Chicane went level 5 before the first carousel. And then he came back, and then Sorrow went level 5 after that, and then, like, they attacked each other, and then Chicane lost just barely, right? And it really just kind of forced Chicane into playing as an optimal board. And then, well, we saw what happened with Sorrow, right? Sack free, everything just kind of panned out nicely for him.
Zorro, returning to his form in GSC 1, almost won that tournament outright when Batik finally stole that championship from him in the very, very end. But great play playing around the Caitlyn flex board. It's very similar to the Heartsteel flex with Ezreal and the Zed, but instead using something like a Lucian and a Caitlyn pair instead, and just trying to fit in as many legendaries and great forecasts as possible, with the cherry on top being the Zac 3 bouncing around and just demolishing absolutely everything. Solgasang, great top 4 in this first game, playing that Seraphine reroll. Your Roots first augment, knows the line, knows to play for KDA. Awkward items on Ahri, but played for Temple at the very end, trying to outplay Chicane and manages that 4th at the very end. Volta, also a 2-cost reroll, but unfortunately we saw what happened. The Senna reroll at positioning and lost that fight against the Ribbon where she just snuck in and was not able to do much of anything there. And for Sacred Norris, finishes 6th with, I think, a strong board of the last standing Executioners, but just not enough items on most of the Executioners. Had only really the Vex as the main carry, and also the positioning against that Ribbon did not pan out in his favor.
Well, we do want to check out how all of that translates to the overall standings. Just keep in mind, we're going to stay with the same lobby for 2 games in a row. Reseeding is going to come after. We're going to show you everyone. Top 32 players, of course, a little bit of a rough start there for Germany. I don't know what's happening. We'll try to get that one going the other way, but also Havali and Scapea's taken an 8th there at the beginning. Looking on the other side, I'm seeing Sappho and Petic in the top 2. I think that's not something a lot of people had on their bingo card.
No, this is two of the players that a lot of people had really big question marks about what is their form going to be going into this weekend. And well, so far they come off guns blazing. Another one also, right, we saw in that alternative stream that just came up barely as well, right? I'm so fresh here. One of the players with the fewest games played in Rising Legends overall that have qualified for this event. Simply because of the reason that he's been doing our job, but in French, right? Like, he qualified in set 6, and he showed, like, he's pretty good. Came back here, he's even been hosting his own tournaments, this and everything, and now just comes in second place in the first game of the day. I mean, Karim's back, baby.
He's been a beast on ladder.
Absolutely.
Got day 1 in GSC 2, so there was some doubts around his play, but I like that he's come in with very strong momentum after this first game, and really cheering for him to make it into that day 3.
Yeah, we are waiting on our casters to get into game number 2. Don't worry, we will be hopping over there in just a second. But of course, there could be a lot of craziness happening with that next game. After the first one, I'm not even sure what's left in store. Maybe a full prismatic lobby, personally speaking. But with that, we have our casters here, and they'll take you through game number 2.
I mean, we're all excited to get things back underway. We're here, myself, Morgan, and the man himself, Memo. Memo, we didn't expect necessarily things to be quite as nuts as that from the very beginning. The first cast here, we can only hope it's just as good with the second, but we're going to be seeing one of the players they're highlighting on the Enzosx, and I'd love to hear you speak on him as well. Petik, one of the first GSC of the set for the Czech Republic, and with Skiperis coming in here, we've got some real high hopes that he can follow up that GSC success and maybe take the Czech Republic to Worlds.
Yeah, Petik, someone that really showed up this set, one of the breakout players this set for sure. I think he's getting not the notoriety that he deserves. A very, very good underdog right now, I would say, and has for sure proven himself in the first game already.
Yeah, judging by the players that we have in this lobby now, anything that is going to happen is not going to be too surprising for me, because we got what, 8-bit, 6 8-bit cash out, and guess what, that didn't even win, because we had a Zach 3 board, and almost 6 Executioner, 6 Akali, 6 Executioner, 8 Akalis, with the 9th one almost hitting, but barely gets the message, and our soul just left his body after that moment. We hope he can recover mentally and get ready, because again, as we mentioned, I don't want to strict on it, but Peter gladly explained to us the snake seeding system before the first game started. If you do not perform well in these first few games, we assure you that the games coming up next are not going to be any easier. No one is patting your back in this cup. It is finals.
Yeah, it's worth reiterating, there's no player drop-off between days 1 and 2. Results do not reset between days 1 and 2 as well. So, every game is incredibly high stakes. But no, because some of the particular players we got coming into this next lobby, we mentioned Petik as already as a player with a lot of attention behind him, but we haven't gone into detail about Dach quite yet. And one of the players we've got in this lobby is Salvi, one of the returning members of the Dach squad from the last regional finals, where ultimately German players ended up all 4 of them finishing in the top 16. So they, as far as these last couple of seasons have been, that's been incredibly dominant.
Yeah, Salvi, one of the legends, obviously, of the Dach scene, or in the entire EMEA circuit, has won the Dach tournament this set, and is looking very good on this patch. It looks actually very comfortable on this patch as well. He loves to play the AD flex line. He loves to play hardstyle as often as possible. He also will play reroll, but he much rather prefers the level push lines. And this patch fits him greatly.
Okay, Golden Prelude. Had I not seen this last game, I would have been like, yeah, Golden Augments, nothing too special, wah. The game is gonna be going normal, just a normal game of TFT, but we now know that the first augment is gonna be gold. And what happened last game? I assure you, is that a Casanti 3 already? I'm just kidding, okay. It's gonna be the gold in the first one.
Well, I think we're primed. We're primed for unusual things to happen here in rounds 2. But we'll keep an eye out. We have got some interesting units dropping in. Experian managed to find a couple of Katarinas. Ging as well, finding the Katarina and the Evelyn. So we might have a couple of players looking towards the Crowd Diver line, a route we didn't see being taken in the previous game.
Yeah, people are just trying to find any reroll lines in the early game and just committing onto it already. You see people holding Katarina, Senna, Scales. All the 2-costs are pretty good right now. So we will see a lot of this during the tournament.
Oh, is that a Tompkins tree? Okay, the first time that I'm gonna see anyone stacking up units on their board. You know what? Yo, production, can we swap? I think this is time for makes to come in. Someone is gonna be so excited about all these free roll compositions and units being spammed on the benches. As 2 Katarinas as well. Oh, he sells it. No,
I think the last game drew us away a little bit from that line because of the champion delivery. But as you said, this will be a more normal game. Experian getting one of the most, driving augments there and submit to the pit. Will reroll it. I don't think he had any real push towards that early on, but hopefully we'll get to see some interesting choices coming in from our first players here, because it looks like we do have, Salvi, we mentioned before, picking up the scrappy inventors from the beginning of the game. So we have got some powerful on-board augments from the beginning.
Yeah, Salvi deciding to take a pretty flexible augment, fits him really well, so he can still play every comp. Ging takes 2 Selfie, which you usually take if you want to reroll some comps. It obviously still works in level push comps. You see Experion coming on Ging's spot and giving him the thumbs up because he sees the Katarina. Very nice of him to see. And,
I just want to bring this to the front. This is one of my favorite augments in the set. Escort Quest in place for Tropical. We know that he's the Greek representative in the regions today. But this is one of the most explosive augments. If it goes well, this can be worth just a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah, and if you don't know what Peter's favorite augment does, if the dummy survives each and every round, you receive 3 gold. So that is so much gold coming, but under one condition. The dummy has to live. How does the dummy live? You have to win the combat with one more champion alive. Did Tropical win now? No, so there is no gold coming for him, and that augment is not serving him so well.
Yeah, it's pretty rough for him, because with this augment it's very important to win the first combat, so you snowball. Actually, you can level up to 5 here already with the extra money you get from winning the round, but also the 3 extra gold. And if you are not snowballing with this augment, it's very hard to get to the point where you can cash it out consistently, where you get a lot of value from this augment.
All right, taking a quick whip around the rest of the board in terms of augments. Interesting ones that have turned up. Ging from Turkey has picked up the 2 healthy augment, so we should be seeing an interesting board coming together for him longer term.
Essentially, what you want to look for with 2 healthy is a board that has too many 2-cost units. You know what boards have too many 2-cost units? Something perhaps like the Kitty A Seraphine, something like the Punk reroll, because they also happen to have Twitch, Pantheon, and maybe Senna for an additional rapid fire unit for the Jinx if you got the Punk headliner. So, 2 healthy is really played into one of 2 ways. If it's not the Seraphine or the Punk, I don't know what you could go for with this comp.
You're seeing Ging slam the Spark already, so I'm expecting him to play Seraphine this game. Maybe a Lulu if he finds a Lulu headliner early on, because on that board you can still fit all the same units as in Seraphine, but just reroll the Lulu.
Small note, we did see the win, I believe, coming... No, sorry, my apologies. We did not see the win coming in for Tropical in that second round, so he's, again, way behind the curve of where he could be. You do see he's... I wonder if he's going to be selling up and spending aggressively to try and get that win in, or if he's maybe just decided, okay, I'm not going to get this money early on. These other boards are just too strong.
We also see him slam the Shojin, hits the Seraphine headliner. He might just contest Ging on his spot.
Okay, it isn't really about him having to contest, but there's so much going on with this board. First, you have a Escort Quest and you're not slamming items. Second, you put a random BF on the Kai'Sa when you're not even going to be making an Infinity Edge or a Spear of Shojin or a Hand of Justice. And third, you now have to give away your 5 KDA board with the Seraphine headliner that you just got because you already slammed the BF on the Kai'Sa. So it's either you keep her in with Shojin and you sacrifice the front line, or if you had not slammed that BF too early, a Seraphine with a Spear of Shojin 5 KDA would have been winning him a little bit early in the game, but going on a loss streak with Escort Quest is essentially playing down 1 augment for an entire stage.
It's not very far from ideal. Taking a quick look on our player HP on the right hand side, we see the Petic, of course, coming in very hyped after winning his first game, and Enzo are currently leading the pack. If anyone wasn't here for the Monsters Attack regional finals, Enzo completely demolished the competition, particularly during days 1 and 2. So it's encouraging to see him back in a powerful spot here in the second round of the day.
Yeah, already seeing 4 people at least playing hardstyle this game, playing AD flags, already slamming items towards this line because it's so popular, it's so good right now, and people really enjoy playing that line because you can obviously have very high highs and win lobbies, but we also saw last lobby how Hydra went 8th with it, because if you don't hit it early enough, you will have problems down the line.
You know what we missed last game? Not a single TF board. We've seen Pentacles, we've seen 8-bits, we've seen Seraphines, we've seen Kales. Everything was happening, but except the TF board. Now I see Makes nodding. Yes, I agree. I myself also love to dance to the music of disco while I put these units stacked up for an Akali to come and one-shot them. But this is the first disco board that we're gonna see slammed in by Salvi. With Skype Inventions, he has 4 pull items already. Might be able to keep up the win streak if he had not lost that final fight, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, well, like a lot of our players, I think we've just generally seen a lobby of very aggressive players coming in. But we'll see Petic, see if his win streak remains intact here. As we see a lot of the front line getting taken down. Those completed items mean a lot of power, and that means that Petic will not keep his streak heading into our first PB round. Maybe Enzo will?
Enzo won his fight. Yeah, he's on a 4 win streak, so he can look to win the next fight and go with a 5 win streak into the neutral, which would be ideal, obviously, for him. We are seeing Rubik raising the stakes. Has 4 hard seal already as well. So once he finds set and gets the raise the stakes cash out, he will be very strong. He will try to go level 9 and cap his board extremely high.
Wait. So you have a cut above. You want to be killing units with that Aphelios. You see 4 people playing Hearthstone in the lobby, and you do also decide to raise the stakes. Okay, that is a lot of balls, and that is a huge risk that you're taking here. For 2 reasons. With cut above, you essentially want to kill more units, so you're not going to be inting yourself and maybe perhaps trapping up your units, trapping up the Cassante so he doesn't move out, so you can make sure you get the raise the stakes. However, that should be the option, because if you raise the stakes, screw a cut above on whatever you're getting from it for now. Just make sure you raise the stakes. So that augment is going to also be down for an entire stage because you're not killing any units and you don't want to risk your house steal cash out.
I think that's what we're seeing in this lobby, though, is we're seeing people being forced out of what would be the comfortable line. You know, we've had Tropical, who should be win streaking, being forced into losses and an occasional win. We're seeing players running cut above who can't play aggressive and get paid out for it. Even though we're not, we're in one of our lowest variance portals, we're still seeing the game of TFT showing there's variability to be found from just the way the other players in the lobby are playing.
Exactly, you always have to consider the other spots as well while making your own decisions. This is something that's very important. Scouting for other people's board, the other spots. For example, for Rubik, it would be tragic if someone else raised the stakes as well and inted his raise the stakes now.
Yeah, luckily enough, he's been able to maintain that loss streak at least. So a full loss streak with an 8 cash out coming in from Hearthstone, having it from the first stages. If Rubik doesn't get grieved, he could potentially win that lobby to the amount of resources he's going to be having. Spurion, apparently, with these item slams, could be committed to the Crowd Diver Katarina reroll. He does have Vampirism, so it is a composition that also wants you to lose, so you can get the maximum Vampirism value on your board.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think he's in a pretty decent spot, though. I think like we saw before, we've got the option of making our way out here as, okay. Well, we've got the red buff being included, so maybe we've got a slightly different approach than we were thinking we were going to get.
Yeah, experience board is very nice. He already has so many Katarinas. Once he finds the headliner, he's already at 7. He's just going to slam this red buff on Katarina because he knows he's going to play super fans eventually, and then the red buff will obviously pop off, and he will give it probably to any other unit.
Yeah, Rubik does go and stick to the line of raising the stakes that he has decided to go with, trapping his units essentially, making his board as weak as he could. And now we're getting to the second set of augments quite quickly. It's Golden Prelude, not Golden Symphony, so that only means that the first augment is guaranteed to be gold. We still do not know what the second one is going to be, and it's going to be silver. Okay, that is really good for Hearthstone players. The lobby is going to be transitioning into a slow pace now, people.
Let's have a quick look at what Jediso's got there. Unfortunately, no high-cost units to recombobulate as much as we would like to see something completely wild happening here and someone, grabbing hold of a ridiculous board. Instead, as we see on the right-hand side, our players are more, at this point, kind of reinforcing what they're doing already. We've got Experian there with picking up a little bit of crowd control immunity, some more Vampirism being picked up and Cybernetic Bulk. So these boards are not fundamentally changing, but they are getting a little bit more pointed in what they're doing.
Yeah, Tropical finds the Echo now as well, so he's pretty strong. Finds the 3 Spellweaver, takes rolling for days, so he will try to still be strong this stage. Maybe get some more of the escort cash outs, and probably just play Seraphine 3 this game.
If I'm not mistaken, there was another player aiming maybe to play Seraphine reroll in this lobby, right? So Tropical should be contested. I'm not really sure by who. But if you guys know. Okay. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. So apparently Tropical decided to go that path. Finally able to make use of that escort quest augment, cashing up more and more gold now as he's starting to win. Also on a 4-win streak. So he will be going pretty nicely into this stage. And by the way, it's a silver augment stage. So that means that his board is getting stronger compared to other boards.
And speaking of board strength, I do want to change the conversation to economic strength. Rubik down at the bottom, just hitting level 6, spending a lot of his money in the bank, has put together an almighty 7 loss streak to go with the Razor Stakes. Has got the 5 heart still in place as well to make the most use out of raising.
Yeah, he has so many stacks already. Assuming he loses this fight as well, he will at least get to the 200 mark, maybe even 250. Depends on if he kills some units as well, I think. And after this turn, he will use all his gold to find a stable board and then win out from that point on.
Yeah, the issue with Heartsteel now and killing units is that the amount of Heartsteel hearts you get per killed unit has been nerfed from 2 to 1. Yes, of course, the multiplayer does work with that. So essentially, Rubik is going to be receiving less Heartsteel stacks. But... oh, hold on, we're playing on 14.3B. Okay, never mind. It is still the same amount. He just gets 4 hearts for every single unit killed.
Ooh.
And he's going to be getting that cash out.
All right.
Only at 271. He did pass the 250 mark.
I think, honestly, you could tell he was pretty happy with how that ended up going. He got many kills as he could have without becoming so close to winning the round that he would have lost an awful lot. Also, of course, with his lost streak, he will get first crack at the carousel. There is a spatula there. I don't know if Rubik actually wants it, though, because he's already spent quite a long time in Heartsteelville.
Yeah, for Rubik, it's not very interesting, especially with the Ezreal in the carousel that he's also looking for. He will be happy with this take. So I wouldn't be surprised for him to play towards Ezreal from his spot.
Okay, by judging the amount of HPs in this lobby and the board strength is, cook with me. What if Rubik decides to raise the stake one more time?
No, he cannot. He's way too low HP already.
Allowed.
He cannot.
That would have been massive.
I mean, the only way where I could see it is if he took Tiny Titans as his silver augment. But sadly, I don't think he got it. But yeah. Now he levels, he's still 60 gold, level 7, extremely rich, has good units in. Decided to go for the Vormox from the item anvil, so he's a bit more frontline now. Still looking for the blue buff and the Infinity Edge. Gets Jazz in, and his bot is pretty solid.
Mentioning the previous game now about the being able to find places to fit Jazz into the board. Certainly, we've got an enormously strong, rock solid frontline. Though the itemization isn't quite there for Ezreal yet, we're very close to having something pretty exciting working out long term. So Rubik's, I don't know if he's going to be able to break in his lost streak in this round, but he's in a good position. HP around 50, gold around 50, streak is very good as well. All he needs to do is put the final pieces together, and he's got a fantastic setup for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, he saved so much HP already. He's 51 on an 8 loss, which is amazing for him. Even if he lost this fight and the next fight, he will be fine because this is, again, more Heartsteel stacks for him. And he will find a stable board. With this much money, it's almost impossible to not hit like a stable board in stage 4. So he's still very happy about this spot, even though he still lost the last fight.
Ooh, we got another raise coming in from Judasaur. Only at 170 stacks right now before this fight, and if I'm not mistaken, he's very close to cashing out as well. So far, Rubik has been the most extremely rich person in this lobby. About almost halfway to level 8, with 53 gold coming in, a 10 loss streak if he's able to lose this one as well. So his board is gonna be getting way stronger after stage 4. He now goes against Rubik, and both of them have weak boards. If Rubik could grieve Judasaur's raising the stakes, now look at him. He's already scratching his head. He knows he went against a board that just got cashed out, and luckily Rubik's board is gonna be stronger, so Judasaur's loss streak is not going to be grieved.
Ooh, exactly 256.
Exactly.
Nice. And this is from such good HP as well. You mentioned, that Rubik has been able to preserve HP well. Jiu-Jitsu bringing, a second place in HP into a big 5-round loss streak and getting the cash out as well. I really love seeing our players, particularly the ones who are ahead, dive into Heartsteel and get the, get that extra bonus while they can.
Yeah, Reduso obviously has the benefit of Tiny Titans. He found that silver augment, which is very nice for him to save HP, because that's like the only thing that's very important while playing Heartsteel is to maintain high HP to get like the cash outs in the later stages, because you get obviously a lot more stacks in the late game.
Yeah, with teaming up as well, the resources he got from that augment was pretty nice. Rubik now is going to be going in with that roll down. And we also got told by our lovely spectators that Judasaur is going to be going for a Riven composition. Perhaps. He does have Tiny Titans, Heartsteel, 2 duplicators, and he does have a spatula out. So that could be potentially another 6-8-bit lobby that we see. Rubik already getting that Ezreal headliner. Spirion also getting that Katarina 3-star, sticking completely. But that is not the Katarina you want. You would have wanted the Crowd Diver initially. It's a country Katarina.
Yeah, there's some adjustments you can make where you can play Urgot 3 and play vertical country with this line. But since he has 0 Urgots, I would be surprised if he still goes for Urgot 3 from this spot. So he might just push level and still try to play like around the legendaries.
Well, Momo, since we've got the Katarina board on screen at the moment, can you talk to us a little bit about, based on what you've seen in the lobby so far, how does the Katarina match up to what the rest of the lobby is playing?
Katarina is one of the highest caps if you get to 6 crowd diver, especially if you have really good combat arguments, like the healing arguments like Vampirism and Harm Assist are very strong on her, because in the end she will get a lot of mana by getting hit by the opponents, since she's like a pseudo melee unit, and if she can heal against the damage from the opponents, she can do so much damage.
Well, you asked for it. It is going to be another set of golden augments. Jing going now for Remember Your Roots, the only one who's been able to pick. Betty going with a big grab bag. Enzo, nothing too special with the flexible and more defense for his front line. And Rubik does get the inspiring epitaph, which Tropical is also considering if he wants to take that one, because he does need a front line with that Seraphim board.
I'm just looking through at some of the other choices on the right-hand side as well. So yeah, some more damage being added onto this board. Again, remember, Tropical has managed to turn a very unfortunate start with the Escort Quest into a very solid mid-game. I have to assume that, yeah, he's going to spend more money, because the more he wins, the more money he will continue to get.
Exactly. Once you pick this argument, you always want to stay strong, and now we are on Redusor's spot. We are seeing him on 362 stacks already, looking to play 8-bit from the spot. So once he cashes out, he will fully pivot into the Riven comp. Has already 3-cost duplicators on his bench, already has an 8-bit spat. So his spot is extremely strong as well. We just saw last game what Brix could do with the 8-bit Riven comp.
Okay. Ladies and gents, that is a 470 stacks on that hard steel box coming in from Judasaur, about to cash out a massive amount for raising the stakes once and being able to get in that 5 hard steel. If he's also able to get that 8-bit cash out, that board is going to be quite scary, Peter.
Yeah, you can see he's so excited. He's shaking his camera up and down. So we've got the Tac Crown, we've got the Artifact as well. Death's Defiance is fantastic, because we're going to be relying heavily on those melee carries. Judusaur's in a pretty great spot, and exactly as you said, Memo, we're deep into 8-bit now with a chance to go off absolutely huge.
Yeah, beautiful transition, sells all his units that he doesn't need. Hits the 8-bit Riven, the correct variation of it as well. Very nice for him. He also has still 2 duplicates on bench, so he can hit very early on now and push level 9, play around the legendaries like we saw last game.
Okay, I have a feeling, Peter, that this lobby is going to be coming into stages where you don't see this happen anywhere except in EMEA. Again, another 6 8-bit, 50 gold still in the bank, 2 duplicators, 1 Riven on a bench, so that he's still only 3 Rivens away now. Wait, yeah, 3 Rivens away. I did calculate that correctly. Thank you. 2 of my math classes that I didn't skip when I was in primary school. Judasaur taking another L, but he's gonna have to spend some of that money for 2 reasons. 1, you need to get your board stronger to cash out the 8-bit if you're going into the late game, considering he's low on HP. And 2, everyone hit their boards already.
Yeah, we did get a chance to glance at the gold totals in the lobby. There are 3 players in particular who are standing out. Petic, Ging, and Enzo, who have all spent basically their entire bank balances. Everybody else in the lobby is around 40 or 50 gold, but those 3 in particular have been spending aggressively to try and turn their fortunes.
Yeah, we just saw with Ging how he got contested and pivoted into the Kale comp, even though he slapped the Spark in the early game, which is not considered as like a good item for that comp, since Kale already brings magic penetration by herself. So he has a bit of an awkward spot because he got contested, and we are seeing the Vigo 2 coming in. He's 2 off Riven 3. Fine solution.
I might be concerned about now his Riven items are not looking too good. Okay, he does have the Death's Defiance, which is essentially one of the best items that you could be looking for her. Does hit the Riven 3 just on time, but doesn't have good items for her yet. That bow could maybe translate into a Titan's Resolve, and then what? He does have Cybernetic Bulk, so that's a lot of tankiness for the Riven Memo, but where's the damage?
Yeah, he will stay alive, so he has an open bow. This item can be anything, Giant Slayer, Titans. Titans has actually a very nice synergy with the Death's Defiance, because Death's Defiance procs stack the Titans really quickly. So the synergy between those two items is very nice, and I wouldn't be concerned about his spot because he will be alive for a long time still, and will find his Riven items, I would assume.
I hope.
All right, well, let's check in with what's going on around the rest of the lobby. As we do see Enzo there starting to build back. One of those players I mentioned before who has spent aggressively to keep himself alive, joining Salvi, Experian, and Ging in the lower echelons. Salvi's got a loss streak building up, Experian and Enzo with the win streak, Ging as well with the win streak from the bottom of the table, but there's only so much streak gold to go around.
Yeah, we are seeing
Zisco boards.
We are seeing Salvi go from a full win streak into a lose streak, and that's a bit sad for him since he committed onto the disco line and probably didn't find his focus early on. Has his X pair though, so if he finds that, he will be stable for the next stage. Needs a little bit of luck now to find some of these upgrades, or he will just bleed out.
And that is
Ooh, hello.
item Jin already coming in from Fatigue, by the way, Peter.
Yeah, this board looks absolutely crazy. So we've got the Poppy front line, the Jin backline, as you said. Looks like Petic's been putting something together for a while, which isn't maybe fully online as of yet, maybe at level 8, but level 9, level 10, Petic's the player coming in who got the win out of the first round, so maybe he's fishing for a second win in a row.
Yeah, it's looking very good for him. Very surprisingly that he's performing this well. We all knew he's a strong player after he won GC1, but now going back-to-back top 4 or like even winning lobbies in this EMEA final is obviously very amazing for him.
Yeah, now going against another PvE round. Luckily this time, this lobby is looking way closer than game 1. In lobby number 1, we had Dark Hydra quite unlucky leaving the game at stage 4 and 3. This time we still have all of our A players extremely healthy at stage 5. Jing isn't really extremely healthy, but judging by the state of his board, he is going to be staying around for a while. Also, 1 Gnar away from the Gnar 3 as well.
King in a really rough situation now, has to find the Gnar 3, can't really cap high, so he's probably trying to save as many placements as possible.
Oh boy. I do want to highlight as well as we're coming into stage 5, there was looking at some of the performances from round 1, there are several players in this lobby who really need the good finishes here. In particular, Salvi and Tropical. Salvi came dead last in his first game, and Tropical came 7th. So if they don't get the good results here, once the snake seeding kicks in the next round, they'll be playing up against the best performing players in the tournament for at least the rest of today.
Yeah, looking at another fight here from Tropical's board. Finally able to hit that Seraphine 3. And a reroll coming in from the Kale. That dummy is going to be doing God's work, buying more and more time for the Seraphine to be able to cast, but not enough because that healing coming from the Vampirism and the Hand of Justice is going to be keeping the Gale alive for so long with the Rage Blade. Yep, we saw that happy, cheerful peace sign coming from Mix. That is scary roll winning. She's happy.
Yeah, and obviously the Kale vs Seraphine matchup is happening a lot, or will happen a lot this tournament. And Kale has like slightly the upper hand in that matchup because she will ramp up a lot of damage towards the end of the fight and will be able to clean up a lot of times against the Seraphine because there's not enough burst to one-shot the Kale. And with her healing and her attack speed, she will be able to ramp up and win most of these matchups.
Now we've got some of these matchups definitely running out to the long game. We do see Salvi here on the disco board on a 6-round loss streak. Again, remember, Salvi came dead last in his first game. If he goes dead last again here, his chances of making it through to the top 8 in day 3 go down dramatically, and he'll be snake-seeded into the hardest lobbies he can be going forwards. At least it seems like this time at the brink here, he'll be able to pull back and get some wins in, but no, I mean, look at what he's got on the board right now. Do you think we could see Salvi break into a top 4 this game?
It will all be. It will all come down if he finds his Zix2, maybe in the carousel, maybe in his shops. If he will be able to find that, I think he will be stable enough because he will have so much damage with this legendary unit upgraded.
Yeah, he's so far away from Twisted Fate though. Decides instead to go for the double Blitzcrank for the front line. Quite unlucky for Salvi for being the only player playing with a TF, but not able to get the disco board quite early. And you know why? That's because there are so many 2 costs out of the pool with Kale and Seraphine in and out of the pool that he's pulling from, but there are not so many 4 costs being played. So all of them are out in the pool for him to roll for.
Oh, I'm not feeling good against Petik's chances here. Got the first of the first game, but might be going out in 8th here to effectively reset his day. Gets absolutely demolished by Jadus's board. Down to 2 HP. I thought that was going to be harsher than it was. Petik will get another shot at surviving.
King almost also dies against the Katarina tree from Experion. I think everyone is just trying to avoid Redusor's board because the Riven is so powerful, especially with such a big cash out as well. Has found almost best slot items, found the Giant Slayer and the Titans. Like I said, he will find his items and then he will be unbeatable pretty much.
My apologies, it looks like I was a little bit baited by the delay on the kill there. Petik is out in 8th place, so he does reset his day. A first into an 8th. Admittedly, it's a lot better of a situation than it could be, but it also relieves the rest of the lobby of that possibility, particularly Salvage, as I said before, who needs this game to go well.
And now looking for another carousel round. People looking for more and more frontline, apparently. All thanks to their units being able to shred through their front line pretty quickly. Ging has also been able to get that Gnar 3. I'm not sure if he had it the last fight or not, because it seemed that his front line died out pretty quickly. And Gnar is not the best tank that you could use. Yes, he does transform, he does buy and get a lot of time as soon as he transforms, but King's board compared to everyone else in the lobby is not looking too good, Memo, is it?
Yeah, just too rough. Like I said, this was like we could foresee this after he got contested, especially after we saw his board in stage 4. It would be just too rough to get to like a high cap, especially with all of these Heartsteel cash outs that we just saw.
I can see on that right hand side one of those Heartsteel boards coming together, and the Lucian getting his damage directly on it to our poor friend Kale. Unfortunately, for King's board, his board is functionally made up of just around 3 units or so, but they are 3 or 4 strong units, and it actually looks like they will be making a survive for Rubik, though, on the left-hand side. I believe that was him getting eliminated. We've got several players on very similar amounts of HP, so we're into a zone where we'll be cutting down our number of players quite quickly.
Yeah, going into stage 6, I think we're already down to 6 players, and that is not a coincidence. This lobby is extremely stacked, Memo. And judging by all of these boards, who do you think is going to take it? So far, I don't think that there's any board that is inflated, no?
No, Redusor's board is so much stronger than the rest of the lobby by far. I would say he already won the lobby quite some time ago. I think everyone is just trying to avoid him, try to play for a top 2, just all in with their gold, and try to just get as many placements as possible. But maybe we see someone cook up some 4-cost 3-star like last game.
I mean, that's what you're fishing for, isn't it, when it's this close? Some kind of miracle, and you need those miracles to come through absolutely huge. The Riven 3 will do Riven 3 things. She's unstoppable. See Rubik just saying, you know what, sometimes you go against the board that's just too tough to beat. He will be dropping out, but he may not be the only one.
But no! The Ziggs final cast, spreading all of these mini bombs, is gonna be taking Ging out as well. And Spirion is luckily still alive. He did get 1 win now against Enzo's board, who is still on enough HP to maybe tank in 1 more loss. That Katarina, imagine if she was a crowd diver now. He would have been able to get 6 crowd divers pretty early in the game if he could get a Kiana here.
Yeah, Experion played this out pretty clean. Didn't get baited by the country line because he didn't have many country units as well. Salvi also pretty happy probably with his spot, getting a top 4 without hitting Twisted Fate 2 or like the Ziggs 2. Has probably some nice matchmaking and was able to top 4 with a pretty okay-ish disco board.
Yeah, now
so just to catch up on everyone who's finished out so far. So we mentioned Petik went from 1st into 8th. Tropical has definitely had a hard time as a Greek representative here, 7th into 7th. Rubik 6th into 6th, and Ging 3rd into 5th. So Ging, from our players who've been eliminated so far, probably the one who's feeling the happiest between the 3. Salvi again really needs this win to bring himself back into the competition and get into these future lobbies.
It's very unlucky for Salvi though. All these rolls and still with a single TF. The only one playing this board and still not able to get these TFs units on his board. Now he also goes against Superion, which should be such a good matchup for him, if I'm not mistaken, Memo. Because he has 2 Twisted Fates on the... Never mind! 2 Blitzcranks I was about to say. But Superion's board seems to completely ignore his front line and diverse to completely knock out that Ziggs, knock out the TF. He has no damage coming in now. And Salvi's board is going to be taking a massive 8 units or 7 unit loss. Does he even make it to the next round? No, he doesn't already.
Yeah, very unlucky for Salvi, finding no backline upgrades. If he survived this turn, I wouldn't have been surprised if he sold parts of his board to roll for the Blitzkrieg 3.
Oh boy. So yeah, down to the top 3. Experian, I believe, came in 5th in his first game. Gigisaur came in 4th. So they both got decent positions to go from. I love that we have seen the Katarina board get through and do this well under less than ideal circumstances. We've got, as you mentioned before, the Z itemized, and with the double Edge of Night here, positioning is absolutely everything as the ribbon goes face to face with the Z and the Katarina in this round.
Yeah, not gonna be able to burst her down in time at all thanks to the Titans Resolve and Death Dance combination that we were told earlier by Memo. Gets obliterated immediately, not even able to kill a single unit. Cybernetic Bulk with Jazz and with Death Defiance made Riven's HP look like it almost didn't move. And you know what's sad? Experience board was doing really well despite the fact that it was a Ghost going against Enzo. Enzo's now already celebrating. He knows in a lobby where Judasaur's board exists, him getting second is already a win.
Yeah, Enzo really happy with fighting the Ghost in that fight. He got the Ghost of Experion and obviously was able to win barely, and was so happy, like he already won the game because he knows a second place is all he can get from this game.
Oh boy, though. I mean, again, we are only in day 1 of a 3-day competition. We'll cut to our top 8 after day 2 with no points reset. But you can see from our player cameras how important every single game is here, particularly these opening games, as we explained before. Let's see if Enzo can pull off any kind of miracle here. It seems unlikely.
Yeah, extremely unlikely with the board situation going right now. He already partied, and we called it so many times not to be repeating ourselves. In a lobby where this Raven board has been obliterating since stage 4, and when he already had that board already reaching its maximum point by so long, Enzo is happy by taking that final L as Judasaur takes a massive win. And is already second in the last lobby, so he's doing really well so far for another win.
Oh, wow. Well, Jenna friends, that brings us to the all-important time when the snake seeding will kick in, and our players who've been doing well will effectively be placed up against the players who've been doing medium and below. So the journeys of our players beyond this point could be very, very different from each other. We really need to know exactly how that has all played out. So we'll be headed to break. When we return, our analyst desk will be back, and they will have all the information about what the rest of today is going to be looking like for our players. Stay tuned, and we'll be back momentarily.
I'm AlanzQ. The name Origins is just my second name. In the past, I had to just change my name because it was kind of weird, and I changed it into Alan, which is my second name normally. I'm a competitive player since I'm 13. Started from MOBA games, moved to the black card games, Auto Battlers, after I wasn't that good at the MOBA games at the time anymore. And yeah, moved between TFT and lore generally after some time, after the Auto Battlers era started. And yeah, now I landed back to the TFT and I'm playing since set 9.0. Oh, I love them. I was at Vegas, I'm going for Cactus. Like, I absolutely love the opportunity to meet the players, like connect the faces with the nicks from the ladder and hang out with them and play against them live. Again, it's a great opportunity to also grow the game, and like you can see the audience is really enjoying those live events and watching them. So I think it's a great thing to do, those LANs. Oh, I'm always confident. Doesn't mean that you have to just make sure you are not overconfident because it hurts on the competition. But I think I'm in the right mindset after this many years of like. It takes years to get to this mindset where you are. I think where you are not too cocky and you know your place and you're just going in with being self-aware if you are prepared or not. Yeah, I like to shout out my community, Team Liquid, which I'm part of, and everybody that will be playing and partaking in GSC, and whole the crew that will be organizing and covering the event.
You know, we're now 2 for 2 with 8-bit kind of ending in the upper echelon of a lobby. That Riven seems to be everywhere. Personally speaking, I'm not too mad about it just yet. I was a little bit confused about how many players were going for Heartsteel in this lobby in particular. We're going to go there in just a second. But of course, let's talk about, first of all, that French dominance in this lobby here. Love seeing the Katarina from Experian. But the Jeducer board we have to talk about in length, Rita.
We definitely do, right? Because again, it was another player that made use of the Heartsteel, had that Titans combination, found a Kazanse Heartsteel chosen on like 1-3 or 1. It's going to pop up right now. It's going to be such a defining moment for how Yoso decided to approach this game here, right? Snap picks and then already knows he's playing a Heartsteel line, then made the decision further down the road to play for Riven, and then he gets to the Death's Defiance from his cash out. One of the biggest things we've done, because his items were not great for it, but the Death's Defiance just ensured he was stable, ensured he had the best item for Riven in the game.
Talking about Heartsteel, Enzo was kind of the Heartsteel winner. He had 3 scaling combat augments. He's, of course, a very seasoned player when it comes to capping out and creating the strongest board possible to finish second in a game like this. On the flip side, players who were not able to create stable boards at all, Patik, despite having a high-tempo start, healthy start, Stage 5 just started plummeting, had an Ezreal 1 with a Shojin at the end, was holding items on a Jhin 1 for a while, just could not make a stable board. When you have 3 or 4 players going for the same line, that 80 flex line, it just becomes that much harder to hit. Enzo hitting the Ezreal early really helped him stabilize, but Rubik and Patik both falling in the HP totals. And overall, lobby complexion much closer than game 1. We saw everyone still alive in that stage 5, and somehow Salvi, with on paper a very, very weak disco board, managed to get a top 4, having still a TF1 and a Ziggs 1 on his board.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much craziness happening. I also really love the Gnar Kayle, personally. I feel like that's a comp that we might even see a little bit more of because of the dual carry momentum in it. You can even then play the Viego if you actually get it together. In this lobby, unfortunately, the Viegos were all on Jeducer's board, so it really didn't come around there.
Also, another unfortunate thing for Ging in this game was actually the fact he was playing very low econ for the majority of this game. Every single time that economy overlay was up on the screens, you saw Ging 25, 31. Like, I don't even think I saw him above 50 gold for an entire, like, once during this game, maybe doing like 1 neutral run or something like that. This kind of speaks testament to one of those games where your game doesn't necessarily fall in line the way you want it, so you kind of have to, instead of avoiding plummeting down to that 8th spot, stabilize yourself and find your way into at least the top 6, which is what he did this game.
Well, speaking of plummeting and trying to save yourself, we're going to check out the standings and see where our players are landing after that second game. A little bit of a rough start there at the bottom for Havali and Gobuster both. Happy, personally, to see Dark Hydra and Salvi aiming at turning it around, but of course there is going to be a reseed after this game, so players are going to face new faces in their lobby, and we'll see how they do. Franz coming out on top after game number 2.
And a great mix here. Yedizor, kind of the breakout French player of the set, alongside Double, the, I think, most storied French player in EMEA history, maybe EMEA player total. So a nice mix there in that first and second. And he who will not be named, 3rd place in the standings, popping off for Spain as well.
What do you mean, he who will not be named?
I can't curse the mix. I can't
His
do it.
name is literally Voldemort in French. You can't say that.
David, I have like a one thing for you here, right? So, for once in your life, it seems like Spain is not being spelled with 2 S's or with no S's, right? It's just regular here. They're not missing and they're not in pain. Spain are currently doing well so far.
If you do another one of these jokes, I'm going to be in Spain, but without the P. We're going to go to a break, and then we'll be right back with game number 3. And we're back for game number 2. My name is still Mix. I'm still here with Impatches Panda, but we are joined by yet another very special guest. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Kevin Parker, a man that shouldn't need any introduction. But of course, if you don't know him, very, very insanely skilled DACH player, nearly won the Vegas Open. Kevin, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. I'm really happy to be here, even though I'm not competing this time. I'm happy to be on the other end for once and cast these games. And the first 2 games were a lot of fun to watch already, so definitely looking forward to the next 2.
So Kevin, your spirit animal, Yone 3 specifically, is not so much in the meta right now. Are you a little bit sad that's the case?
No, not really. I think we've seen enough of Yone for now. Yeah.
Nothing will top your moment in Vegas, I think. But we're here with the lobby for game number 3. Some players that I definitely like, Safo, Dalesom, both Spanish players are competing here, but also some big names like Game returning for this game 3. Travis, we haven't seen yet. Ultra Liga champion makes yesterday. He's on a very good momentum coming into this day 1.
I was watching, yeah. I was practicing my Polska, but it's very bad.
How'd that go?
We're gonna see where it goes. Scape is trying to one-man this lobby. Is he going to succeed? The answer is no. We'll start with 3-cost champion for everyone. Lovely map intro here on the side of Safo. Well, David, we chose this lobby specifically for you. You were yapping even, about the Spanish players all day, all night, Safo and Dalesom. Now you get to cast them both. How do you think they compare in this lobby?
They prep together, so I think they have very similar game plans. They're both very comfortable on Hearthstone overall. Safo, of course, right now is on a first and a second, first 2 games. So really good confidence, really good momentum going forward. Dalesom, his last game was a 7th on Hearthstone, which happens, just didn't hit the Ezreal 2. So I think he has a chance still to come back into this. But Kevin, first thing that you see with this portal, what goes into through your mind in terms of what your game plan is for this stage 2?
Well, what I actually wanted to say is Scapea's going on a different portal as the only guy is the classic Scapea's move. Like if 7 people are on one portal, he's just going to take a different one just because.
I mean, it makes sense, right? If you think you're more comfortable on a weird portal than everybody else, then trying to one-man the lobby, I think, is the correct play. Only issue is that we have seen in the past that sometimes the person that one-mans the lobby ends up going 8th in form of very recent karma returns. But yeah, not going to happen here. It'll be the 3-cost champions. We're hopping on board with Dalesom here. You were mentioning it, Panda. Yone, not so much an option, but we have seen some Yasuo reroll come out.
Also very strong in the Chinese regionals as well. I think if you have a lot of the natural copies, which Dalesom had 5 copies offered there, but also had 2 Urgots on the bench, so kind of stuck between 2 different paths. Both could be equally strong for this stage 2.
We're seeing some Urgots on the right side here. Urgot is probably the strongest tier 3 unit that you want to have in stage 2. So the players that got that from the region are definitely going to be happy. We're seeing some silver augments. Enzo goes for 1, 2, 3, which is a nice economy boost early game. It's an augment that is taken quite a lot when seen, I feel like.
Travis on the Annie here. Has 1 more copy on the bench as well. Definitely not a comp to scoff at either. I feel like we're seeing a lot of 1-cost, 2-cost rerolls. Potentially just all of the rerolls, more or less. But yeah, any other augments that speak out to you here?
A lot of stationary support, lots of augments that scale into stage 3 especially. So overall going to be pretty low tempo in this stage 2. Not many huge losses, it looks like. Not many people pushing level 4 right away. For Travis, could be playing for any reroll. I think it's going to depend on how many natural copies he sees in this stage 2. He can always just decide to play into so many of the 2-cost superfan rerolls instead with his Snatcher's Tooth, like the Senna, like the Seraphine.
There are actually 5 scaling augments in this lobby, which is quite rare. There's 3 people with stationary support 1 and 2 people with help is on the way. So after those 8 rounds, those people are going to spike pretty hard, and that's what the lobby has to think about.
So how would you approach a lobby like this one, Kevin?
I mean, if you're playing a strong early game, you should probably try to play a strong early game until those 8 fights are over, because the people that took one of those augments are not going to be very strong before, and then after they hit after they get their augment value, you should maybe not try to aim for streak that much anymore, because the players get a massive spike, and maybe even just give up your streak, because having a dummy with a support item is quite strong.
We'll say for Dalesom, he has committed a little bit into this Yasuo reroll, has a sword, which is one of the biggest things you want to have as an indicator to play for this comp. The natural Yasuo copies, yes, but also have as many BF swords as possible so that Yasuo in stage 3 can scale heavily. He has the Edgelord variant. Kevin, we've heard rumors and we've heard discussions around which is better during GSC 1. I know all the Polish players were convinced that having the 3 Edgelord and the bigger spike in stage 3 was more relevant. Do you agree with this? Or do you think true damage overall is a better variant?
Personally, I do think true damage is the better variant, because getting to that 6 true damage is just such a massive spike. I have actually never played 7 Edgelord, so I'm not sure if that's the plan with Edgelord headliner. But I think the most important part when playing Yasuo is just to hit it effortlessly, just like any other one-cost reroll comp. If you hit it on 3-1 and you still have decent economy, then I don't think it's nearly as relevant what your headliner is.
Yeah, and speaking of, it could even still just be a tempo option for now. Like you said, it depends on whether or not the other 3 copies roll around. For now, definitely not the worst position to be in, as we are looking across these boards right before that first carousel. We are seeing Sappho trying to come out on top, trying to keep that win streak alive. And on the other end of the board, it is Scapeus that will keep his loss streak alive as well. Ging and I'm So Fresh going up against each other. I'm So Fresh already with 2 boards and an Urgot. Pretty strong board, I'd say.
And Ging, leaning into that super fan package we talked about, has what looks like the makings of that crowd diver vertical with Katarina as the main carry, but has a kill on the bench as well. And this is the magic of this 2-cost super fan game plan. All of these units share very similar items. They're all AP units, and they all share the similar super fan package as well. So it's very easy to kind of scout in stage 3, look at what comps and lines people are committing to, and then try and go for the one that's uncontested and you're able to hit more easily. And we're seeing now the spatula pick up from Scapeus as well, so we'll see what he can do with this here.
Yeah, I was unfortunately muted, but I was really excited about the spatula because we see so many crazy boards from Scapeus where he does make use of weird emblems and weird spatulas. But yeah, where do you think we're going?
I mean, right now it's looking like Senna probably. He already has that Nashor's. He already has 2 Sennas. Nashor's is probably the best item on Senna after Rabadon's, because you get Shojin from the super fan, so you don't need a mana item anymore. And getting a true damage emblem in this comp is really, really high value, because as I said earlier about Yasuo, getting that 6 true damage spike is quite valuable, and maybe you can even get to 9 true damage since you already have an emblem this early. Maybe you can get another one.
I want to say as well for Dalesom, because this lobby is so weak in stage 2, there are so many scaling augments. He's really benefiting from this. In stage 2, Yasuo is not normally getting that many stacks because he usually is not fully itemized yet. So usually he's facing strong boards, he's dying fairly early into the fight, but not so much the case here. Dalesom is fairly healthy, winning a lot of fights here, and Yasuo is getting these stacks as well. And we see Enzo trying to do his best to min-max and make sure his opponents are not hitting.
Yeah, it's rare you see these Heartsteals winning out just because of how much we've seen Heartsteel in the past. I would say tournaments in the plural. So now taking a little bit of a step back, but it is going to be that true damage emblem on Scapeus' board that we are already seeing, and could be that Senna reroll, although in the very first game we saw it from Volta, it didn't seem to do too hot.
This is kind of interesting. Enzo, I think, or it's looking like Enzo is going to give up making 30 gold just to hold the Annie and the Yasuo to grieve the reroll players from hitting, which is quite an interesting choice because making 30 here means you could make 40 next round, which is a huge economy boost, but he also gets the Heartsteel cash next round, so he's probably comfortable with just holding these units and giving up a little bit of econ for it.
And this goes to show the kind of small optimizations that we see in tournaments that you don't see in ladder play. In ladder play, usually you're not putting that much effort into trying to make sure your opponents are a little bit less likely to hit their units and hit their own game plan and have that going for them. So Enzo really showcasing he takes this game 3 as seriously as possible, making sure that he's making life pretty miserable for someone like Dalesom, who is still only on 6 Yasuos.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Dalesom, you're looking at Enzo's board, and it takes everything in you not to bite your table, I feel like. It's just so frustrating when you're hoping for these copies to come around naturally. You don't want to invest that economy into rolling down for a 1 cost, so you're really banking on it, and then other players are just denying your plan. You'll have to rethink, do you actually want to keep on pursuing this Yasuo? Because the longer you're unable to hit it, the weaker it's going to be in the long run. These reroll comps really capitalize on the early strength, on the early win streaks, and he is in a good position, so right now decides to roll down a little bit, tries to find maybe that Yasuo, but it's
not hitting any.
It is not looking good. Enzo,
God.
why did you do this to him?
Oh no, this is looking very bad for him. He was going into this round with 6 Yasuos, and he's still on 6 Yasuos. He rolled like almost 30 gold, at least 20 gold, and
the BM
really
on the other side.
And this is the problem with 1-cost rerolls. They remove so much agency from a player, and they put it a lot into the RNG, just the variance of hitting or not. If you hit it naturally, you have very high tempo. You can level to 6 in stage 3 and continue upgrading your board, eventually make it to 8 on par with most of the other players in stage 4. In this case, though, 3 copies away. It doesn't even matter if he gets stacks here or not. You're just so far away economically from hitting this, and then you're going to be so late to making it to level 8. So really tough spot for Dalesom.
Silver Augments coming through here for the players. That also means we're going to have Gold or Prismatic coming up later. We'll see where players opt to go. Vampirism could be an
Vampirism
option if
is
you are.
definitely one of the best augments for this comp, so I'm not surprised by him taking that.
Question is, do you stay on the Yasuo, or are you looking for a different out? I mean, the good thing about the Yasuo is your items are kind of easy to translate to something like a Viego later on, but Travis, similar position, doesn't find the Annie.
At the very least, Travis,
he's still at 50 gold.
Exactly, yeah. He's still 50 gold. He hasn't rolled 30 gold, in the place of Dalesom, for example. So maybe correctly waiting for Dalesom to roll first, take out more of those 1-cost from the pool, or maybe waiting for Enzo to stop ratting so much and sell some of the Annies he was holding on to later.
Yeah, going up against Scipeus, who already found a Caitlyn with the True Damage emblem, which was kind of the star of Vegas, I guess you could say. It's not that good anymore as it used to be because the True Damage emblem got nerfed, but it still has some power to it for sure. And he almost wins the round. He's down to 2 gold though, and I don't think he has a headliner yet. So not the most favorable spot for Scipeus, but if he does hit the Senna in the next couple of rounds, he can still come back for sure.
A Viego and an Ezreal have been hit early for Ging. Unfortunately, his path is very different. Can't really make best use of these 4-costs just yet. This could go into Pentakill maybe later on, but with 3 Champions Duplicators on the bench, he has to be playing around a 3-cost reroll here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's just going to stay on this Lulu.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, are you going to stay there? With Prismatics as an option for the 3rd augment, you could potentially find that hologram, the holy grail of the Lulu comp, which obviously would be very good, but we'll see whether or not that happens on the other side. Once again, Enzo, kind of the boogeyman of this lobby after Travis and Dalesom being denied so harshly on their reroll comps. Doing pretty well here, kind of middle of the pack towards the top, on the back of this very big Cassante, but is going to take a loss.
We see no more Yasuos on Enzo's board. He knows his job has been done already once he saw that Dalesom rolled down 30 gold and missed. And now just trying to recover his econ, play for that hard steal. We saw him already in this tournament playing for hard steal. He knows how to cap out. He was second in that last game, trying to do the same in this one.
Yeah, Heartsteel is definitely something you want to play every time you get the spot for it because, as we know, it tends to go first pretty often. But it does have some risk to it. It can also go bottom 2 if you miss completely on your level 8 roll down, which is like which is what it all comes down to in this comp.
Checking in with Tropical here. Currently middle of the pack is running an Edgelord Kale. Kale is one of my favorite comps, to be honest with you, and we were just talking about this one with the Kale. There's a lot of options that you can go into, like the Gnar as well, but also something like a Viego or even the Karthus if your items are better for that one. But it is time. Players are getting those upgrades. We are seeing the support dummies come through, and that could change up the lobby pacing quite a lot.
Oh, Dalesom got a Banshee's Veil, which is probably the best thing you could want when playing Yasuo, but he's still on the 6 Yasuo, so he's gonna have to roll down again after Wolves and pray that he hits, and even then it's probably going to be difficult to get a top 4, because with Yasuo you need to get those stacks early so that he, you know, scales higher and higher and actually becomes a powerful carry, and missing out on stage 3 is quite damaging for the comp.
And the sad thing is, if he had maybe been more patient with his gold, if he had decided to roll a little bit later, which is, of course, in hindsight, maybe was the correct play, but you can't really decide that early on. He could have had the option to pivot into Riven, for example. We've seen it doing so well already today in the first 2 games, and Banshee's Veil really elevates that to the next level, with Riven having essentially 4 items. He also is being held by Travis as well. Oh no!
Oh no!
What has the Dalesom done to all these players that they're ratting him out so much? Am I missing something?
I mean, at this point, like you said, you really have to think about what's your out here. Are you just playing for the long con? Are we looking for something like a Viego or maybe even a Akali? Just anything to make it work? Problem with the Akali is there's already 2 players that are kind of looking at the true damage, one fully locked on with Scapeus, so you might be in for the very next hand holding Dalesom definitely in a rough spot here with all of these players just kind of sneaking his units out of the pool.
What's your thought, Kevin, on the itemization on the Yasuo? We do have a healing augment while also having Hodge and BT onto the Yasuo. Do you think that's correct? Is it too much healing in this case?
I actually don't think there is such a thing as too much healing on Yasuo, because he does need to tank quite a lot of damage in that comp, because an Echo 2 is not going to tank forever. Cannon 2 doesn't tank infinite. You know, he kind of does need all that healing, really. But I'm not the biggest fan of IE on Yasuo, because true damage cannot crit, and you oftentimes need to get through frontline. So Giant Slayer is what I personally would say is the best item on Yasuo reroll, but with the Hodge, Infinity Edge is still decent.
Travis, with the Cannon 3 tech, is this, did I miss something in this meta? Maybe just holding to try and hold as many 1-costs as possible to try and maximize the chances of hitting the Annie 3, and we just saw it there. Yasuo is now sold. Cannons potentially could just be a little upgrade onto the Annie board as well, having the Cannon 3.
Where are the Yasuos for Dalesom? This is getting really frustrating to watch. He's still on 6. He's about to approach 20 gold again. He hasn't seen a single one since stage 2 something.
And you can see it. You can see how much this toys with your mental in the cam of Dalesom. I'm really worried for him, for all that it's worth. I think now that players like Scapeus are finding the Senna 3, which is arguably a more expensive unit, but also the Annie 3 being found. We're seeing the Kale 3 come through for Tropical. This means the rest of the lobby has found what you've been looking for so long. So even if by some miracle you now find the Yasuo 3, it might be too little too late, honestly.
Not just that, but the Senecom is also kind of a counter to these melee reroll comps, especially Riven and the Yasuo as well. With the Echo stun coming in and then potentially holding these units in place, the Senna just blows up units like Yasuo and the Riven as well. So we'll see how that matchup will look like for Dalesom in the future. But as you mentioned, makes really tough spot. I don't think any augment saves him.
Gonna be golden augments too, not the prismatics that potentially could have offered just something to turn this one around. It'll be gold instead, and Scapeus finding blinged out.
This is just a frustrating roll below 10. We see the frustration on his face. This is why a lot of very, very good players avoid 1-cost rerolls altogether, no matter the spot in stage 2, because things like these can happen in TFT where you just completely low roll and your game is absolutely over. There is really nothing you can do as a player to input any decision making to actually save the game.
Gonna be seeing what everybody else is picking up from these augments on Ging. We are seeing the Spell Weavers elected was on the Lulu reroll last time we did check in. Could be a very good augment coming through there, as well as we see a Nico 3 pop up as well. That could be a very scary board, even without the hologram that I was maybe, jinxing a little bit earlier on.
Great items on the Zed here for Sappho, but still no Ezreal is holding a Kai'Sa right now, the item holder with that red buff and that blue buff, the double buff coming through. Hopefully can roll a few more times in this next shop and find at least one Ezreal to hold these items. He could be in a great spot. He has a Poppy headliner, very good unit for this comp, alongside a Z2 he hit naturally without the headliner even.
Oh, Dalesom is 0 gold.
I can't do this.
And
I can't watch.
missed.
Is it my fault? Am I really this much of a curse?
Is it my fault, Sag?
I mean, the big thing is, right, it's just one game out of 12. Points do not reset between today and tomorrow. It's just going to be one game in the overall. What's important is to reset your mental. It's very easy to have this happen to you and be like, okay, I'm never clicking on a one cost again.
This is the matchup. You also just exploded by the Senna with the Echo Stun as well. Sorry to get in your way there, but just so sad for Dalesom here. It's something that even when he is Yasuo 3, even with the extra healing, if the positioning happens where Echo stuns the Yasuo, he's just in so much trouble.
It's just one of those games, right? It can happen.
Hitting blinged out for Scapeas is probably something that elevates his placement by quite a bit here. It's definitely the best augment you can get in the comp.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the highest stat augment in the meta, at least was a few days ago, might have changed a tiny bit over the course of these last few days, but just very, very strong, especially at 4-2.
Carousel coming through allows us to take a gander at all of the different comps we have in play right now. Interested on where we're going for Enzo is currently running a little bit of everything with still having the hard steel in there. That could be one that we'll need to pay a little bit closer attention to as we are moving through Lobbies here.
Looking at Enzo, he is on 5 hard steel, so is continuing to get some big cash outs in the stage 4 despite the nerf recently on this patch. Rabadon's
He made
Caitlyn.
a Rabadon's.
Kevin, please break this down for me because my brain does not compute. He hit!
Yasuo!
Yay, 4-5. That's natural. That's the good pace, right?
I actually don't remember what exactly AP does on Caitlyn, but it definitely, she has a pretty good AP ratio, and it actually gives her a decent amount of damage. I've seen AP items on Caitlyn do decently well, or I've heard people talk about it at least. It's not the worst, and he can't really use the routes for anything. So and he has the Caitlyn 2 right now, which he wants to capitalize on as much as possible. So I can definitely see that.
And Sappho similarly has not hit the Ezreal yet either. He's still on Kai'Sa 2 as his item holder. And we're almost into stage 5. So both Spanish players really low rolling. But Sappho is of course still streaking despite that Kai'Sa 2.
Rabadon's also gives 12% extra damage, obviously, which is
Rabadon
quite reasonable. Exactly, Rabadon dip.
That's the first time and maybe the last time I will ever say that sentence.
I think he's messing up his best friends a little bit, or maybe it's just because the Illaoi tentacles just respawned. He's probably going to fix that next round.
Yeah, I think so too. Sometimes happens that they just end up in weird places for anybody that's confused by that, but we just saw Dalesom lose against Sappho. I personally don't think that trajectory is going to change. Very, very unfortunate game. I feel like at least hitting him in the end should help in regaining that mental eventually, but other players holding on to your units, rolling down, not finding anything. Observers told us a couple of rounds ago we were on 122 gold and he didn't find the Yasuo 3. I'm sure more gold has been spent since then. Very, very unlucky game for Dalesom here in game number 3.
That's even
but just
more
one
depressing.
A many. Just one a many.
Knowing the exact amount of gold that he rolled and still missed makes it even more depressing.
Silver lining. In the top of show interview, Dalesom said in all his time competing, the one learning he's had and he's made is that he will not tilt for an 8th place. I'm not sure if that equates a game like this one, but I hope it does because, as you mentioned, Makes, we still have a ton of games left where Dalesom can, of course, come back in the standings.
Absolutely. For now, it is going to be Raptors. We do have a Caitlyn as an option for the headliner for I'm So Fresh here. Checking in with him, currently second in the overall, has rolled just a little bit, but mostly has been spending that gold towards leveling, towards going big, and will continue to do so.
Players, I think, desperate to find these Ezreals before they're completely out of the pool. We saw Enzo had an Ezreal headliner with 3 copies out. I'm So Fresh had 2 there. Safo rather was not able to hit a single one. I'm not sure if he's still stuck having no Ezreals. Travis getting 2 Ezreals in the shop, doesn't even want them here. So we'll see if all these Hearthstone players manage to hit and stabilize their boards or not.
You were mentioning
is lacking a bit of tank items. It depends on what he can get from this anvil. If he does get a tier from this, then he has at least 2 item Zed and 2 item Ezreal, because he can make the Sterax on Zed. But usually you want to have 3 item carries at this point, right? So it's definitely not the place he wants to be in.
Gonna see him go up against the Kale on the other side. Fully itemized this one. Also has red buff blistering on the side of the augments, and that is going to be enough. Kale takes this one, farms the Ezreal, still an Ezreal 1. I'm So Fresh enough HP to still find something, make something happen here. But Ging starting to go pretty low here in the overall standings, 24 HP.
And for I'm So Fresh, they're small loss there, barely by 3 units. Maybe the difference maker was not trying to slam those items a little bit earlier, kind of stuck with a mental APM of deciding what the best component, what the best slams would be, as you mentioned, Kevin. For Tropical, though, he played Seraphine reroll last game, 7th place, not a good showing with a 2-cost reroll. Very different this game now, has a 5 pentakill online, remember your roots as well, and that kill 3 that he hit fairly early on.
Yeah, Kale reroll, probably one of the more consistent reroll comps on this patch, and we see it in this game. We've also seen it in the last couple of games, even though Ging had a little bit of an unfortunate game with it. But the thing with this comp is it just stabilizes really hard with Kale too. But he does lose to the Senna here. It tends to fall off later a little bit if you don't have the Mordekaiser 3, because you really need a lot of frontline to support the Kale.
Looking at Ging's board, we did just see the Lulu. If I saw correctly, it's not a Lulu 3 just yet. So 5-2, not having found that Lulu 3 definitely hurts a little bit. Ooh, we're only on 5 copies, 6 copies thus far. A lot of being able to stay alive thus far, I feel like, has to be the Nico 3 that he thankfully hit, that he thankfully picked up. But very far away from the full potential of that Lulu reroll, and that's with Race to Tempo.
And a reminder, Ging was holding on to 3 champion duplicators in stage 3,
Yeah.
so he had the option to go for Lulu 3. I think he was too far away, correctly assessed that, hey, I have to get power earlier than that, and went for the Nico 3 instead to try and just play for more tempo, more than just a higher cap. Not quite paying off right now. Interesting, I think, divide in this current lobby right now. 4 reroll players still left alive, and 3 players that are playing around kind of fast state, 4-cost flex. All those 4-cost flex players are Heartsteel players, though, so not much variety there.
Honestly, the best strat / win con for Ging probably would have been to find the Lulu 3 without having to use all of the 3 duplicators, and then actually duplicate after he has 3-starred to get another Lulu, because he does have that hyper pop headliner. So that would have been a very strong way to cap out this board. But this Nico 3, sure, it might have saved him some HP last stage, but now it's starting to fall off because his carry is only 2-star.
Yeah, for sure. We're checking in with our players during this carousel. Few options still left open for Travis and Scapea's Tropical going last. And at the bottom, you are seeing the comps that everybody is on right now. Tropical leading, in fact, with that Kale reroll.
I want to give a round of applause to Safa, who is somehow still 4th in the HP totals with Kaisa 2, still item holding for the Ezreal that he has not found yet, apparently, when it comes to his Heartsteel board.
Yeah,
very sad
still
stuff.
Running that Kaisa too.
Jhin surely has to be better than a Kaisa.
Yeah, definitely. Jhin 1 after he got buffed is actually quite a reasonable unit. Jhin was trash talked quite a lot before that, but I feel like now he's in the best spot he's ever been.
He's finally a unit on 1-star, is what you're saying? I get it.
Yes.
Jhin has a history of being doubted by people. If I call back to former championship a couple sets ago, but Sappho going up against Travis here, and you are seeing that Annie in the background was eventually hit earlier
Zed is on it though. It does kill the Annie, and that is probably going to win the fight.
Big win for Sappho, just buying that a little bit of extra time. Do you agree, Kevin, that if he hits an Ezreal, it would still be better than the Jhin here at 1-star?
No, not at 1-star, definitely not. At 2-star, definitely Ezreal would be better. But since he is level 9 and he has 0 Ezreals and he already has a Jhin, he's probably going to just try to cap over the Jhin too.
And just skip the Ezreal altogether.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty contested unit anyways, so if you have 0 at this point, you're probably just going to settle for the Jhin instead.
Enzo, close to elimination here. 2 losses down. Can he stop the bleeding? Can he save himself to the dragon round? Sappho comes around on the other side. Ezreal needs to use his challenger AI to snipe down the backline. The Jhin is untouched. Back left corner for Sappho.
Survives.
Now has taken a hit, but does survive the Ezreal ult, and that might just be all she wrote. Very close loss for Enzo.
So frustrated in that 6th place, and I mean, for good reason, right? The Jhin just barely survived, dished out so much more damage throughout the middle and end of that fight because he was able to survive the Ezreal cast in the end. And Travis, with this Annie, alongside Scapeus and Tropical, survive with their reroll game plans. Annie 3 for Travis, Scapeus on the Senna 3, and Kale 3 for Tropical, alongside 2 Heartsteel players.
Yeah, but the Ziggs was about to kill the Bard there as well, so even if only the dummy had survived, Enzo wouldn't have died. So that's quite a tragic loss for Enzo. I'm hoping he's not going to be too tilted from that and keep his mental for the next games.
Yeah,
me gold too. Here for Travis.
Yeah, checking in with Travis, we were kind of talking about the Cannon 3 earlier on, you know, when you are looking for something like the 1-cost reroll. He was just buying it out of the pool. It sits there with a crit glove to enable that blinked out extra on the Cannon. I personally dig it, you know, I just kind of have to respect it, having that Cannon 3 in there.
What do you roll here, Kevin? 50 gold, level, or 10 HP rather, on 1 life?
I mean, there's almost nothing to roll for.
Just the Nico 2, yeah.
The only thing he could hit is the Nico 2, which is probably pretty contested as well, considering many people like playing Superfan on their board in this meta. And I mean, I don't think the Nico 2 wouldn't even make a big difference in most matchups, so he's probably gonna try to go 9 and maybe like fit an Ilaoi in, for example, which is really, really strong with Emo, because the tentacles do proc the emo bonus.
I'm So Fresh and Travis both hanging in there by a mere thread, both of them surviving on a sliver of health. Now the big question is that enough to actually go to 9? The answer is no. Travis needs to sit out 1 more round to actually make it there, the thing he's saving up for. And you can see on the right hand side that other players are actually investing that gold. Scapeus, Sappho down to 0. If you're going up against these boards, it's all about that positioning game.
That's right. You always hope that the player you rotate into is not currently just spiking or just investing their gold. And we saw Scapeus has just gone 9, added an extra unit, is currently 3rd in the HP standings, but also on 1 life. So we'll see if this... Oh, the Zephyr does hit Annie up in the air for at least 6 seconds here.
Yeah, Travis might even have to wait another round after this, because he doesn't have an Ilaoi yet. That is
going to be it. Unfortunate here. I'm So Fresh also out. The minus HP are going to come into play, and Travis actually saves himself into the top 4. That is pretty big on the back of that loss there because of how close it was.
This is some wild positioning by Scapeus. I don't know what the I don't know what the objective is behind this, but yeah,
so
I'm actually not sure.
A little bit of intel earlier on from Counterfeit, who said that Scapeus said before this tournament his edge for this event was going to be his positioning. So we'll see how this one is going to play out between Scapeus and Tropical. Scapeus on 14. If he takes a big enough loss here, it is going to be the end of the line, but looks like the Caitlyn and the Senna are going to do a good enough job to keep him in play.
Talking about positioning, 2 Zephyrs in a row that hits the units he wanted to. First the Annie, now the Viego. Also just concentrating all these units onto that frontline for Senna to try and get as much damage as possible. True damage emblem on the carousel for Scapeus. I think it's on his side as well, so he really does high roll this. Tropical doesn't have an emblem he can make use of himself. And this KD emblem, I think.
Seems like he's considering
Every time this happens, I get so nervous. Players do this just to toy with others, but one of these days it's not going to work out and a player will actually yoink it and I'll be so devastated. But yeah, picks up the 2 damage emblem here. Yet another one for the collection.
Sometimes you're buying time. Even though it looks like the best thing he can pick up, you want to make sure you don't miss anything that could really be a better item for your current position. So I think it's correct. Unless someone's contesting, you can just hover, wait a few more seconds, analyze every single item on the carousel, and then pick it up.
Once Scapeus hits one single Kiana here, which is what I was talking about on stage 2, when he was just angling for this comp, still had the Senna 1, Aphelios 1 with the true damage emblem. If he does get another true damage emblem, you can play 9 true damage on level 9, which is quite a strong win condition because your units just start dealing absurd amount of damage.
Well, the question is, are we even going to get there? Tropical going up against Sappho here. Tropical on 13 HP, but looks like his board is doing a great job at surviving. Here, Scapeus has also won his round. Everybody stays in game as we move to one more fight that could notably end this round.
Sappho close to 2 big upgrades. Does find the Jhin.
No Lucian 2 though. The augment or the items on him are a little bit awkward.
Yeah,
okay, he does remove the Jhin. Puts the blue buff on it. Probably going to Edge of Night the Jhin as well. Probably a last item Hodge. And maybe even putting the last Whisper on something else. Yeah. Probably like MF.
And Jhin, of course, buys so much time. Even BT Jhin is sometimes correct because you just want to have that little bit of extra time at the end of the fight when you've scaled so much. What you don't want, though, is your Jhin to be Zephyred up into the air. Sappho not happy with that outcome. Is it still going to be enough ramping damage from the Jhin? Is the Lucian going to do enough with the Runons and the Titans stacking over time? Looks like the answer is going to be no. Can the Jhin do it? No, he can't.
It's a double knockout.
It's a double kill.
Scapeus takes this round here. We're knocking out both Tropical and Sappho. Did not have the 9 true damage, but had the option and a dream, and that's all he took and all he needed. Very, very nice gameplay from him here. We are going to be hopping over to one of the other lobbies to see how they're doing currently. This is going to be a Lobby C. Dark Hydra going up against Shurikane, and it might all be over in just a little bit, to be honest with you. Big hit there for Hydra.
And Hydra,
Really
a player that
Hydra
needed
in top 2.
Exactly, he needed a comeback. He went 8th in that very first game. He's a player that is a reigning champion in the EMEA. He was our last champion in set 9. Had to mount a comeback, of course. Still so many games to go in these first 2 days. But in this top 2, very, very big win. And Shurikane as well, if I'm not mistaken, had a slow start to the day. Very slow, actually, 5 points.
Yeah, Hydra at least got the top 2 last game to kind of bounce back from the 8th that he took the first game. And now getting another top 2 here actually puts him in quite a favorable position considering he only had 1 point after round 1.
Still an RE1 on Hydra's side though, so still has chances to continue capping out the board, but no gold to work with makes.
I mean, 6 wins on Shurikane's side basically tells you everything you need to know. The Seraphine in the background, the Sona still alive, the Ascension does kick in here. Here's the extra buff, and it didn't even need all that. Dark Hydra is going to get knocked out here, 2nd place for him. And Shurikane wins this lobby for Poland, Lobby C. For you guys, just recapping that one, I feel like that was a pretty tame lobby overall, ours and Lobby C as well. We've been seeing some crazy stuff in game 1, game 2. We're gonna wait for a quick break, and then our analyst desk is going to tell you everything to break it down, and we're gonna be back with the EMEA finals. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, I'm Enzo, I'm 23, I'm from France, and I'm a pro player from Gentlemates. I really like this new set. I'm really good in ladder, but the mechanic of Chosen is not really competitive, you know. But I think it's okay. I really like this new change. I'm one of the players played the most in ladder, so I think 10th place is really good for having a really competitive ladder in Europe. When you have talk about the most good people in EMEA, I think it's Wet and Double. It's a good ladder. We have Ging, is very good. Lelouch, Travis, Combis. We have a lot of good players in ladder. No, I prefer a lot this new set. Set 9, it's only for a bad player. Gambling Tom, it's not for me. I think in this set, people is not really creative. People all play the same comp and can't be so creative. Yeah, I think True Damage is a little broken. I have only one goal. It's win world. Thank you to my family, my friends, and vive Gentlemates!
It's a silver game. So before we begin our shit chatting, we're going to be mentioning so many crazy stuff that happened in this game, despite the fact that it was actually a silver lobby. We did see a lot of crazy stuff happen. Not as crazy as game 1, but Skipeas is a person that I want to speak about here. He took this lobby twice. First of all, one manning this portal, and then Peter. That positioning was quite new for all of us.
Yeah, to expand a little bit on what Makes was saying during the cast, I think Scapeas was saying because the set is so solved at this point, he's finding his edges through the positioning, and the Christmas tree, the kind of triangle approach, meant we were seeing a lot of the opponents being clumped together around that front line, allowing for Senna to get the most damage out in a big burst.
Yeah, and also, again, this kind of ties into the Augment choice that Skipeas started this game off with, right? Going for the help is underway here. Going for something like the Zephyr, not always the one you see picked up when it comes to this, right? Again, has a very clear understanding of how he needs to isolate the opponents in this fight. And I feel like there wasn't like a single time where he missed a single Zephyr all throughout the game. How clear he was in terms of his approach. Also, again, I mean, he gets the blinged out Augment to really just help his composition get pushed over the edge, which is obviously also a fantastic addition.
Yeah, when it came to people doing weird stuff in this lobby, he was not alone, because we also managed to see Enzo doing something quite unusual. Now, Kevin did kind of highlight it pretty nicely, that Rabadons do give some extra damage, but what do you think about Rabadons on that Caitlyn Weeda? You don't see that every day.
No, I mean, it's one of the things where like we actually in our practice group have actually done the math on this, and on paper it does look pretty good, but it's more in terms about the fact in application most of the time it doesn't look amazing. Also, you got to keep in mind here that what really happened as well this game was the fact that Like, he was trying to get from 1 point to like a point A to point B, and almost, it wasn't for the fact he lost that singular fight with like that one unit staying alive. Like, he's almost at fully itemized 6 in the backline as well, right? So he would have been in a very good spot to win out from his position. Sadly, just took one unit too many to the face.
I don't think we can end this discussion, though, without bringing up the great tragedy of Dalesom in this game. Grief by multiple different players, which was particularly heartbreaking because, as we said before, coming into this lobby, we've got players in very different situations here. And Dalesom was one of our lowest points players. So if you're going to be targeting any player to try and weaken them in this lobby, it's not him.
Yeah, and with Snake's system already happening, he's placed into a lobby where people are performing absolutely well, despite the fact that he didn't really have that much of a good performance in the first 2 games. But speak about games, speak about standings, let us take a quick look to know where we're at right now after almost half of our day 1 is already over. Again, there is not going to be knockouts for day 1 and day 2, but point system, standings, statistics, that long list where we get to see all of our players. Anybody catching your eye here, Peter?
Blast the Moon is the only UK representative who's having a pretty below average day, but oh my gosh, Sappho, we didn't necessarily expect big things out of Spain from this event, given what we've seen recently, but he top 4 before, he's top 1 at the moment by 2 points. There's a lot of French players there, but there's, the one Spanish flag right at the very top.
There's one thing we'll say here, though. I don't want this trend to continue, because he has gone first, second, third. Right, you see where I'm going with this? We have 12 games without a points reset, so if you count down like that, then you're going to have to wait 5 more games to get another first in. I mean, not necessarily the ideal situation there, but also I think that's just exciting to kind of see like the fact that he's coming in now, because for me, as we talked about before, it's one of those players that he has very little GSC Day 3 experience. The GSC Day 3 that he qualified to at the start of GSC 1 was his first one, despite him competing and cleaning house at like the domestic level in Spain, the university level of esports. This guy has done it all. It seems like he's now landed well on his feet here at the Rising Legends finals.
Speak about people doing it all. We've only had 3 games today, and each and every game has been extremely unique, and each and every game had its almost unique taste into it. We're now going into lobby number 4 with our lovely trio cast, introducing the reroll addict, the most amazing panda of them all, and finally a lovely guest, the guy with the giga chaddest face in all of TFT. Casters, take it away for lobby number 4.
I was gonna say thank you, Morgan, but I am rethinking that notion. Of course, we are back for game number 4, and we couldn't be happier to talk about our lobby in a couple of seconds. But personally, I just want to, make something like a little appeal, because that first game that we got as a TriCast was so tame. I feel like we should get something more, more a little bit crazy now. How are you feeling, Kevin?
I am just really, really happy that I get to cast a lobby with 3 of the 4 German players in it. That is going to be super exciting for me.
Not just that, but we have GSC2 champion Raiko as well, the Heartsteel enjoyer. He's played 15 games of Heartsteel at GSC number 2. We'll see those numbers in the matchup in this tournament as well. But 3 games in, I think players are starting to get a feel for what the tournament meta might look like, start to understand where they should be going in this game number 4. And looking at the portals here, Radiant Blessing could really lead to, more open forwarding in this stage 2 and this stage 3.
One guy. Come on, Raiko.
A lot of gold.
This is actually kind of interesting to see, because in solo queue, I feel like not a lot of people step on this augment, but in tournament, it kind of makes sense, because in tournament, people like to go for the augments that don't have as much impact, where there's not a lot of variance going into the game. And this portal does absolutely nothing until 6-1, so it's definitely going to be a little bit more relaxed than, say, a Wandering Trainer, for example.
Every time this portal is picked, one thing comes to mind that makes me very sad. We don't have many Irish competitors in the EMEA scene. So that leprechaun magic not really coming through in a portal like this one. Hopefully, set 11, that will change.
I agree with wanting more competitors out of the Irish region. I'm not so sure the pot of gold should be the reason for that, Panda, but I'll just leave you with it. We're going to get a view of Shinar Sport. Now, Shinar is a player that I feel like many people have been sleeping on here on the broadcast team. We've been kind of fangirling for a little while. And finally, Chinar seems to get the recognition on the broader stage as well, is definitely one of the favorites, I would say, going into this tournament.
Yeah, I agree. I'm in a practice group with Chinar, so I know him a little bit. And after he skipped Akali 3 in that game 1, he kind of raged in the chat of our practice group. But I'm happy to see that he bounced back from it and has 16 points, which is a reasonable amount of points to have after 3 games.
Looking at Darkest, starting off with a Ribbon and a Quirk, getting that 8-bit online. We'll see if his items and his augment specifically lead him towards playing that Ribbon reroll comp. Vampirism could be one of those ways to get into Ribbon later in stage 3, later in stage 4 once you roll down. Is it too early to commit though, Kevin, to something like Ribbon?
Maybe. I mean, this isn't the most favorable Ribbon spot. He only has 1 component for the units, and usually you want to have like multiple components of it because it's also a quite contested comp because everyone knows it's really, really strong if you can hit. So I don't think he scouted too much, so hopefully he's not going to get contested by anyone.
We're going to be seeing what Darkest is up to, but for now we're hopping over to Salvi, seeing a little bit of a punk angle potentially, but also having a lot of one cost generally on board, trying to slow down everybody else, trying to get a good amount of choices early on here for Salvi. Looking at her augments though, I'm seeing the old razzle dazzle come through for Raiko.
Raiko is trying to quiet down all the haters that say he only plays Heartsteel. He mentioned he loves Ahri as his secret tech comp, his kind of his comfort comp. But in this case, leaning towards Disco, which was very dominant GSC number 1 for good reason, at least in its play rates, maybe not so much in its standings and the stats. Fell off a little bit in GSC 2. But do you think maybe Raiko can make this work, Kevin, with Razzle Dazzle and Augment at 2-1 especially?
Absolutely. I think if he took that augment, it might have given him like a Nami too, and it also gives you a Bard. Maybe he already had like a Disco Taric headliner or something like that. And if you get a really strong early game when playing Disco, you can actually almost ensure to get to the high cap version of the comp, which is like the Ziggs, the Ilaoi, the everything 2-star level 9 board, which is when the Disco board actually becomes really strong.
Looking at it, Wet Jungler and Salvi, both of them on that punk angle, both of them thinking about it for sure, having a couple of extra units on bench, but Salvi will take the loss here, and the Vice World Champion is going to win this one out. Wet Jungler definitely also one of the favorites going into this tournament after his major success in the last one. People are wanting him back there. I think Memo had him in the God of TFT tier on his tier list, so
yep.
Let's say the expectations are high.
Selvi just hit a headliner Annie. Now he has 8 Annies, and it's emo, so it's the correct headliner that you want. It's infinitely better than Spellweaver. His items aren't the greatest, he has no tiers, but he already has 2 components for that final build that you want to have for Annie, and he's already one off. So as I talked about earlier, when it comes to these 1-cost reroll comps, it's really all about hitting the 3-star like effortlessly, not having to roll at all or only a little bit for it. So this spot is looking quite good for Salvi.
Let me get this right. 2 Spanish players in the lobby when I'm casting, they both low roll. Dalesom spends 120 gold to hit 7 Yasuos. Meanwhile, Kevin Parker casts 3 German players, and Salvi has 8 Annies at 2-3. Hello, Mortog, please.
It's the German caster buff.
I can't do this anymore. I'm quitting.
Let's actually talk about what he did, because he did play Punk. He re-rolled a lot of the rounds and bought just any 1-cost he could find. And then when he saw the headliner show up, he was like, bet, I already have the board for it. That's why he's currently at 0 gold. It's a really cool technique that I feel like we're not seeing a whole lot of from these players. So it's honestly, Panna, I'm sorry, but it's player diff.
Player diff that Enzo is holding 3 Yasuos last game at 3-1. Okay, Mix. I see where you're going. Salvi did had, just going to be really, really good with the gold as well here. Locket though in the Annie comp, have you played, Kevin, with the Locket support item with Annie? I mean, is a comp that kind of misses a little bit of frontline generally? Could be helpful.
Yeah, because usually you don't want to go for like the Amu 3 or the Echo 3 when playing Annie. You would rather like to push levels and go for those high cost units, especially getting to Ari 2 is a really big spike in that comp, building up that second carry. And the dummy should also proc emo, so that's another plus for the dummy being there. And I mean, Locket gives you a lot of extra frontline, which you definitely want playing Annie. So yeah, exactly.
Just looking across boards, we are seeing a Seraphine headliner for GoBooster. GoBooster in the overall, looking a little bit rough, has recovered after that last game for a fair bit. And we also did check in with Chinar there for a second, who is looking for that Yasuo from everything we've been seeing. Open forting here, has 6 Yasuos. We've seen this story before. I feel like let's hope this one ends differently.
This is interesting. Playing a 1-cost reroll comp without the headliner is not something you see very often, but he does have 6 of them, and he has a lot of gold to roll. So all he needs is that headliner Yasuo. And since he is going to roll on level 4, the odds to find 1-cost headliners is still going to be very high. So he would probably buy either Edgelord or True Damage, like most definitely. And if he does hit that, it's probably a decent spot if he doesn't have to roll too much for it.
This is a player that would have loved to have something like Punk, for example, in these last few fights, to have those extra rolls to find a headliner a little bit earlier, but couldn't find it naturally, unfortunately, in the shop. Hopefully, going to be a little bit luckier than Dalesom was last game and can find that Yasuo 3, as you mentioned, Kevin, effortlessly as he starts rolling in stage 3.
Big question is, when is that headliner going to show up? I can tell you that nobody else is currently looking for it, but it seems like the shot gods are gracious. Chunara says yes. Picks this one up, our Turkish player, playing bold, but it's going to pay off.
The Krugs are going to be really important. I don't know if you agree, Kevin, in terms of the BF sword he's able to find, especially Yasuo is a unit that really thrives off of the scaling power of his ability in stage 3. This is where he starts farming everyone, and he's able to really scale into those later stages in stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, Salvi has not hit the Annie 3 yet, but he is at 30 gold. So let's hope that he doesn't have to roll too much gold for this Annie, because, yeah, I'm not down to see a Dalesom moment again.
I was waiting for the natural Annie in this shop, but didn't quite line up for the narrative there. I would have.
There it is. Yeah, there it is. There we go.
I'm walking away. I'm going to the bathroom. You guys take over.
Existence. Well, with that though, we do have a couple players now having found their comms, which means that everybody else is probably going to take a couple more hits, and obviously we'll need to keep an eye out for when Salvi actually goes up against Shinar, which I think is an option, but we'll see when it happens. For now, Salvi popping over, checking in with Raiko, who has locked himself into the disco comp from the very early start.
This could, of course, backfire. We've seen so many times before. Stage 4 roll down, you're locked into one specific comp that doesn't have that much, variance in terms of the items or the units you can put into your board. If you miss the upgrades you need to on 8 to go 9 quickly and fit in things like Alawi and Ziggs, you could be in big trouble. We saw Salvi almost bought 4 with a very low roll disco game, managed a top 4 at the very start of the tournament. We'll see if the same can happen to Raiko here.
Silver Augments coming through for our players here. Not the greatest impact, but of course a little bit is always nice. We're seeing a lot of healing orbs being picked up on the right-hand side. Wet Jungler, after streaking all the way to 3-2, now finds Tiny Titans. More HP to work with. Could be looking at a potential legendary soup board in the long run.
You can see Salvi checking stats here on his other monitor, looking at the cam.
Don't call him out.
Come on,
I mean,
Kevin.
there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not calling him out.
He was just checking his good vibes and his reflection on his webcam. That's all, right? He's making sure he looks like he's having fun, and he definitely is with the Annie 3.
Seducer running the Idealism and running Something I'm very happy to see. We're seeing the Katarina. Only point in case is we currently have a country Katarina and no country. So that one is a little bit inactive for now and is also going to be another loss here.
It's unfortunate. Hit the wrong one, and this is one of the rerolls I think that suffers the most from hitting the wrong headliner. There's a huge gap between Crowd Diver and obviously where it caps out with 6 Crowd Diver in stage 4 and 5, and the country version instead. Could potentially, Kevin, resell and try and find the Crowd Diver Katarina, but with this little gold, I think that's not going to happen. You're still 2 away from Katarina 3 in this case.
Yeah, I think if you sell this country Katarina, you're just setting yourself up for failure. He only needs 2 more to hit this. Sure, country is not nearly as good as Crowd Diver, but if you can manage to hit the Katarina 3 like next round or the round after that, maybe, it's still a really good spot, which is also with Jungler's spot is also very good.
Yeah,
now that we see it,
it's time.
He took Tiny Titans, 130 HP, looking quite chill.
Yeah, I mean,
Garens, I commit.
Playing to your strongest board is definitely something he's very familiar with, but it looks like this might be the time and the moment where that win streak is gonna get broken. Salvi on the other side with this Annie reroll is gonna do it, knock down his fellow countryman as we move into the carousel. Of course, Wet Jungler is going to stay on top on the back of that extra HP he has accumulated from the augments, but we are going to get a glance at everybody's boards as well as the carousel round here.
One thing to note here is Wet Jungler had 3 Heartsteel units on his bench already, and he was probably just waiting to lose so that he can put it in, because he wanted to keep that win streak, obviously, and putting in Heartsteel units is going to make yourself weaker. But now that he lost and he has Tiny Titans, he's probably going to put in Heartsteel and start getting those stacks.
120 HP to work with as a resource is, a lot of potential cash outs, especially in stage 4. Heartsteel is a trait that really scales later into the game, and you get that many more resources for every single loss you do get, despite the extra damage as well. But as you mentioned, Kevin, with Tiny Titans especially, I think this is a no-brainer for someone like Wet Jungler, who in GSC2 we saw so often playing around those level 8 rolldowns, playing around that 80 flex.
Is going to do exactly that. No surprises there. Salvi now streaking all the way. But also, we have our first players approaching that 50 HP check mark at the bottom of the standings. We're going to hop on over to Zologesang and check in what's going on here. Seems like we're opting to maybe run the Kale. Currently has an Emo Amumu headliner. I assume this one's just for tempo, as we are collecting a little bit of everything on the bench, to be honest with you. Could even be going for the Senna.
Yeah, this spot is a little bit awkward because he already has items on the non-headliner Kale 2. So now if he sells the Amumu and does hit the Kale, but doesn't immediately hit the Kale 3, he can't really run the headliner Kale, which is obviously going to get the Superfan item, which you really want to have on your board. So I must say this spot is looking a little bit awkward for Solo.
Could potentially, of course, go for the Mordekaiser headliner if he does find it as a way to avoid that awkward situation. But again, not that much gold to work with, considering he has only that singler, or those 2 Mordekaisers right now, the pair going on, and just those 3 kills.
What he could also do is just play vertical pentakill, like not re-rolling, going level 8s, trying to play around Karthus and Viego, because he does have Remember Your Roots, which if you hit 7 pentakill should be really strong.
It should be, but also, if I spy with my little eye, I'm seeing 3 other players who are currently playing Mordekaiser on their board. So if your angle is going to be playing around that Mordekaiser, which you want with the Kale, you need to make it happen. And I'm seeing some trouble with that one. On the other side, mentioning trouble, we are seeing Traducer take yet another loss, and it's starting to get a little bit dire for him.
Even if he does hit and he does manage to get his 3-star, he, as we mentioned, is not on the highest cap ability with Country Katarina. So we'll see if players like all these 3-star, Yasuo, Annie 3, if they continue scaling in stage 4, if they find their 4-cost to accompany the 1-cost 3-stars, Yeduzor faces off against them, he might still be in trouble. And only 6 Katarinas as well.
The positive case here is that you do have Idealism, and that is very good for Kata with the 2 Hotches that you just generally want to build on her, or well, Superfan one and then one like this. But Still, I want to be a fan, but it's hard. Does that make sense?
Yes, I
Watching
agree.
Dalesom last game, it makes sense. Yes, makes.
I share that sentiment for sure. Now, he does have the Katarina in the shop. He's one off. I think he's just trying to like not go 8th from this spot, to be honest. I don't think he's going to top 4 from this spot, but any placement he can save is obviously value.
Lucky Zed would be big as well.
There she
There it is. Does hit it after a while. It's a little bit late, and he's also really low on econ, still level 6, so it's going to be really hard to still make this board stronger from this point.
And he won't be able to go 7-4-2 to fit in 4 card ever as well, so it's going to be a little bit slow to come back into his not full power, because it is Country Katarina, but at least, you know, powerful enough to try and survive this stage 4.
Now, we see Solo found the headliner Kale, which I was just talking about. Now he has to play 2 Kales on his board. He does have another Kale on his bench, so he's only missing 2, but finding those last 2 units is sometimes a little bit hard. Looking at Darkest as well, holding 2 Kales, obviously, because he's playing Riven, and you always play Kale on that Riven board, as other people might as well. There is Metalheads, which gives 1 Kale.
Grab back as well. I think Metalheads is the higher cap.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Does he level here, though? Can maybe find Viego's, or does he just try and he levels?
Yes.
And try and find the kill
that's
naturally.
Interesting. I mean, it does give him more remember your roots value as well, and you want to go 7 to find that Viego, which he immediately hits here, really big spike, but can he find that last Kale is the question.
Darkest, they're finding Riven here. We have the Riven 3 online, Kale 3 also potentially online. Do you sell something off? I think after that Riven has been found, you can just chuck her and get that upgrade, which surely is going to happen. Oh, it's actually not the Riven that's being thrown, but instead we're gonna get that Mordekaiser in as well. Interesting.
Oh, I thought he sold Viego for a second, but no, he put the Viego in time. Sold the Karthus actually, which Karthus 1 without items doesn't really do a whole lot, so it's probably the most expendable unit in that spot.
We talked about Darkest. Very start of the game, they had an angle for the Riven, committed to it, so stuck to that game plan until the very end. Rewarded now. QSS has been built, which is the most important item, of course, for this Riven, alongside the Giant Slayer. Had to pick up the duplicators on his last augment, so they're going to have maybe a little bit less combat power overall.
Yeah,
but on the back of
his
the
other
duplicators,
augments
the
are
Riven?
really good. So his other 2 combat augments are really, really good for this comp. You always want to look for more healing. Vampirism, obviously, one of the most value augments in the game. And I don't think you care too much about having to take that non-combat augment 3rd. And he hit the Riven 3, so I don't think he's too worried at this point.
Speaking of not being too worried, we did check in with Chinar at the beginning of the game as running that Yasuo 3. Also has found Blinged Out in the last augment round. Very nice little pickup if you are on that Yasuo. You know he's playing Edgelord, so probably not going to have the full potential of true damage online, but still nice to have. Good combination for that Yasuo carry. And with that, Wet Jungler keeps losing, of course, on purpose, wants to get that Heartsteel up and running.
And really making very good use of the Tiny Titans. You have this extra HP to work with. You have to recover combat strength that you've lost from that second augment not doing much of anything in the late game in some way, and raise the stakes is potentially the way to do that here for Wet Jungler. Of course, incredibly important to scout all of your opponents. He did have a Zed. He had a fairly strong board for stage 4. Has to make sure he's losing every single one of these fights.
Carousel does have a couple nice options. We did see the Akali being picked up right at the start from Zologazang. It's going to be a very nice addendum for the Kale board. Has one already close to the Akali too.
Selby picks up the tier here, probably trying to go for another mana item on his Ahri. We see he already had the Gunblade on it, so blue buff would obviously be optimal as a second item. Shojin is okay, not nearly as good as the blue buff, but he definitely wants to have a mana item on that Ahri to build her up as a second carry.
No blitz.
Yeah, no blitz for Raiko. 3 Dazzler. running
items only.
Zac too. I mean, the items on Zac are looking really good. He also has that 2 EDM, which is actually pretty valuable on a Zac that's this tanky, because it can CC quite a lot with the Lux in the backline as well. He only has 2 items on his TF so far, but they are pretty good, and given that he has such good frontline items, the Archangel might pay off in some matchups, but the Yasuo is creeping into the backline, just kills the TF off like it's nothing, and this is definitely going to be a win for Chinar.
Unfortunately for Raiko, the awkward thing with the Blitz not showing up is not so much the fact that his board is weak without it, it's more the fact that you're kind of stuck on 8 until you have that at least single copy of Blitz to then be able to go level 9. So it just maybe similar to Solvy's game where very low HP, currently 8th in the standings. Is this going to be enough to, find his way into top 4? We'll have to see as this stage finishes off.
And it's not only low HP, it's also low econ, right? If you're looking at Darkest, if you're looking at Raiko, both of these players have gone very deep into their pockets. There is a pot of gold that's waiting in 6-1, but 6-1 is quite far away from now. So they'll definitely need to manage to somehow stay in the game and get something like that level 9 potentially online. But we're seeing Raiko has found that Blitzcrank at least.
The counter comp.
Yeah, Seraphine is really good into TF, but it's only a 2-star Seraphine, so we're not going to see those full backline one-shots that Seraphine 3 can do sometimes against Disco. And yeah, this Disco board just runs over Globalstar.
Raptors up next
for Gobo, and I'm gonna go ahead and put Gobo on the spot a tiny bit.
He sells the Seraphine, probably going to opt for the Lulu here.
It's too far away. Yeah, we're stage 5 copies. And Gobo, I was checking out his game too because Dalesom was in it as well. And Gobo actually picked up final reserves in his game too and miscalculated the gold he was using. He was getting the XP he was getting and rolled like 50 gold while still on level 9 and not 10. So I hope his mental has recovered from that outcome. He was not pleased at all in that game too.
Yeah, does he not? He doesn't buy the Lulu.
Doesn't want it.
That is quite weird. So he sold the Seraphine and doesn't buy the Lulu. So what else is he aiming for here? Maybe he wants the Spellweaver Lulu instead. But
see, that's what I was thinking, but that's very greedy.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's worth it in this spot, especially because for Lulu it doesn't really matter that much what her headliner trait is as for other comps. He does hit the RE2 on level 7 though, weirdly.
Does he think he's level 8?
Buys the Nico.
Surely not.
Surely not.
That's the only explanation I can come up with, and it's the same exact outcome of what I just mentioned if that's the case, where he thinks he's at a level above of where he is. Oh no. Should still be maybe enough here with the RE2.
This is quite a weird line to take, but I mean RE2 is obviously really strong for now, so...
500 heart still stacks as well.
Wow, Wet Jungler is looking really, really low, but I think he's getting his cash out now. He's on a 9 loss. He does get the cash out, 500 stacks. It's 4 item anvils, and he only has 2 items on his Ezreal, and he also has an open slot on his Poppy still. So
he's more frontline.
Now he just needs to get the right items. Sunfire is good. He was lacking anti-heal. Does get the IE. Double IE is pretty good on Ezreal actually. Yep. And then probably a Lucian item. Oh, I didn't see that immediately. That's really smart actually. He used the remover to get the Edge of Night onto the Zed. Really quick decision there by Wet Jungler.
Zac 1, set 1 though. This Poppy's gonna have to carry a lot in the front line to buy time for the Zed, who's already dead. The Katarina putting in the work here for Yeduzor, and the Ezreal all by himself, dead as well from the damage coming in from the crowd divers. This is not looking good.
Yeah, he does have 18 life still, so this round isn't going to kill him. Almost, but not quite. So maybe he still has a shot to bounce back here, hopefully.
30 gold to make any moves, and I feel like the board that we just saw isn't even one of the scarier ones in this lobby, to be honest with you. Finds an Alawi. Set 2 now also online. Is that enough, is the question.
So the thing is, he's pretty far away from level 9, but we do have that pot of gold coming in at 6-1. So if he can manage to live until 6-1, he can still go level 9 for that Jazz, put the Bard in, maybe even get a Ziggs in for something else, and
What
get to the
jungler?
high cap.
Versus Raiko, one player will be eliminated. The Disco or the Blitz 2 was just found there for Raiko. Both players hoping for the pot of gold to catapult their economy back and go level 9, but looks like for Raiko, not going to be the Salvi special, cannot stabilize in this stage 5, will be taken down by Wet Jungler, who cashed out a massive Hearthstone cash out to strengthen his board.
Yeah, this is a really unfortunate matchup for Raiko, especially because Ezreal is also kind of the counter comp to Disco, since you have to clump quite a lot, and the Ezreal wave is just going to hit almost your entire team, which is what we could see there, and Raiko just doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, we are going to go into Carousel. The very early direction for Raiko unfortunately didn't work out. I was kind of hoping for it, but sometimes dreams do not come true. Goboster down to 1 HP, technically. 1 loss, and it's going to be over. Same for Wet Jungler. Chinar, very close to the other two as well. It could all be very quick for the bottom 3 players. At the top, though, players are looking a little bit more comfy. Zolagazang, Darkest, Salvi, Jaducer. All of these players can still arrange a little bit of what's going on. And the big question has to be, is that enough for Wet Jungler? He has some players like Salvi in his lobby matchup pool that could be rolling around.
And for Gobo, Wet Jungler looks like he has just a lot more cap to hit. Gobo, quite the opposite. Level 8, 0 gold. Ahri as his singular main carry with the Yorick, trying to do his best here with the BT and the red buff. We'll see how he can fare against the current HP leader, Salvi, with the Annie 3 double Shojin, trying to cast as fast as possible to ramp into that just massive damage dealing ability she has, with Sona pumping up the rest of her units with a Shiv as well. Looks like it's going to be the end of the run for Gobo. Ahri versus Ahri. Big win for Salvi.
Wet Jungler also able to hang on in that fight on the left-hand side against the Kayle reroll. Very important win, every single one. Now needs to be hard-fought for these players as they are moving through stages. Chinar, unfortunately losing the previous round, finds a Viego here, but we need to sell something off. Can't make it.
Yeah, need to wait this 1 round. I mean, it's only it would only be a Viego 2 with no items, so it's not as big of a spike as it would be with items, of course. Obviously, you do want to pick it up, but there's nothing you can sell for it.
Seeing a pattern here, Kevin. Blinged out yet again for the true damage reroll player. We saw with Skipayas getting him a win in game number 3, and we're seeing now Fortune are potentially being huge for this Yasuo, but the 1v1, Riven versus Yasuo, who ends up winning it here? Well, they both decide to go and scale a little bit more, where the Riven comes back and kills off the Yasuo.
It's not close.
Darkest
Riven
is going to take this one. That Riven, a menace. We've seen it so many times. Chinar, unfortunately out for Turkey in 3rd place. But Wet Jungler holding on.
Yeah, still holding on. Nice.
Still in there as we're moving closer to the pot of gold.
Yeah, he has 50 gold here, so he, obviously he gets a lot more gold next round still, so he's gonna have a reasonable amount of gold to roll at level 9 and maybe be able to cap out his board with, say, an Alawi 2, or even just a Ziggs 1 is going to spike him pretty hard. Wait, actually, he just sold the Bard. He sold the Bard and the set, so he's going for something different.
Looks like he wants the Zac as his 9th unit, at least for now. Get the EDM for Zed as well, and get the Bruiser back in. Finds a Zac pair, finds a Ziggs as well, finds a Yone upgrade. A little bit too many Ezreals here for Wet Jungler. Has already the Ezreal 2, the headline various 6 Ezreals now. Is this possibly a game plan? It's like it's not.
Yeah, probably not. You kind of just have to donkey roll for your upgrades here. He's too far away. That's a Zac too. That's really big. Does have the Alawi pair still. Gets the Rage Blade for the Lucian, which is pretty big. And now his board is definitely looking stronger than last round, that's for sure.
Problem is, he's not the only one that got a share of the pot of gold. Jaducer still in the running here with this Katarina, with the Idealism, has now brought the country online. But is there a Yi to the Ha? The answer is going to be no. Wet Jungler wins yet again. Another round, clawing his way towards the top.
And that's the downside of the Country Katarina. Despite going 9, you don't have a way to fit in the 6 Crowder, which is the natural highest cap variant of that Katarina reroll. So it's going to be an unfortunate loss there for Yeduzor.
Yeah, we can see Salvi looking for potentially Ziggs 2 or Sona 2 here. Even sells off a part of his board to hit one of those. Does hit the Ziggs 2. He's probably going to remake the Sona now, put the items on Ziggs is what I imagine. Solo also itemizing the Yorick. Hit level 9, 7 pentakill. But it's only a Yorick 1 and he's facing Wet Jungler, which is probably one of the scariest players to face right now.
Yeah, Zolo is not looking like he has a lot of HP left. The Kale under attack in the background. The Zed makes no prisoners, and that's going to be one big of a hit for Zolo Gazang, getting knocked out here.
Yeah, a little bit sad for Solo. Low rolling that matchmaking.
Like the HP graphics are currently not updating. That was Solo getting eliminated there in the process, so we'll have to wait for this overlay to update so we know exactly who's still left alive in this lobby. We're seeing White Jungler, of course, the Heartsteel player, massive cash outs, is able to set up just an incredibly strong board. Is still missing the Alawi 2 and the Lucian 2. Once he finds these though, Kevin, is he unbeatable?
Well, maybe not unbeatable, because with this Ezreal unit, let me tell you, it can do some weird stuff where it just jumps in the front and randomly dies to an Ori or something. I've seen it many times.
Don't manifest it,
Okay,
Kevin.
let's see if he does though. He could save this one. Potentially does jump into the front and ults into absolute nothingness.
It's not close.
But the Lucian has the back of Wet Jungler. Salvi getting knocked out here. Traducer going up against Darkest. Both of these players still hanging in there.
All 3 players at 1 life. This next round is going to be very decisive.
Tough round for Germany. Salvi eliminated in 4th place despite that very early Annie 3. We saw it 3-1. Was not able to, I think it was the top 4, but not able to do more and maybe could play for that 1st or 2nd. France, Turkey, Germany remaining in this lobby. Potentially the 3 strongest countries in EMEA right now.
Darkest just on the back of finding their Vivian 3 as early as they did, really having a great run in this lobby for Turkey here. We've been seeing a lot of vertical 8-bit for the first couple of games of the day. This one a little bit more traditional, has the Jazz online though as well to buff the rest of the board just a tiny smidge. And here from Traducer, I feel like we're seeing an even harder cook with the Katarina headliner on the country line. Also has the Yorick, brought him onto the board, full vertical, as many as you can collect, but it is that Jungler on the other side, and it is going to be a knockout between the two of them.
And this Katarina out-heal the damage from the Ezreal. The Ezreal will cast, the Katarina's killed off, Crowd Diver into the corner, but that's pretty much it. It's only the Yorick left alive, and that should be a big hit for Yeduzor. Taken down.
And it's a double
Wet
kill.
Jungler from 8th, raises the stakes into 1st place. This is the world runner-up from set 9, showing everyone else in the lobby what he is capable of.
Absolutely. We are going to celebrate that with our analyst desk in just a little bit, but first we're going to hop on over to Lobby B, because as you can see, they're still going, and so are we. We want to check out what they've been up to with plenty of players still in the match pool here. It's going to be a champion delivery portal, Prismatics first, Enzo. As we tune in, getting knocked out, we do have our top 4.
Wait, what am I seeing? Can we get out of this lobby? 2 Spanish players 1st and 2nd, please. Don't tell me we're gonna jinx them as we move into this.
Skipeus went for a submit to the pit Urgot reroll this game, which is quite a niche comp, I guess you could say. But I have heard about it pretty often lately, where you can reroll either Gnar or Urgot or both of them, and
even
carry
Jax.
those units, and even Jax, yeah.
Depending on if you have AP or 80 items.
It is paying off for him since he's already in that top 4. It's just the question whether he can get a higher placement from this, because he only has a Thieves' Gloves on his Urgot, which is not usually the carry items you want to have on your 3-star unit.
Man, players in this lobby have been cooking, huh? There's an Ezreal 3, there's an Urgot 3. Wow, what's going on here?
And we're also seeing, yet again, true damage reroll, blinged out, final. augment, really helping these boards cap out and stay as relevant as they seem to, with Dalesom now in the first place position in the standings, Ging now in second, with Safo taking a loss there.
Yeah, Safo being first place going into this game, obviously making top 4 is huge for him. Maintaining that first place probably off of this game, and maybe he can even get a top 3 or a top 2 and solidify his spot even more.
I'm not so sure that is going to happen. We do have a loss down for Scapeus. We'll see if he can turn it around. The Mosh Pit comp making their way to Safo, and we're going to get a glimpse of this board as well, running the Ahri in the backline with the Warrior Variants. Something we've been seeing a lot all throughout the set is going to be the Zed headliner as a secondary carry. The items on the Sona in the background rolled a little bit unlucky there for Safo, and on the back of that, I think the Urgot is going to be able to chew through this board, and Scapeus is going to hang in there.
These are definitely the best items he could have rolled on his Urgot in this matchup, by the way, because Safo is playing an almost full magic damage comp, and he rolled Dragon Claw and Bloodthirster, which also has MR in it, by the way, and gives a bunch of lifesteal, which...
True damage. Dalesom, is it time? We also see...
the Redemption arc from the Yasuo game. It's also on Illusion, which is probably the best unit it could be on, really, and he gets it.
It balances out from the low roll in that game 3.
Yeah.
So close here now for all these players on. We're on stage 6, so a single big loss here. 16, 15, 6 HP. That's an elimination. So really it's about who you end up facing in these last 2 fights in stage 6.
Scapeus is gonna have Ging on the other side of the coin, of course. We don't really know what that comp is going to look like, so we'll see in just a second as last moves are being made in hopes of getting something together. Just find the Jax here. Yeah, it's going to be the Jax stick.
Kevin
just
knows.
wait, guys. Surely that'll be it. On the other side, there's an Ezreal board from Ging, though.
He rolled such good items again, by the way. Like these are like almost your desired carry items. He can be pretty happy about this.
You mentioned the Jax 2 spike. All of a sudden, he just stands still in the backline, waiting for his time to shine. Unfortunately, Ging has hit maybe a few too many Hearthstone cash outs. The Urgot almost able to do it. Scapeus taken down, Safo taken down. Scapeus in 4th, Safo in 3rd. 2 players in the top 3 for the Spanish scene, and Ging, a big comeback for him as well.
Yeah, Ging only having 12 points going into this game definitely needed a high finish, which, you know, he's going to be pretty happy about this top 2. Maybe he can even win the game because this board is looking quite capped. He's only missing 1 item on that Zed. He already has Ziggs 2 though, Lucian 2. All with
Akali 3!
Oh, baby! So he can't hit Yasuo 3, but he can hit Akali 3. What's going on?
Sometimes you have to come back stronger when facing troubles, Panda. And Dalesom, he took that one personally. You're looking at a 2-item Akali 3, Senna 3 in the background. We have the Echo 3. Dalesom just said, yes, I'll take everything after what happened to me earlier on. And with that, also takes the lobby. Mental has been reset, and we're gonna see a smile from him come through on the cameras. Beautiful. I love that.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I messaged him after the game 3. I told him, buddy, bounce back. You really did roll low roll. And he said, you know, I got this, don't worry. And look at that. Game 4, he finds it at Akali 3, manages to get a win. He was dead last in the standings coming into this game. So really, I think the player that most needed a first in this game 4.
That was woke, honestly. I love it. Kevin, thank you so much for casting those games with us. We are going to go to a break in a couple of seconds, but I do want to take the time to thank you personally for making this even more special. We'd love to have you on here and hopefully see you soon in the future once again.
Yeah, thank you guys. It was great. It was an honor to cast with the 2 of you, and I hope to be back on some time when I'm not playing myself, because that's obviously going to be the goal.
We hope so.
Obviously. Well, we're going to go into a break, and then our analyst desk is going to tell you all about it. Stay tuned. This is the EMEA Regionals.
Okay, so I'm Kevin Parker from Germany. I'm 22 years old. I've been playing TFT since set 1 and started playing competitively in set 6, basically. I went second at the TFT Vegas Open and 7th at regionals in set 8. And yeah, that's me. So I like the changes that ladder players get more spots again, even though this time I actually qualified through the TRC. Usually I qualify through ladder, but this time I was lucky enough to make it through the TRC, so I didn't have to, sweat on New Year's Eve to try and get the GSC snapshot. So yeah, I was pretty happy about that. I mean, I think the best advice I can give for other competitive players is to try and not think about the circumstances of the tournament too much, and just playing your game without thinking about those other factors, which is an easy thing to say, not that easy to do. But I think that has helped me a lot in Vegas, especially because the stakes were so high, but I stayed calm and collected the entire time, and that's what led to my strong performance, I would say. Well, shout out to my mom. I don't know if she's gonna watch this tournament, but she's been my biggest supporter since day one. Shout out to my girlfriend, of course, especially for supporting me in my journey as a streamer and player as well. In every way possible, really. And then, shout out to my friends in TFT. They know who they are. Yeah, that's it.
Well, you would not expect less happening in the fourth game of today. We're almost done with more than half of the amount of games today because we have 6 games, but people have been cooking really well in these first few games. And we did mention that the snake seeding system kind of makes people want to do their best in these games. Speaking about doing their best and getting creative, I think that Wet Jungler was on the top of that spectrum for today's game, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were kind of enraptured by the way he ran through this game. The stars are born to give him the strong early game, but then, the Tiny Titans coming in as well to transition to use, to basically sacrifice and augment for HP, and then Tiny Titans as well, and to cash in all that HP later on when the heart still was the most effective. Honestly, it's just fantastic play.
I mean, it's kind of also just like one of the things about Wet Jungler's technical play, and one of the reasons why he's so high at title, and one of the reasons why he got second place at the previous World Championship, right? The fact he has the ability to do these things, like the last second split decisions that, sure, like you heard Kevin, you heard that, and you had David talk about these like item choices that you had to make with the 4 anvils, right? But he makes them so quickly, even has time for the remover onto the set, then gets everything down correct, and then saves himself, and gets, again, it's like stabilizes and has the ability to close out the game here. I think that's just an absolutely amazing showcasing of what and why Wet Jungler is such an amazing player.
I do want to raise as well, Jedgesaw, pulling out a really, really impressive game there. Meg's brought up the idealism to allow for this Katarina board to hit the new heights, but it was a concern raised during the cast that this wasn't the traditional way to approach the competition, but Jedgesaw still managed to bring it through to second place.
Yeah, none of the reroll compositions, honestly, this game really took it by the traditional way, if you would like. Because last game, we did see people bullying Dalesom when he was trying to roll for that Yasuo and Panda and Kevin mentioned quite a few times that going for the reroll compositions if they're 1-star is not forcing them, because if you don't natural them in the early stages, it might be quite hard. This was different, by the way, because in this game, for Sinar and Salvi, both of them were able to get, respectively, a very early Yasuo 3 and an Annie 3 where they didn't have to reroll for it, so it got worked out pretty nicely. They got their 3 costs, win streak with them, and then the game kept going on with Ueda.
Yeah, and again, it's also one of those things where it's like, just speaking the lobby tempo in this lobby was actually pretty high up, as you're kind of alluding to, right, Morgan? Because like I actually wrote down on my notes from this, like I wrote down no misses, all hits. That was before Gobo and Raiko kind of went by the wayside and went 8th and 7th, right, not getting their compositions fully online. But there was a point in the game, early, like mid-stage 3, where it just looked like every single player in the lobby was going to have like an absolutely amazing board, and that pot of gold would be split 8 ways and not 6 ways.
We saw pot of gold coming in, and we saw reroll compositions coming in, and now, Peter, our favorite part of the day, standings. We need to know which country, which region is really outstanding themselves right here, because we've seen Safo stomp the first few games, but looking at it right now, a lot of things change in these standings.
Yeah, I mean, this is, it's such a unique setup. In every one of our other events, we are cutting from day 1 into day 2, but we're seeing players, I will lose your attention to the UK player like Blast, starting to climb up. With 12 games, suddenly players like Sappho, who are still up at the top, have got the best position to be in because of the top 8 cut at the end of day 2. But there is still time for some of our lower points players to climb, but it's going to be a very hard task.
He broke the rhythm, Ueda. You were saying he went first, second, third. He might be going 4th. No, he went 3rd again. So if that answers your concern, Safo is still at the top.
Yeah, definitely is right. But I wanted to highlight something like Campus, right? A player that a lot of people have been talking about coming out of scrims, have been looking extremely well. Right now, he's kind of falling victim to the format, as you're alluding to, right, Peter? Because there's not that cut here, the players have to play incredibly risky all throughout. We saw this happen to Campus in the most recent regional finals as well, back in Runeterra Reforged, where even for the back end of the day, he switched over to that Draven Legend and actually had like an incredibly high first place rate. And that's something that really is a very big thing about Campus's play, but this time around, it seems like he hasn't been able to string the things together.
Yeah, a lot was happening for today, but we're not yet done, and we're not even close to being done. We've seen it all. If you think you've seen it all, well, guess what? You're wrong, because we're only beginning the madness with the last 2 games that we're going to be coming to right after this short break. We've seen Zac 3, a missed Akali 3, a carry roll in every single game. What would the TFT community surprise us with in TFT EMEA Regional Finals? That's what we're going to figure out after this quick 3-minute break. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere unless you're grabbing popcorn and snacks. A reference from one of other Riot Games games is where some guy holding guns says, "Joke's over, you're dead." If you know what game that is, well, you definitely don't know what Game 5 and Game 6 are holding for us. I'm Morgan. I'm lucky enough to be again with these legends, Peter and Wida, commentating on the Rising Legends Finals, and this is game number 5. We are one game away after this one from knowing who came out on the top. Another lobby, Peter, no new faces here. These 8 players are definitely legends.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that really excites me looking at the players with the most points in this lobby is, of course, Double61. Huge amount of expectation behind him. But for Darkest in particular, they have really blown us away before, and now almost on the same amount of points as Double coming into this game.
I actually want to highlight something here about this, right? We saw Volta being lowest points in the lobby here. He is trying to one-guy the lobby into the highest variance portal possible right now. This is a legit strat, by the way. This is a strat where you're one of the players that has everything. You have nothing to lose, everything to win. Trying to get that extra little edge, like that risky RNG element into the game, can pretty much only benefit you, especially when you're a player like Volta likes to play for those outs, always plays like he's gonna high roll, right? Like getting in a situation like a Showtime here would have been massive, but we are going to be going with the Golden Symphony, so we're going to get 3 goals all throughout this game here, but they don't upgrade to a Prismatic Augment, sadly. There's no 4th Augment. I mean, I feel like that would be some sort of...
Are you leaking the next step? Do we combine augments? 3-star augments?
3-star augments. Imagine. We get 3 dummies and then one of them just starts growing hands and fighting with you on the board. Yep, I wouldn't want that, thank you.
Oh boy.
That's a joke somewhere with like 3 dummies and it's just like Yumi and it's just all of us.
Oh no!
No, I didn't mean to say that!
You got there ahead of Twitch chat, so you did pretty well.
3 dummies. No, I didn't mean that.
With a crash test dummies, it's fine. Oh. All right, so we've already mentioned Darkest and Double. Another player, of course, Ging here in this lobby, doing pretty well on 19 points. But Sacred Norris, Sweeter, we didn't exactly know what to expect from him coming into the tournament, but he's also doing remarkably well.
He definitely seems like he is in a pretty good spot so far, right, in the standings. He was like in a much better spot going into the previous game than he is this game. But again, there's still this game and 7 more games to be played all today and tomorrow, right? So he's in a very good position, a position that I think that a lot of players did not really expect him to be in potentially, right? Because historically speaking, it's always been a little bit wishy-washy with the players that qualify out of the Russian ladder because of the fact that Basic, right, coming out of that space, always plays EU West. You had X-Crescent, who very often qualified from that server, but also was like top 10 on the US, top 20 on the US, so everyone kind of knew what they got. With someone like Sacred Norris, that's not necessarily the case.
Interesting choice of augments here coming in for Jing, though. Thinking a little bit about Trade Sector. Is he looking at the stats? Oh, yep, he is. You can look at his screen on the camera, and you can tell that the lights have been going on and off. That is stats that he is looking for, and I don't think the Trade Sector stats are going to be doing so good with this board. Is it going to be a reroll with Collector Mind and Patient Study? He might be looking for Unified Resistance, or keep up the lost streak. Patient Study it is.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all. I mean, Sacred Norris and Ging, they're both on 19 points right now. They're just about, a little bit below where the top 8 cutoff is going to be, so they're in a pretty decent position. I think Volta, as you mentioned, Wita, and Bricks to a lesser extent, they're the players we need to see something really explosive out of this game in order for them to recover and look good coming into day 2.
Yeah, and a very interesting thing here, I want to note the fact that Volta slammed the Crown Guard already, right? That is just him trying to play for full-on tempo here with this setup he has right now. Has the 8-bit, has the edge slot in. It could be like a Riven line somewhere down the road, but Volta's the type of player that was one of the first players that I really noticed play something like Mordekaiser reroll, where you pick up like the Crown Guard in the early game, and then you kind of just go for the Mordekaiser. I'm not sure that's the route you want to be going down right now, because again, you don't have the Crown Guarded augment per se, but it's a line that I know Volta is open to, and it's a line that's super, super powerful.
Yeah, it's a Golden Symphony. Nothing too crazy. Unless you watch game 1, you would know that I'm completely bluffing, because when it was all golden augments, we've seen a lot of crazy stuff happening, but it was champion delivery, at least. So full golden with champion delivery, yes, that was a lot of inflated lobbies and all the things like that. Now, we've been speaking about players, but I want to jump into Bricks. He was a player that got a 2nd place at the first game, and then in the last 3 games, he has not been performing so well, only able to get 8 points. Yeah, exactly, 8 points. Nice. My math is still mathing. So Brix has to outperform himself in this one in order to be able to catch up with the rest of the lobby. I'm keeping my eyes on the last mana representative.
I think another thing is also worth noting here, right, with the way that the balance, like a good way of looking at it and trying to understand like what's going on here, is that right now the believe that the player in 8th had 21 and 22 points. So kind of just like look at like how big that gap is and how much you have to claw yourself back into the like how it has to claw itself back into the standings here, because it also kind of alludes to the fact that like how many risks do you have to take here. And another thing that's worth noting is that comparatively to our normal GSC seeding, it's much easier for you to leapfrog players ahead of you in the standings, but you're in the mix. You're stealing points away from the higher end players in the standings due to the snake seeding format.
All right, there are a couple of players we really want to highlight here at this point, Sticker Norris being one of them. The Gargantuan Resolve and potential double Titans here on what could be an Olaf 3 if enough of them turn up. But we've also got another really big augment coming in from Double 61, the Metabolic Accelerator. This exactly plays to his kind of style, and maybe Double can turn it into a first and steal away the rest that big points from first place that the other players are looking to grab.
Yeah, and the thing is worth noting is that like this is kind of an augment that allows Double to do what he does best: play TFT to its absolute limits here with the HP pool. I wouldn't be surprised to see he already has Heart still in. Same thing goes for Ging here, who has picked up a very interesting augment in the Patient Study, which means that also Ging, a player that, historically speaking, was actually highlighted for his ability to like go first in games, but the last time he qualified to the World Championship back in set 8, he actually didn't win a single game out of the 18 he played over the course of that weekend, but we have seen him go on massive clutch runs. It's not quite desperation stations for Ging just yet. He's 3 points behind, but he could go on a clutch run here.
I mean, just to expand on that, I don't believe Ging's won a single event, but it has not slowed him down at all internationally. There's definitely a lot of eyes on him in this event.
Yeah, first Carousel coming in with no spatulas. Not what you would expect, not what you would want. I'm a little bit worried about the current situation for Sticker Norris, as he might be re-rolling that Olaf, but have you seen how many 2-star Olafs we have right now on our boards? Yeah, 3. That is essentially so many people using all of these Olafs 1-stars now. We did highlight this a little bit earlier, that if you want to keep going with a 1-star reroll, you have to be naturaling them. If you reroll, if you spend the money for it, it is not going to be worth it, which I think in this situation, Sticker Norris might perhaps use that Olaf to maybe transition into another board lately, or how can he handle it?
So there's a big difference between Olaf compared to a lot of the other like one star 2 costs, is that Olaf has incredible traits. You can very easily build the board out around, right? Pentacle's incredible, Bruce is incredible for the mid game as well. And with that Gargantuan Resolve, Olaf 2 is a beast when you get those double resolves on. So I mean, as you're talking about, Morgan, yes, it's one of the best item holders as well, which I see it on so many boards. So he's not locked into that line here. If it does fall down from the heavens, absolutely amazing. If it doesn't, well, you just go and play Viego, Riven, you name it.
I believe you, sir. I'm not the one that plays reroll compositions most of my time. I'm not guilty of item holding some headliner. 1 cost. Anyways.
Well, nothing to see here. It would take a second as we come close to the end of stage 2.
Yeah, Peter.
No, we have got Volta and Double both on heavy loss streaks, but Volta finds a very tempting proposition in the shop. The Riven 2-star available right now, but Volta, I don't think necessarily actually wants to pick her up right now because he's threatening with dropping his loss streak if he wins this round.
We're just waiting. Okay, never mind. We gotta, we don't talk about hovers. That's another Riot Games rule, Mark, and I assume you're familiar with that coming out from League of Legends. We don't talk about hovers. And now it has been picked up, so now we can talk about it. That's one of the things we've got to keep in mind here as well, is that now he does have the Riven, so it's a clear indication of direction, but you also got to keep in mind here that the Crown Guard was slammed to kind of maintain the HP here, and he actually will just have a pretty close to perfect loss streak out of the stage here for Voltariax. So absolutely amazing spot for him to be in.
Yeah, looking at Volta's board now, he's been able to get that Riven 2-star already. Didn't want to buy it before the round started, so he just doesn't end up winning, so he can keep up the 5 loss streak and keep on going with Vampirism. It's a Vampirism loss. It's gonna be really good for the value, and with the Crown already slammed, that could perhaps transition later on into an item that goes on to the Mordekaiser. He could be looking into a Riven reroll potentially. He does have a BF, he does have a recurve bow. Not looking too bad.
A small positioning thing here as well, right? Look at how he positions the Yasuo solo to the side here. If everything pans out here, this means that the Yasuo should be more likely to get the kill. Obviously, the healing does come through, but he gets another spatula here, though, which is going to give him a lot of options to work with.
8-bit. It
is available, Morgan. It definitely is available. That's the open bow here now.
Yes, he has the bow.
He has to find a headline at some point, right? And again, he's actually not that rich as well, because the ribbon here is very costly. Obviously, it's going to be the line he's going to be going for, but...
He slammed it already, Wida.
That's what I'm saying. It's a line he's going to be going for, but again... There is a chance that Volta does not hit this game if he doesn't get some sort of cash injection either for an augment or through a huge amount of gold on Wolves, because again, he's 40 gold, level 5, it's okay, but it's not like he's set up comfortably about 50, because he had to pick up those early ribbons that you were talking about before.
All right, let's zoom out a little bit and take in the situation we're in. Volta, double 61, both lost streaking. Double, of course, with the metabolic, will be recovering his HP and potentially fishing for a really big cash out later on. Up at the top of the table, Sacred Norris has maintained the big win streak, but Blast the Moon, we haven't talked about him a ton as of yet, with pumping up, is also putting together a win streak of his own.
Yeah, double 61 now going on a 5-loss streak as well with Voltarex. Luckily, both of them have been able to keep on with the loss streaks, not being matched against each other. It's such a good outcome for both of them loss streaking. Now, another set of golden augments. Wida, so much happening for Rubik, but he doesn't like any of the given options to him so far. And that is another stat checking. Oh no, okay, he's just gonna go back, grab back.
I actually just throw it with something else more importantly here. Volta has last stand. As I was talking about again, this is very in line with the way Volta likes to play the game here. Play to the biggest of outs here. And Sacred Norris also has it on offer right now. Portal of Forge is also a very alluring option to work with. As you can see here, it is not going to be the reroll of the Olaf, but he's holding on to some very interesting stuff here. We have seen the power of Urgot. We haven't seen a lot of it on stream directly in our main games, but it is an incredibly powerful holder of the Titan Souls once it scales into the fights here. So very heads-up play coming out.
I think this is, something which was pointed out in our previous games, that re-rolling the E1 cost can be limiting unless you can find a way to flex out and differently. Darkest, as we check in with them now, we praise, of course, Inset's Pass for finding the road less traveled. They're suddenly putting together a bit of a grab bag of a board with 2 healthy in the mix, as well as a needlessly big gem. So every time they're winning the round, they're getting an extra injection of gold from that catching out.
That's actually a really bad fight for Ging as well to take to a certain extent here, right? Because Darkest, obviously, they're still just level 6, so it's not like he wouldn't take the same amount of units potentially, but it is a very difficult board for Ging to kind of kill anything about here. And we can kind of see now Ging putting back in this Aphelios headline, right? And I like the fact that he didn't have it in play on the previous turn, quite simply because of the fact he wanted to guarantee that loss. And had he faced any other board there, like that might have been different. They didn't have the fellas on the board, so making that optimization is cool. But again, I like the fact we're seeing here as well with Sacred Norris just continues the win streak.
Yeah, I like that point so much, by the way, Wida, because looking at the amount of, let's say, lost streak or safe augments that were taken in this lobby. Okay, count with me. Metabolic on double 61, Vampirism and Voltarex, Vampirism and Last Stand on Voltarex, Patient Study on Jing. Do I keep going? Pump it up with Blast the Moon. And Last Stand with Sacred Norris again. So we have so many augments that are really bumped up, by the way, when you keep losing. So raising the stakes here in this lobby could be kinda scary, Peter.
No, I'm with you there. I think it's a really good point into what the overall lobby is doing. But I do want to take a second just to recognize here that Sacred Norris is maintaining a 1.5 stage win streak with functionally only 1 augment. That Last Stand has not done literally anything, and he's still managed to keep his streak up on 100 HP.
Yeah, but again, this kind of comes back to what I was talking about before with the combination of Gargantuan Assault as well as that Olaf, right? It's such a powerful combination. You saw it in that fight. Olaf basically needs to be bursted heavily down from 10% HP to 0. If he doesn't get bursted down, he's unkillable with the scaling coming in and it built-in healing alongside that Hand of Justice as well.
Looking at the board states right now, I don't think Rubik, after scouting, is going to be raising, because if we have 2 players raising, one of them 100% is going to be grieved.
He also has there's something on this board here I feel like we didn't touch on, Morgan. I'm sorry, but like red blue buff IE Israel 3-5. Hello, Mordog, this guy.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted to. Well, I think he just didn't want to throw away his Aphelios headliner. But to check in with Bricks, so Morgan, you did bring up the idea before that the Olaf reroll has really been hamstrung by having 3 different players, Darkest Bricks and Sacred Norris, picking it up for themselves. But Bricks is doing reasonably well, transitioning to, well, at least a temporary stay here into a Disco and Pentakill marriage.
Yeah, Brix's board right now is having me in confusion, Rita. Even Shroud with the Rabadon slammed on the backline as well. Is that going to be another Rabadon on an AD carry unit? Or what board could he be looking for with Rabadons and even Shroud slammed both of them pair with each other on the same board?
There were like some early like level 8 stabilization boards towards the start of the set that utilize TF Ezreal. That is an option, right? Depending on what happens here with this here. But it also could just be a Pentakill board straight up, right? Death Cap goes on to the Coffus. Sterix Gauge plus the Bloodfizzer goes on to whether it's going to be Akali or Viego, preferably Viego because he's such a powerful unit. And you can also see the little bodies there, right? So the more those small units get into the board, like a composition like Pentakill makes fantastic use of that. And you also see the fact that Darkest is most likely going to be leading towards that TF line further down the road. We see Ging now getting closer and closer for that cash out here. So that should be a massive boost for him.
Yeah, very lucky. He's not gonna get that lose streak grief, Peter. He goes against Bricks, who's currently very happy to keep on winning, and Ding is gonna be able to get away with raising the stakes. Also, I think after this loss, he will be able to cash out with the 250 mark, so that is gonna be a huge cash out for Jing, and he's very, very healthy, all thanks to the patient study, giving him more and more XP. He does not have to keep spending money on XP. Nope, he's just getting it.
Yep, there we go. Up to a pretty solid cash out. See, King's pretty happy with how things played out there. I like as well that he was playing a somewhat stronger board, as it will be mostly gold coming out of that one, but it will allow him to make a move up levels if he wants to and get himself the higher class headliner.
Yeah, and this is such a big one as well, right? Because he's so rich, he's so healthy. I saw him so healthy, right? Like he is somewhere a lot down towards the bottom of standings, obviously, but he does have multiple lives to work with. It's such an important part for a player like Ging to navigate that. And we see another thing we saw earlier on today as well coming through from Scapeus, the Zephyr coming out from the cash up, but also a duplicator being dropped here. And now this means that the world is Ging's oyster for this roll down. And a big shot Ezreal. Such a massive pickup here coming through for the king, some people would say, off EMEA TFT, the uncrowned one, at least for the Turkish region, right? This guy has been around for so long. He's able to navigate these positions with confidence, with elegance. He knows like what it needs to take, when are you stable, all these things here. And he makes a decision to say, I'm stable now, I guess, but okay, Caitlyn too, that's a huge pickup here alongside that. Where does this Zephyr go? Do you want to be able to maneuver it? Do we want to just have it stuck in the corner for now? But goes onto the Cassandra disposable unit that can make the decision further down the road.
Oh, that was a beautiful Zephyr, though. I know we were talking about from the previous games how important the Zephyr position can be. Absolutely spectacular there to cut out the entire point of the composition, at least however temporarily for Sacred Norris. Worth noting, Sacred Norris' win streak from before has been broken for a little while, but he's still managed to maintain a very good amount of HP, still a very long way from proccing that last stand.
Yeah, removing people out of the gameplay for completely 5 seconds at the start of the combat is such a very good positioning that will be required, but there you go again. Volterek decides to go for the heroic grab bag, and he is going to be re-rolling. What unit is he looking for? I think it's going to be the Riven still.
Yeah, and interesting thing to worth note actually is the fact that he wasn't necessarily forced to go for the heroic grab back. It's just kind of a symptom of like how far away he is from the Riven right now, because he could have gone for something like the Not Today, absolutely amazing augment for the Riven. The additional attack speed boost, etc. really does tend to help her out, especially if you start looking at the statistic as well. It's in a pretty good spot, but still no headliner being picked up here, and we're rolling incredibly deep right now. It's worth noting that there are no limitations on the free cost here, so every single copy picks up the Riven here doesn't limit his options of finding that Riven headliner.
So, I mean, we're in a... Again, remember, Volta is the player on the lowest tournament points in the lobby. He really needs the first place. He's got the potential for the 6 8-bit to come through, to get the cash out, to have that enormous win he needs, but his HP total is not agreeing with him, and he's getting absolutely run over here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to follow up on Wida's point from the early games when I was so hyped for the 8-bit emblem, and he did call it. He said that committing the 8-bit emblem a little bit too early without having the headliner might be quite risky if you don't end up getting it. And Wida, you reverse cast it. You were right.
I mean, I will say that from the spot that he was in, that was definitely not going to be the most likely outcome, and he's still in a spot where he can hedge his bets. And there it is, though, but it is the edgelord one, which is going to lock him out of the 6-8-bit line, but he just has to take it. He don't have enough HP to work with here. He needs to do this, but this also, more importantly, leaves him with a couple of extra duplicators that he can use to make something like a Yone 2, make that Mordekaiser 2 come online, right? There are so many options here. Try wants to stabilize this board, and he's going to make the decision that the Mordekaiser will stabilize him more.
I like this from Volta, though, acknowledging the position he's in. Again, he is a player who last championship was in the top 8, so we know his decision-making prowess is not to be questioned. He says, okay, this isn't the game I want it to be, but I can't afford to go out in 8th. Still got the last stand to proc, so as long as there's a strong board to back up those extra stats, I think he can climb back up and at least get a decent finish.
Yeah, Vampirism loss is stacking up. Last stand still to be procced. Yes, the heroic grab back did not give him any value for the Riven that he was mainly looking for. Also didn't have the luxury to keep on rolling for the 8-bit Riven because the edgelords have already appeared. And he still has last stand. So he is safe for now, but he does need a Riven item. Did have a bow, did have another BF, so he's gonna be looking for that mantle, perhaps for a QSS here because he had a glove. My bad.
So just checking out the comps at the bottom, wait till you noted that we'd be seeing Sacred Nora switching off from the Olaf into something else, and it looks like your prediction was correct with the...
I did not say something else, Peter. I said very specifically Urgot, and what is on his board right now? That's an Urgot.
Okay, Wida, you're an Oracle.
I mean, so... That's something we've got to keep in mind here, right? The headline with the 5 countries. Okay, it's going to be a transitional board. Okay, never mind. I mean, especially, this also makes a lot of sense.
What, on board now, Wida? Oh, it is not the Urgot.
No, but the thing is that it could have been, depending on how you wanted to approach the situation, right? That's the other thing as well. Like, sure, okay, I'll take that and say, okay, never mind. It wasn't a full-on Urgot board, but it's a way you could have played that game out here now. Was it Cobble 61? It kind of works, I guess. No, Dobbs one here picking up the center, right? Such a big one as well. But again, making great use of the heroic grab bag, as we've been talking about so much today. Such a powerful augment.
Okay, so this is what we've been in place for a while. We know that double 61, as you can see on the bottom right, on 24 points, doing very, very well in the competition. Currently 3rd overall. All he needs for the rest of the day really is to get solid finishes. But he's going to be building back up, that metabolic kicking in and giving him the more HP to keep him out of a potential bottom 4. I really like what he's doing right now.
And there you go with the last hand procced in for Voltrix. He cannot afford to lose a single round anymore. Still has 1 item down from the Riven to have her fully itemized. Was forced to use these grab backs a little bit early in the game to be able to get that Mordekaiser. And quite sad to the fact that he's not been able to win these first few rounds. The 8-bit board is not getting stacked up at all. Norris now decides to put all of these items on Poppy and is still far, far away from proccing the last stand as well.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of an overcommitment in terms of like where these Titans are going, right? Because if he's in the position where now you're going to have the 2-star set, I feel like that is going to be a bit of a whiff in that regard, where like you're going to have a weaker Poppy, but another Sephiroth being absolutely massive here again. We see this coming through from Ging. Such an important fight as well here, because if he's able to take down Volterix, that is like 1 placement being eliminated here.
What a heartbreak it would be for Voltov to not even get his Riven up to 3 items before being eliminated. Again, the lowest points player in the lobby. This would be a devastating loss. He goes out on 8th. Riven is dancing through the raindrops, though. She gets another ult through that's a little bit more shielding. Caitlyn is alive. Volta lives to see another round.
And a horrible thing, a very, very clear lack on the board of Ging right there was the legacy red buff on the Ezreal, right? Because of like this, I was like double healing augments plus the healing item on the Riven. While the Ezreal was dealing out incredible amount of damage here, they were just able to sustain through it with the last time with the vampirism, sadly. So a bit of a sad loss for Ging that we would like to have back at some point, but there is no takesy backsies right now. Dark is in the point of transition as well here.
He removed the most important unit, but didn't have enough damage to maybe outburst, or anti-healing to maybe outburst, just as you mentioned. The double healing, remember, is an Omnivamp. And now Darkest is looking for the final shot. This board has been transitioned a little bit way too much, and with Keepers in, I think that the best way you could look for it is the Disco. He's now rolling every single penny he's got, looking for either the TF or the Blitzcrank, Peter.
Oh, okay. We've got the Dazzler. That's a pretty good pickup there. We've got the great itemization for them to be able to put that to work straight away. I like having the Lucian in here as well, but having the 2-star Blitzcrank, I mean, it really throws us back to when Disco was absolutely everywhere. How important getting that strong frontline was.
Yeah, now this is like one of the bigger ones as well here. The 4 Daster when you already have the 6 in the mix here should be a positive, but you're looking at the itemization here. You are still lacking a bit in the front line for that Blitzcrank here, but you itemize and prioritize the 6 and you get that final Spear Showdown onto the TF here. But the lack of decision making here from Darkest might cost them dearly in this fight just about here. That Spear Showdown Slam comes through right at the right time. One more center cast, and that's a unnecessary loss that would have happened for Darkest.
Oh no.
Yeah, the difference between that final board and this board is that the red buff was on an Akali. He did have some sort of anti-healing, but Voltrex's board is able to come through, all thanks to the blue buff, giving us a little bit of extra damage, and the Infinity Edge finally giving the final shot. Now he pushes to level 8, and trying to cap his board once more time, a little bit above Peter.
Well, let's take a look at the ladder that Volta's going to climb here, because Ging is just above with the Ezreal AD board. Sacred Norris is just above there with the Last Stand AD flex board. There's some terrifying boards in the rest of the lobby. I'd love to see Volta go further than, you know, the 7th or maybe 6th, but I just don't know. I think the whole lobby overall is too strong.
Patient Study gave Ging a lot of time to be able to proc this board. Reaching with the combat casters, he's going to be having a lot of tankiness on that front line. The Ezreal is able to take through the backline with that final cast. And all thanks to the clumping, the Ezreal has massive damage coming in. And Voltrix also stays for another round. We're not going to say goodbye to neither of these players because they're staying and they both want to go for the trophy in game number 5.
Yeah, a lot of players here now moving around the lower half of the table, right? You're looking at the HP pros right now, double with the metabolic accelerator sitting in third with just 25 points of HP. Volta with the last stand. Keep in mind, Sacred Norris unprocced last stand for now, but he is in a sea of Ezreal composition, still has everything online, but he still lacks that sack, right? He has the set, he has the Ezreal, but that sack to buy time is such a big deal, but still 1 star, so no real main tank here. Got a couple of tries on that Radiant item, will be going with the Radiant Rune Ants.
All right, we'll see how it does. I think we're starting to see some of our players on low HP, of which there are many right now colliding with each other, all the way from 3rd down to 8th place. There's only a couple of lives left for our players. Bricks takes the L here. That will push him into the danger zone. Sacred Norris, he's got the get out of jail free card, and I think he's going to have to cash it in right now.
Yeah, putting the Hurricane on the Ezreal now doesn't allow him anymore to try and reforge it into another Radiant item. He had to slam it on the Ezreal for this one. So that Reforger is not going to be going on the Ezreal. You would not want to risk the Hand of Justice and the Infinity Edge. Just as you see right now, another 8-bit emblem. That could be the escape route, perhaps. Maybe for Voltrex's board now.
Yeah, keep in mind as well,
take it.
he's an Edgelord, he's an Edgelord Riven, he's not on the 8-bit Riven here, right? So that's going to be a huge boost as you're talking about, Morgan. Again, not like Volta has been struggling, right? He's been on a complete win streak now, has so much combat power, but that might just tip us a little bit more over the edge.
I think I had a little too little faith, perhaps, in Volta. It's like last season, he had a hell of a return to form for much earlier on in competitive TFT's history overall. You can see the focus on his face right now. I think that was such an incredible bailout that I'm definitely going to have to start reevaluating my position and where he's going to finish.
Thank God he skipped that Corki on the bench. He knew that it might happen and he might get an emblem. Imagine he stole that Corki and now we got that emblem on the carousel. That would have been sad, Wira.
Yeah, but keep in mind, right, that's what I'm talking about. Volta always plays to his outs. She's always playing like there's something to keep you in the game, right? And this is kind of one of the examples here of the fact he just understands that that is a massive way for him to stay in here. But facing up against Rubik, one of these multiple heartsteel boards between all throughout the game here. Red buff, blue buff on this Ezreal here, so definitely some options to keep in mind.
Yeah, this time the anti-healing exists.
Which is not taking any damage during this. You mentioned the red buff, but it's kicking way too late in the fight. So Volta gets the win there. You're still coming into that round. he's definitely feeling the pressure, but with 2 eliminations as of that last round, Volta now is starting to move up into a much better finish.
Looking at it now, Blastamoon still extremely healthy, the only one with above 70 HP in this lobby. Luckily enough, going with a very safe route of a Spellweaver area into KDAs, with bumping up also keeping him having a lot of attack speed for this Trojan and this Rabadons to keep damage bumping up from the Akali, as well with the anti-healing being spread all thanks to the red buff. Peter, he's now going against the board, double 61s, who has a backline unit this time. He does put one unit on the back. Will the Akali be able to one-shot the Aphelios or not?
And this is a clump top the wall, but the center actually ends up shooting at the Akali, which buys a lot of extra time to work with. Blastamoon with the pumping up. We know this has reached new levels of popularity, and double 61 gets nailed out there. That's a big elimination. In fact, 2 eliminations, 2 big names out in the bottom 4.
Yeah, both him and Ging going out, right? Both of the players here that you have your eyes peeled for, right? But Volta makes his way all the way into the top 4. Such a needed top 4 for him now. The maximum points can be on after this game is going to be 20 here. But looking at the goal break point right now, you can see that Blasted Moon has basically not had to roll all game, right? Some people would say well-known high roller. Well, Blasted Moon just played to his out, played creatively, and just said, you know what, I'll take what I can get. Good tempo gameplay coming through from the Brett.
It's an Iron Anvil now, Moon. The only thing that is lacking right now is Devo some frontline. He has a lot of damage coming in from the Ahri and the Akali, so he just needs to buy a little bit more time. Decides to go with the Edge of Night on the Zed. And he's still extremely healthy. Might be even looking to go level 10. He's very healthy for it. And judging by Brix's board, he's also having 7 KDA. Superfan item. It's not going to be enough for Brix this now, but he does decide to sell the Ahri. Places her back in. And Peter, this could be the final fight for Brix if he's placed against Blasted Moon's board. And no, it's Volta's board, which can be hard as well.
I mean, Volta's board's still going to be very tough to overcome. As this fight goes on, I just wanted to bring to the forefront here that we've actually seen one of the consequences of snake seeding, because all of the players who came into this lobby with the most points have gone out in the bottom 4. So the low HP player, a lower tournament player points will get the chance to improve the situation. Brix, though, out in 4th place as the HP starts to drift away. Look at the amount of HP Blaster Moon has got right now, and gold in the bag, and win streak. He's doing incredibly.
Well, he's going on his way to level 10 here, and some of you might be thinking is level 10 is going to be Rubik with that headliner Jin, right? Finds that 2-star headliner with the items here, makes a perfect transition out of the Ezreal. That's one of the things here about something like the Jin is that as long as you have any sort of mana item, Shojin or blue buff, this unit is an absolute truck. Deals so much damage once it ramps up into the fights here. And the big question now beckons here, who is also going to fight? Because if he goes into Rubik here and he's able to keep that Jin away, that might be the end of Voltarex, but goes up against Blaster Moon, who is sacking for level 10.
Yeah, that Riven board came out a long way. He dropped down the 5 Edgelord, but it doesn't matter because the 8-bit having all these damage stacks on it, give that Riven a whooping amount of damage, able to one-shot the backline as well, all thanks to the Caitlyn coming in with the Infinity Edge Slam. That Riven HP did not even get down a single bar. Vampirism and Last Stand keeping that Riven unkillable. It's only a matter of time till it's overtime, and Blast Moon still gets destroyed by a full HP Riven slicing through his board.
And Rubik lost the ghost fight here as well, right? So Rubik out of the question now, 3rd place for him in this game. But another kind of fun fact, kind of a full circle moment for this game is the fact that I believe it was Blasted Moon who was unable to kill off Voltarex, right? That 1 or 2 unit win that Volta had with the Riven Free being taken out, relying on that Caitlyn to finish the job here. If that game, if Moon had been like more all in on that point and that part of the game here, Volta's tournament run might have been over here, but now instead it means that Blaster Moon is facing Volta in the 1v1 for the game.
Now, last time round, it was so important that the Caitlyn took out the Ahri because she's so powerful against the Riven. You can see 1v1, she should be winning that fight, but not if Caitlyn kills her first. Riven gets right into the face. A Blaster Moon's board just gets swept away. Riven's not even looked like she's in trouble by the end of the round.
Yeah, now you gotta figure out, like, what can you even do if you're Blaster Moon in the spot, right? Because you can get a couple of units upgrades in there, but the thing is that the more fodder you throw onto the board, well, the Riven's just gonna eat that and shoot back out in a stronger state, right? She scales off of getting those unit kills, getting that edge slot going, and again, 2 8-bit spats mean that Volta has had no issue fitting in that 5 edge start alongside the 6 8-bit.
And his board is so tanky, by the way. Vampirism and Last Stand giving them all of these additional stats. This is how it pays off after you've played into a lobby where you've managed to get into a 10-loss streak, wrapping up all of these resources and value that you've gotten, and finally able to slam a Stark's Gauge on the Riven just to adapt. That perhaps this Z2 might make a difference in reaching the Caitlyn, but will it make any difference, really, Pete?
This is huge, though. I think this is what Blast was fishing for. He got in some extra AD specifically for the Zed, got the 2-star Zed in place. This should swing the match. The Caitlyn is getting ripped through. She's most of the damage of the board. Unless we can see the Riven get through, it's going to turn into a 1v2 fight, and this time Blast Moon's board's looking so much better. This will give them the win right here and now, but I don't think 1v1 the Akali's ever going to be able to beat a stacked up Riven 3.
It just goes here, and also another thing as well with this fight specifically, Volta was only playing 8 units. He wasn't even at full capacity because he had to sacrifice the gold to hit that Viego too, right? Getting that board upgrade in there. So adding something like an Alawi, for example, right? Get that Akali onto the backline, get those tentacles in there instead of hitting quote-unquote real units, right? That's another big thing here that Volta can do to push this matchup even further into his favor.
Yeah, that fight looked way closer, all thanks to the Zed. Able to delete some of the backline units, but the positioning this time is going to be very tricky. He has one more extra unit in with a fully stacked Vampirism and Last Stand. Peter, I don't think that this Yorick is gonna make it easier at all for Blast Moon.
One thing I was looking for to change from Blast was to try and focus the damage onto the Riven rather than spreading it around. This and the Zed, unfortunately, doesn't manage to find the right target in time and ends up getting ripped to pieces, so the result remains the same. You can see Blast starting to get a little frustrated there. I don't think he's going to die off of this round, but we've had now multiple attempts from Blast to try and swing this matchup, and neither of them have worked.
I mean, on the previous round, and going into the previous round, he did skip making a 2-star Kiana, but because he's like trying to stay in on this, he's staying in on this 7 KDA line. I think there might have been a world where he made that Kiana, and so he was also going for the set at that point in time. So he might have made the decision that the set is much more important, which I think is a fair call. But that is a type of itemization or optimization that could come through here. Maybe another headliner that also could be coming into the mix here. Right, there are different options, different optimizations here. At some point, you just got to try something out. Could be an Akali free as well.
I think. Yeah, we said it in the exact same sentence. Cooking on Akali 3. I love that, Weeda. But apparently, he's not a very good chef.
Oy. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna really be happening. We've got the extra item, but the thing is, all of our carries for Blast are already itemized. An upgrade on the Zac is fine, but we've got a third item coming in for Lucian, who's got the Quincy's Rage Blade and the stacked up 8-bit emblem. I don't see a way that Volta drops this one.
We don't get to see the cash out for another time, but we do get to see Volta quite happy that he's actually able to come back from the depths of this lobby to take on the throne. Not much of an upgrade happened from that PvE round from Last 10 Moons. And again, the Zed does go to the backline, but that was never really the playmaking difference that he was looking for. Anti-heal applied on the entire board by the Akali, but this time the Riven is still healing. And we called it before already, in a 2v1 or in a 1v1, it's quite impossible to get through this Riven. 12-win streak and one more, the cherry on top of the cake as Volta takes down lobby number 5. Coming back extremely strong, in your face, Snake's heating system.
Honestly, I think that was a pretty good outcome for both Blast and Volta there. Volta needed the win really badly. Blast, as well, getting the second place there, puts him into contention for top of the table once more. I mean, that was a real brawl at the end there, but I think they were both very happy to make top 2.
And a quick side, and while we have another lobby on our screens here for a second as well, the fact that with that second place, like Blast Moon only equaled the amount of points that Double had going into that game, but just kind of just to showcase how big of an HP point gap, just an overall standings gap there was between these two players here. As we see Wet Jungler on an incredibly capped level 10 board here with a Jhin headliner 6-2, Salvi going to be going out in 4th here. I assume Lester Saw is taking an absolutely huge hit.
Yeah, if Wet Jungler is able to take out another win here, that automatically translates into him winning 2 lobbies in a row. Perhaps might be shaking up the standings extremely well.
Oh, huge result.
Lobby. Come again?
That's a 1 HP difference, Morgan. That's huge for
Oh, yes.
Right, that was kind of the point I was going to make.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely massive. And again, this is a tournament with a really tough cutoff. At the end of day 2, only the top 8 get a battle for those 4 places at the Global Championship. 1 point could absolutely be the difference maker.
And also, I like the fact that he sails off the 6th round just to get even more attack speed onto this Lucian, one of the main stats the Lucian really scales with. And again, just showcases the creativity and like the big things you can do when you start with an item like the Gambler Spade off of the Lucky Streak here. So again, great flexible gameplay from Wet Jungler. What we saw from him last time, we keep seeing from him over and over and over again.
Yeah, that is a headliner Gen 2, fully itemized, and a lot of bench space for him to give these violins a start. Condensing all of them, but this time, I don't know what changed, but apparently SoFresh's board is able to delete his front line before that Jin can rack up the damage. And Wet Jungler, the prophecy is not foretold. Not able to get 2 wins in a row, but still, first and second is really, really good for getting up this time.
Yeah, I mean, he's still very much in good spirits, I think you can see off of that last one.
I know what changed. I have 1 finger for each of the star levels on I Am So Fresh Ari. That's what changed.
Explain that. It took me a second to understand that joke, and I thought he was going to explain every single point at a time, but my sense of humor is already breaking out. Speaking of breaking out, we do have a break just before that final lobby, and because of a lot of stuff happened in this last game, we're going to be catching up with a lovely desk with Mix and Panda explaining all of these things. Unlike these 3 points that we had, they must have a lot of points to explain to us. So a small break, I'll be catching up with you at Alan's desk.
Hi, I'm Left. I've been playing TFT since set 6. I'm a 5-time Ultraliga participant and a regular GSC player. The set in which I've had my best performances was set 7, actually. And I think I'm doing approximately well, I suppose, in set 10. I haven't gotten eliminated from Ultraliga yet. I made it to my 2nd GSC, so I suppose that's pretty alright. So I'm not exactly completely happy with my performance thus far, but I've had worse. I mean, ladder is consistency, basically, so it shows just how consistent a player can be over the entire set, right? So rewarding consistency is a pretty good idea. So yeah, I'm very much in favor of awarding more slots to ladder. I myself usually make it through TRCs or open qualifiers if that, well, doesn't really work. So it's not personally the best for me, but I believe it's overall best for the game. Yeah, so there are 2 players that win with like the absolute weirdest and craziest boards. Like, one is Double, of course, who like really sometimes goes into these unorthodox lines and plays them to perfection. And the other is Volta. Like, sometimes I have no idea what happens on Voltarix's board. How does it even win? What is going on? But it turns out that in the end, it's actually pretty strong, and he like top 2s or even wins the lobby with this something that he's built. I'd like to shout out my team, PMK, and my lovely and supportive girlfriend, who's been supporting me basically throughout my entire TFT journey, and also to my family, who usually watch me.
We're back here at the analyst desk after a game that felt like a bailout on multiple players there between Blast at Moon and Volta trading blows, both of them having a little bit of a different out.
Very contrasting playstyles overall across the game. We saw Blast at Moon playing very high tempo, very good combat augments for the Ahri Akali composition, throwing in Zed as a tertiary carry and then moving into legendaries in the late game, but overall playing for conserving a lot of HP in stages 3, 4, and 5, and then slowly petering out against these players that are spiking much more than he was in the very later stages of the game. And I think Volta doing Volta things in this game makes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the guy that always plays like he's going to hit, quote. I personally, when I looked at his board, I was like, wait, hold on. Are we looking at Vampirism, Last Stand, and then the Duplicator? You're seeing here, finding that Riven on the side there has the emblems galore, just everything lining up Volta for this game. And then once that Last Stand was unlocked, just going all the way, despite not even having the 6 8-bit, only having 4. Finds that cash out after his win, potentially not going to come into play for this game, but still just such a beautiful game.
And really just taking a big risk. Unlike Blast at Moon, loses so much HP early, really relying on the kind of combat strength from Last Stand once it does proc, elevating him into, well, in this case, a first place. So just a very Volta game where he plays these huge risks, but he knows that if he hits everything he has to, he can just win out. And it's a win that he needed in the standings. He was not in the most comfortable positions coming into this game 5. So big win for the very experienced French player. Good placement for Rubik as well, who similarly scaled into the late game, picked up the big grab bag as a second augment, and then bulked to capitalize off of those extra items with Heartsteel as well, giving him extra resources, finishing with a 3rd overall with that Jhin headliner at the very end that really helped catapult him into that top 4.
Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, okay, this is it. This is where we can go with this board working out for Rubik as well. Personally, a little bit sad to see the Senna not work out for double. It's one of the comps that we mentioned top of show that we were kind of expecting to show up a lot, and it has been, but it also hasn't been doing too hot. So I'm curious on what else players have been cooking up for us once we take a look at the standings. I know at least Volta and Blast at Moon have clawed their way up just a little bit higher. I also took a sneak peek. If I saw correctly, Shurikane also got another win as I was looking at the results at the bottom there. Very unfortunate, Raiko and Canvas starting to be really out of contention. Of course, there is not going to be a point cutoff. There will be 6 more games tomorrow, but it's going to be even harder for these players. And at the very top, Panda, Sappho making it through.
You can say his name. I will not, just in case it's working out for now. So I'm going to continue with the superstition. But first place, 34 points, 7 games remaining. The cutoff for the day 2 into the top 8 for day 3 tends to be around 60 points. So players have to start calculating. There's 7 games left. This is the average I need for the next 7 games. I can start thinking about playing more risky, playing more Heartsteel, playing for that 1st or 8th, instead of just playing a more consistent game plan.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen it before. It's definitely possible. I believe, if I remember correctly, Canvas last championship even did something like that, where the day 1 was pretty bad, and then day 2 there were a lot of wins, basically a miracle run. It is possible, but it's going to be even harder. Our casters are ready for the final game of today. I'm going to bring you all of the action here at Morgan, Counterfeit, and Wita to take you through it.
Up and ready. Thank you so much, Makes. We are ready for the final game, and we hope you guys are as well as we head into the final game of today. Now, it's only day 1. We still got day 2 and day 3. Chill, but it is the final game of day 1. Peter, we've seen a lot of crazy stuff happen in these past few games. Give us a quick recap, and what are you expecting for the final game?
Ribbons everywhere. Not a ribbon to drink. I know. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more players, particularly that last game. With us being on snake seeding, we're going to be seeing, I think, a lot of volatility in these lobbies, just because we've got players whose only path through to day 3 is the most ludicrous series of games in the world. So they have got nothing to lose by trying to go and shoot the moon. We'll see how it happens in this lobby. We've got some big names in here, Wita.
Yeah, I was going to say, Peter, right, so if you had to describe what we've seen so far today with a song title, you would go Cry Me a Ribbon by Justin Timberlake?
Oh, that was good.
I love that one. Except that I'm not a fan of reroll compositions, so I won't laugh. But it was funny.
It's good to stand your ground, Morgan. So you know what? I just don't like it. Nah.
I laughed, but not on the Riven thingy, huh? On Peter's left, huh?
Oh, you were laughing because of some other reason. I understand.
Yeah, I'm laughing right now because I see a lot of spatulas given out here, so this lobby is gonna be extremely crazy. When you see that it's going to be a spatula given out for everybody, I'm expecting 7 countries, 6, 8, 8 bits, true damage emblems, slammed on whoever, rah rah rah. So I'm all up for crazy stuff happening with everyone giving a spatula. You get a spatula. He gets a spatula.
One of the impactful ones here, Morgan, right? Especially for the grand scheme of things, is that Heartsteel emblem, right? Because if someone gets dropped the Kazan, say, but with Heartsteel chosen, right? But no other Heartsteel units, they are technically speaking able to go with 2 units on the board with the Heartsteel if they get dropped the belt alongside it, right? So can guarantee the logic if that's what you want to go for. But obviously, again, keep in mind that losing all that early stage 2 HP, instead of speaking, not necessarily worth the trade-off here, but also on that first carousel, something like another spatula, and bam, Tactician's Crown. There are so many different ways of going about it, and well, Raiko has 2 of the premier choices at this rate available for slams. Can go for the 8-bit emblem, can go for the pencil emblem, but also, if he gets up the belt here, he has Heartsteel online. Plenty of options for Raiko Mastery right now.
I mean, I'm really interested to see how players go through this, like as you said. Once you've committed in the emblem, you have closed so many doors in the lobby. I think, particularly for our players on lower points, so Raiko, of course, here, on the lowest points right now in the tournament, he needs the series of first places, so I'd love to see him go for something absolutely huge and get the biggest possible finish.
But he pre-leveled, right?
Yes, that was what I was about to talk about, Morgan, here. That is such a good catch as well, because he was trying to get one of the Heartsteel units from the shop here. That's not going to be the case, sadly, for him, but with that Olaf, we saw just last game how potent that is as an item holder. So once he finds that Heartsteel, he can just sit on the Olaf, play for tempo, and then bam, shut down all of his tempo, and then go for something like that Heartsteel.
Yeah, and we also see a sniper's focus being picked up. You know who these are good on? 8-bit Caitlyn. This time it's not Riven. Okay, I'm looking at you. But it also might be good on an Ezreal if you want to go Heartsteel. It really works on so many good units. But Sniper's focus on Caitlyn sounds like the best idea, no?
Something that's also worth noting here, right, as well, is that now we're looking at the fact that Safo picked up the Spoils of War here, goes to level 4. And this is such an interesting orphan, right, because we saw a lot of the starters that has kind of fallen back a little bit. But what essentially this becomes in the later stage of the game is like having Heartsteel in every single round. Especially if you're stable around stage 4, stage 5, you're going to get dropped so many extra resources all throughout the game. So such a big pickup here for someone like Sappho now trying to play for full-on tempo.
Okay, some of the other organs we got in play. Of course, we know the metabolic accelerators in that. We'll be picking that one up. Has some incredible potential as well. I'm having my eye drawn most, though, by the top of the table, or top of the board right now. Travis picking up the return on investment. Not one we see too often, but certainly longer term could be very, very powerful.
Yeah, and also another thing here, well, Toddman, Morgan, you are highlighting this sniper's focus, right? Toddman going for the KDA emblem slam here as well with that super fan for the Lilia in the front line. This is such a strong board for this stage of the game here. Super, super powerful. So many options where you can go for this, but here, again, something like a KDA composition has multiple carry lines, right? So you can use this Kai'Sa as an 80 item holder, slasher holder of the sniper's focus for the Ahri, plus the 80 items for the Akali with the additional top end of that KDA emblem. 10 KDA is such a powerful win condition for someone like Toddman here.
Or you could also put that KDA emblem on a pentakill Karthus board and put the sniper focus on Karthus, which also does a pretty good job at keeping Karthus getting these stats in. You can give him both of these. He makes a lot of use of that AP, that extra attack speed that he gets from the sniper focus, allowing him to cast a little bit more. And because he always targets the lowest HP units, it's a perfect item on Karthus as well. It gives him so much one-shot potential in these backline units.
Okay, so Raiko and Simon got the early streaks in place. So Nak and Digger Sparta have got the lost streaks in place. Remember, of course, Nak, the metabolic accelerator will be going for this longer term. Skippers, of course, will be looking for some big things coming out of this game. He's on a respectable 25 points overall, so it's definitely got some big potential. But he has locked his route right now, heading into Pentakill.
Yeah, and I think he wants to kind of maintain his win streak here, at least try to, because he's able to CC the Olaf with that damage reduction coming through from the Vi. Misses that last final stun there, which might have been enough to kill off the Olaf in the front line for Raiko. And making this commitment right before a carousel can be a little bit dicey, right? But even then, he knows what he's doing with that second spat, regardless. He's got a slam off that Pantheon, and there is indeed another spat on this early carousel. And Zulanak drops the thumbs up, says, okay, to the rest of the lobby, I'll take this one.
And Zulanak, we're currently running it with just a few KDA. Looks like Superfan is a setup, so we know there's a lot of flexibility there longer term. I wonder if we might be seeing some more KDA emblem magic being thrown around the place, and certainly that could support more than one player in the lobby.
Yeah, and a spat coming in for the carousel as well. You mentioned that earlier, Wida. Bam, you don't know what to slam? Everybody's... Oh, wait, that unintentionally rhymed. Bam, you don't know what to slam? Wait until everybody in the lobby has already declared what board they want to go with, and you have a Tactician Crown. That's one extra free unit that you got for yourself, and it also keeps you very, very vivid. Never mind. He decides to go with the KDA spat. Not even gonna keep explaining because Zulanak just absolutely shut me up.
And there's a very important reason for this one in particular as well, right? Because he has the extra spat now, which means that if he finds a KDA headliner on something like the Seraphine, for example, right? 10 KDA becomes a possibility here on level 9, so you can play that as a transitional point. It could also just be a play to try to go for an Ari board straight up, right? He gives himself so many outs now. The only issue with this is the fact that in the process, he's killed 2 natural rods, and he would like at least one more for some sort of AP item for either his Ari or his Seraphine, depending on which route he wants to go down.
Well, I want to put some context in, because we skipped past the initial points in the lobby, just to sort of illustrate the different places our players are in. So we've got, of course, Sappho, who is on 34 points in the moment, the current leader in the tournament, in a very good position. Tartaman, Skipes, and Digaspada, they're all in the 20s, high 20s. It's Zulanak, Dalesom, Travis, and Raiko who have got the, who really need the big finishes come out of this one. So that's why I'm liking seeing some of our players on the lower tournament points going for these higher risk, higher reward lines.
And with the lobby also being pretty much obvious that everyone has a special at this point, both of the 2 players slamming the same emblem doesn't really mean that they're going for the same route. For example, we did highlight earlier in the game that Tartaman went with the KDA emblem and the Sniper's Focus, but we were just looking at Zolnak's board, who's also slammed the KDA spat with the Metabolic, Wida.
Yeah, and the first way of doing here as well, right, is the fact that we have 5 players in the lobby currently on Heartsteel. And this kind of speaks to what Heartsteel is as a trade, because it comes at 0 cost for you, right? We talked about this a little bit earlier on as well, but a major difference between Heartsteel and pretty much any other econ trade that we've had in the history of TFT is that you do not need to win to get your bigger rewards, right? Why something like Raise the Stakes actually isn't that huge of a risk, because sure, you might lose some stacks, but you don't lose your entire cash out if you win with Raise the Stakes. So the fact you can just be captain in the entire lobby can drip feed, much like something like Lagoon, for example, back in Dragonlance, kind of functioned somewhat in the same way, right? So just a super powerful spot for a lot of players to kind of just get those extra resources in such an important game to close out day 1.
And what I particularly like about this in this lobby as well is, I think, exactly to follow your point, is that while we've got these 5 Heartsteel players, unless I've missed it in the mix somewhere, I don't believe there are any Heartsteel emblems committed in here. So our players can just dip into Heartsteel, get the rewards, and then find their uncontested route longer term while still getting their payouts.
And Dalesom gets a duplicator here, might be looking to reroll something with it, maybe use it in order to enhance his board strength without having to roll that extra money, use the duplicator to make some good econ, getting someone to start quite early in the game, like this Nico right now, for example, if he doesn't want to go with a reroll path. And we still don't know what our second augments would be. Imagine now that if it becomes a prismatic lobby, this would be so interesting, because that is going to take us to a whole new turn, Wida.
Yeah, but also, like, Dalesom has a very clear indication here, right? He has the entire Superfan setup, he has the KDA setup, he has a very good KDA pattern as well, right? Morello slammed on the Kaiser, can sell that off, and just needs to start rolling for that Seraphine headliner. So it's going to be interesting one to kind of follow whether or not that's going to be the road he chooses to go down, because I also saw Travis pick up a 2-star Seraphine at some point.
First Pentacle Emblem slammed in the lobby, Peter. It's going to be from Skipea's side, the only one who has made it clear that he's going to go with the Pentacle Emblem. The Rage Blade does indicate that this is going to be a Kale reroll, because otherwise we would have thought maybe that this Pentacle Emblem might be going on Akali if he's going for a Karthus. But the Rage Blade and Gunblade they do give it away, it is going to be a kill reroll coming in from Skipea's side.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly have seen him on this particular approach for quite a while. So we will be going Prismatic for our second augment. All right, so let's take stock of where this Prismatic is coming into, though. Tataman currently on 100 HP, completely undefeated so far. But Raiko in particular, picking up the tiniest Titan, second of all, to try and keep up towards those top of those HP standings.
Yeah, also that also jet feeds you a little bit of extra gold all throughout, right? So it's a lot of resources, a lot of extra HP, it's a lot of extra time for someone like Raiko right now, who is still in between a bit of like kind of figuring out what he exactly needs to go for. Meanwhile, you have someone like Sappho here, has the Lucky Gloves plus a great tempo augment, much better on 3-2 than on 2-1, because you get the free gloves, but will be going for the cybernetic bulk. Want to spread around that love he gets from the Spoils of War, from the hard steel here, with the line of going to true damage as well. Such a natural synergy as well going forward. So a great open choice here from Sappho.
Yeah, this comp does for sure lack some front line. With the true damage emblem being slammed already, he does have enough damage coming in from the back line. Also, something that Senna might really lack in the early stages of the game, like any other reroll, that if you don't have the Spear of Choshin coming in from the Superfan item, you will kind of be suffering a little bit with the damage coming in early. So Cursed Crown might not have been the best idea here, but judging by how this lobby is going, I think Cybernetic Bulk, and I do agree with you, Ida, is such a very safe choice.
Yeah, and also I want to talk about something here. We were talking about how Dalesom could go into Seraphine reroll if he wanted to. Well, he's slammed an 8-bit emblem, so he's going to be going away from that for sure. It doesn't necessarily have to be a Riverland, though. We have seen previously in the last GSC, players just play around a Caitlyn Viego mix with that emblem going onto the Viego, treating him as a main carry, and then kind of just plot in extra units here and there and play for that. So definitely a ton of options right now to keep in mind, and with that extra target on the headliner Caitlyn, that could be something as well to keep in mind.
Right, back in with Timon, we can see the prismatic stationary support means we've got the double items on the front line, a real grab bag of the composition. Of course, we were discussing the whole setup here with the early snipers focus, but I love how much power is being pumped into the front line to allow these backline items to really sing.
Yeah, this is such an example of perfect item slamming coming in from Totman. He knows that this lobby is extremely high capped with the spatulas and everyone is going to be going for maximum damage in the early stages. He doesn't want to lose any HP. The only one win streaking in this lobby with perfect items on the Kai'Sa. Her ability to dash out and stack up these mana points quickly to the Spear of Shojin and the Sniper Focus giving more and more attack speed. Ordaman shows us excellence in being flexible while still being able to maintain a win streak. Is there going to be a third spat?
There's no first spots though, but there are some pretty interesting options here. Both the Akali as well as that Viego. Sure, Tia Viego might not be the highest priority combination, but a Viego in general is such a powerful unit. The Akali goes onto so many boards. We have so many KDA emblems or true damage emblems slammed already, right? So you have 3 or 4 players even that could use the Akali just for the unit, and then you throw in something like a bow, one of the highest priority components in the game, right? So such a big pickup for Sappho.
Wait. Guys, we missed something really important happening here. Zulnache has the God combo, Metabolic and Tiny Titans. That is gonna be a lot of healing and gold generated for him each and every turn. And since he has saved this spatula, already decided to slam the KDA one, we might be having a 10 KDA angle.
Yeah, we might do that, right? But that is his absolute least of his outs he needs to go for here at this point, right? Because sure, he will heal an insane amount of HP per round, but he is sacrificing so much combat power, and gold augments are synonymous with incredible combat power. And then you add in the mix of someone like Sappho with that cybernetic bulk as well, right? So you have so much, you're down so much combat power here. You need to utilize all those resources to get yourself ahead of the lobby.
And a lot of the prismatic augments come in have added direct combat strength in. Of course, in this instance, we are looking at 2 players running the tiniest Titans into each other, so at least they won't be handing out the losses. But I believe it's going to be about over half of the lobby, if not more, who've got much stronger boards. And so with players like Tardaman up to the top, handing out the losses by the bucket load, it's going to be hard, even with all the HP healing, to keep yourself up from getting pushed down.
Look at Sappho's board now. He decided to go with the cybernetic bulk, and he's only 2 Sennas away. No duplicators on that board, so he has to roll down for her. Still rolling, staying above 50 gold. He's healthy enough that he doesn't really have to spend any money and break the bank additionally.
But again, you kind of see some of the general reroll issues in a game like TFT, right? You have limited bench space, and the fact that he needs to hold on to the Yasuo and stuff like that, and the Kennen to go for that vertical line on the true down is just going to be a bit of an issue here in terms of the fact being able to have to sell off some stuff, right? Because also he's still on Lilia 1, so he has an extra copy of Lilia on the bench, so some sacrifices might have to be made at some point during this game.
One thing that's kind of jumping out at me, though, if we kind of bring the conversation in of the multiple Tiniest Titan players, is that looking at our economy readout on the far right-hand side, players aren't spending their money right now, so these boards aren't as strong as they could be, and these players who are getting their HP back with Tiniest Titans aren't getting quite as pressured by anyone apart from Tartman.
Yeah, and while we spoke a lot about boards not reaching their final power, Raiko is the only one going with countries right now. He also has that Urgot headliner a little bit early in the game. He did get Hand of Justice as well twice on both of his units, and might keep going for it. Still has not used the spat.
So, Wita, let's talk a little bit about Raiko, of course, our most recent Golden Spatula Cup winner. You could tell from his post-tournament interview how meaningful it was for Italy to finally get their first GSC. He's now finding himself in the least advantageous position in the entire tournament. Can you just fill us in a little bit about the Italy background?
I mean, again, you go all the way back to someone like Luque, all the way back in set 3, where Luque was one of the players that had some of the most ladder points going into the qualification system for that championship, right? So that's something you gotta keep in mind as well. And you've had like Balotelli, the Italian Blender, Mafia, all that good stuff. You have Svetlana Taika, one of the most consistent players in terms of being able to qualify for the regional finals. Svetlana obviously also making it all the way to one of those top 8s in the early sets of TFT. And then it has kind of been a bit of a desert walk for Italy in terms of like competitive success, right? And Raiko kind of putting them back onto the map here, but his performance so far today has not necessarily been amazing.
That was an oddly looking sparring gloves on his item anvil right there. But he decided to go instead with a very normal line of Kale. Able to hit her quite early, still has 20 gold in the bank, so he's not doing bad at all. Considering Skipper's spot, he was also not contested at all in the Kale, and all thanks to people re-rolling their Sennas, re-rolling their other 2 and 3 star cost units. We're going downhill from gold, prismatic, and then to silver augments. So the lobby's gonna be going down with the pace.
And this is an issue, right? Because like he needs a strong combat augment, goes for Pandora's like that. This is going to be such a greedy line. It's greed and greed and greed, but it will guarantee him that second KDA spec we were talking so much about.
I think the greed is good in this lobby, though. Raiko, Zulanak, they're the players on Tiniest Titans. They're the ones who are holding out for a longer play, and they're both in the top 5. They're both just about in the top 4, so they're not being pushed down and put under the kind of pressure of elimination in the same way that Sappho and Digger Sparta have, who are the ones who've taken the direct combat augments.
I think Sparta decides to go for a very new, very creative line that we have not seen 20 times today at all with the 8-bit slam that he slammed earlier. We thought it might be the Caitlyn, but no, we were wrong. He's one off Raven 3. What a comp that we have not seen 20 times at all today.
Yeah, but some of the slams here, well, means that he's going to be down items on this Lucian, right? This Lucian would have liked to have a full item coming through. Zulanak has found his way onto that Ari headliner. If that is going to be that KDA one we were talking so much about, well, we're going to be seeing fireworks in just a minute here. And that is exactly what Zulanak has been needing. But Digger Sparta kind of capitalizing on Zulanak being kind of in between board states. So big one here for Digger Sparta. He's not necessarily in a strong state of waiting for that ribbon freeze to arrive.
And I think he needs every win he can get at this point, because as you said, yeah, Zulanak definitely building towards a very, very strong board. That noted there, the RE2 already in place, so will become very strong indeed. Digger Sparta going down to barely, we're going to throw absolutely everything here to try and get the stronger board. Goes down to 0 gold. It's a tough spot to be in. I think we'll be able to get the 6-8-bit in play to at least push that bit more power in.
Yeah, and you can kind of see, like, this is like the person I was talking about is the one that Dalesom has instead then taken on here, right? Going with the 8-bit, with the Jazz line, cab more of like a cab-out board here, utilizing that Caitlyn here, providing the incredible amount of burst that she does have available to us.
Yeah, I want to take a look at Zolnak's board though, because if he had already gotten that KDA chosen, which should not be hard to achieve at all, I mean, technically it could be. because most of the KDA units have 3 traits in them, so it could be quite hard and quite tricky to get. But with the double spat and with the KDA headliner, we're able to get 10 KDA at level 9. He's already level 8. I'm guessing that he might have more than 50 gold. Still has that spat, and with the Pandoras, he doesn't even have to look for the rod anymore because he knows he's guaranteed to get it anyway.
So something I want to raise as we're coming close to the end of stage 4, is that we've still got multiple players with their spatulas left open. I mean, I presume there's an element of what you were talking about before that they were hoping we'd see more spatulas on the carousel, but that still feels like a lot of power being left out of the game for a very long time.
I mean, it's just, again, it's just about rewards, right? Because Sulanaka right now is the type of player that at 21 points here, he needs to have a stronger day to kind of a stronger position to bounce back into the game here, right? So he has the spat here now, waiting to be able to go level 9, has a whopping 48 HP to work with right now, so he's going to be able to just sit here, go on around like 5-2, I think. We can kind of see the pings coming out as well, so this should be an absolutely interesting thing to kind of keep in mind here. But he does have to find the last few units that he's needing.
A very small issue though, Peter. He might make it to 9 KDA or 10 KDA if he's only able to win these rounds, so he has to win every single fight to make the big cash out come on.
I love this play from Zulanak, though. It's so greedy. You know, the Metabolic, the Titans, the Pandoras as well, and also the Kiana trying to farm more items. I think it's exactly what you're saying. This is a player trying to fish for a first place, and it seems like the stars are aligning.
It's a great loss against Capeus as well now. With the healing coming through here, he should have plenty of time for that to happen. I mean, we also have someone like Travis right on this KDA Seraphine reroll line we were talking about earlier on today as well, right? So this is one of the bigger issues to keep in mind here, because looking at the amount of Akali's currently out of the pool, you have Scapeus with 1 copy. You have 3 copies on the side of Travis, and you might have even more copies just scattershotted across the entirety of the lobby right now. And if I recall correctly, Sulanaka did not have a copy of Akali on his board, so he's going to be lacking that big fall cost, and that could be what ends up breaking this game for him.
It's going to be one more fight for Scapeus board right now with that Rage Blade KO. Bumping up a lot of the damage, but it's the fight of the rerolls. Who's the better 2-star in this competition? Gunblade on the kill, allowing her to keep up his front line quite strong. And with Pentacles racking up kills, rocking out, everyone is going to be receiving bonus stacks, meaning less damage on that board. So this kill is able to survive one more round against Safo's board, who's not doing good so well at all in this lobby readout.
Yeah, and the issue for Safo as well, right, is the fact he's top of the standings right now. As long as he avoids going 8th, he's going to be able to go into tomorrow with a clear mind, but also in a different state, right? Okay, if you have to take an 8th, might as well take it at the back end of the day, and then you go for the full mental reset on the day tomorrow morning, right, when you go for the VOD reviews and stuff like that. But looking at a spot from Raiko as well, in a very good spot to go level 9, this lobby could still be very explosive.
4 Jazz in play is very nice indeed. Could use that spatula to go even further. But to follow up on your point before we check in on Zulanak, coming into day 2 with a good amount of points, it's such a freeing experience for the players, because it means they just don't have to play this more coin flip style that could easily send them out, as well as it could propel them into top 8 position.
We're just all by our spectators. Yeah, Zulanak is only missing Akali and Nico. Surprisingly, units that shouldn't be hard to hit at all. He's also extremely healthy still. Does have the KDA headliner. It doesn't matter which one it is. And guess what? It's the most important one of them all. The Ari. So Zulanak spot is looking pretty neat. But Peter, he just needs one more fight before he can fish for that level 9 and look and spend all of his money for the 10 KDA massive cash out.
I mean, I think he's already spent the money to go towards level 9, which he didn't have to do, but he's giving us a very clear idea of where this is going. He is shooting the moon in this game on 21 points. He is 13 points behind Safo right now, but I think he's still got this, even if it's going to be close.
It does think that he's just like saving himself as much time as possible here, right? Like pre-pumping the XP. Again, like fewer actions taken, and now again, you can utilize the team planner, just put the things in now, goes for the level here. 30 gold and a dream. Nico and Akali, all that separates him from potential greatness. But even then, he's still lacking the combat augments to really pack a punch behind. And as I was alluding to, right, The Akali is found now, but the Nico is also such a big part of so many of these reroll lines, right? Getting that Superfan core in is such a big deal, and he whiffs, right? This is not necessarily a super unexpected outcome. It's obviously really horrific for Sulinak because this is what his entire game plan kind of depended on, but that's just the nature of the game. Look at the opposite side of your screen. You have Travis sitting on Nikos. You're going to have Nikos on other boards as well. It's a risk, and it did not pay off this time around. Not yet, at least.
A massive headline which we do need to address is that the tournament leader Sappho has gone out in 8th place. This is massive for the rest of the competition because Sappho was in danger of basically locking down that first spot and denying it from everybody else. Now he's thrown back into the mass of other players, and we've got a much more volatile competition.
There she comes. He's been looking for that Nico for quite some time now. Went to level 9 a little bit too early, but there it comes. Also, the Sona could be a good option right now with the KDA spats, giving some more and more damage with the red Sona perhaps, or green, or does it even matter, Rita? He has reached a very good point.
I mean, the thing is that you don't have Sona items right now. With that Edge of Night, for example, this Kiana will be a much more viable option. A little bit extra power coming through, but the 10 KDA has so many combat stats here that he should be in an absolutely amazing spot. But the Ribbon Free has a perfect line down towards his R8.
Pop Stars versus the Ribbon 3, Peter.
Oh my gosh, but this is what we were expecting to see from the previous game. The Ahri demolishes the Riven face-to-face, even with only 2 items. The KDA is so huge that she may not be spec'd for raw damage, but the KDA 10 gives that damage to her anyway.
Yeah, the thing with KDAs anyways is that it gives them double the amount of the stats if they're KDA themselves. So the spatula essentially translates into your entire board receiving, like, how much? 100 bonus HP, AD, AP? A lot of stats for your entire board is, I think, there is a reason why this trait is now lit up in Prismatic, because it's extremely rare to hit 2 spats and have your headliner. Zolnach took the risk, and it did pay off with that.
It definitely did, right? But you did have to make a lot of sacrifices to get here, right? So meanwhile, the rest of the lobby, he will have time to kind of scale out. Someone like Dalesom, for example, has plenty of time right now, 65 HP, to become even stronger. And once we do see Digaspada go out of this lobby, which it does look like he might be doing relatively soon, that's a line for Dalesom potentially to capitalize on that.
6-8 bits, binary value being stacked up now on Digaspada's board. If he's unlucky enough, he might be going against the nemesis of every single person in his lobby right now. And that is going to be Zolnach. He took the risk, and man, was he good at math this time. Dalesom is now alongside Digaspada at the same exact spot. They do not want to lose this one to keep up his win streak, and he goes against Travis. Luckily enough, Peter, he might be going for one more.
I was looking at the exact numbers here. It's 40% max HP, 40% AP and AD, and 10 mana per second as well, which is why we're seeing the Ahri cast like crazy. But apparently, it's not an unbeatable board. Digaspada looked completely nonplussed by winning that round, but that was amazing.
Sorry to push a bubble, Peter, but that was Travis's board with Seraphine reroll Seraphine. So I don't think that's necessarily going to be indicative of how strong or how weak or how beatable a 10 KDA board could be. But someone that definitely does have the ability to do this here will be Dalesom, right? Like, he's just playing a level 9 going to level 10 completely still a stable board here. Would like to find that, allow it to the Illusion 2 as well. But like, as long as he's stable enough here to maintain his win streak, he does have Zolnach in his pool, though. This could end the streak, but he gets Digaspada instead.
Yeah, lucky enough for him. He goes against Dalesom's board now. That binary value alongside with the anti-healing is going to be really good from Blizzarding Strikes. But it's a matter of who gets to the other backline a little bit quicker. That Caitlyn could have enough time to cast right now. Gets the cast before Digaspada's board. It was just 1 second difference. That binary value did not serve him at all, and Travis is going to be visiting him really soon back to lobby as we're down to our top 4 players in the final game.
And from the bottom 4 in this lobby, 3 of them were high-scoring players. So this is really going to open up space, particularly as we mentioned before, for players coming in on the low totals. Raiko in particular on 11 points overall, massively behind the rest of the field. And he could still potentially end out this one with the top 2 and to try and reset as much as possible.
So the big issue for Scapeus here, right, it's the fact that his Kayle is Edgelord and not Pentacle chosen, right? This eliminates the 10 Pentacle line from kind of existing for the most while, right, which is a bit of an issue, instead of being able to try to match the power level of the likes of Zilnak, who has won straight out after he found that 10 KDA, which is such a powerful combination has been alluded to. Finally finds the 2-star Lilia as well here, but there's so much scaling on this Kayle, keep that in mind. Double combat augment and an Archangel Staff as well.
Infinity Edge and a QSS might not be the best items that he looks to slam here. His carries are already equipped with items, but that Executioner effect coming in from Karthus after the recent change, Infinity Edge does give him a pretty nice whooping amount of damage. But is it gonna be enough to win against Raiko's board? Is it, Peter?
It does feel like Scapeus is building towards the big cast rather than the rapid cast which we've been seeing more commonly recently. We do have the Hextech Gunblade, an extra cast will burn through the board. It looks like burst mode works out very well for Scapeus.
Yeah, keep in mind here, Scapeus is all in, but he still doesn't have 2-star Kali or 2-star Viego. Raiko is sitting on 66 gold, right? So Raiko has a lot of things he can do to kind of make his board even stronger, but that is still an unfortunate loss to take for him.
He just saw Yorick pass down in his shop. Dalesom still pushing. He does get that Alloway too, which is a massive upgrade to his board now. Still extremely far away from that Caitlyn 3. 3 Caitlyn's away. However, he has the HP for it. Is he gonna be healthy enough to do it or not? Because if he's against Zulnak's board, that's a lot of health being taken away from him. And unluckily enough, not gonna be against Raiko, who has to fight the strongest board in the lobby.
Yeah, this is the most terrifying board setup before. We can see that Lucian's doing a pretty good job of ripping through. It does have the, of course, the maximal damage, but I think the big thing for me is Raiko gets knocked out in 4th place is just how much KDA 10 transforms every single unit on that board into a worthwhile tank.
Yeah, again, with no giants there, for example, right, you don't necessarily have a way to counteract that higher HP pool, and Raiko going out in 4th here, not what he needed for his further spots as charge towards that top 8. So it does seem like right now we're in Call of Fact will not have a player in the top 8 tomorrow. But again, tomorrow's a new day. As long as you're within target distance, everything should be fine here. Scapeus' board, however, finds that Viego 2 did just lose now and has to face against Dalesom.
Yeah, luckily enough, he's not going to be playing against Zulnak's board, who's also getting very close to cash that 6-bait cash out. I think that might be the only saving grace for him against Zulnak's board, because, again, no one is going to be getting that 8 Pentacle. He's not even able to survive to get the Karthus to cast maybe twice. Zach putting a lot of CC. The Tentacles did God's work, keeping him away from one-shotting that Lucian. But I was too quick to judge. I'm sorry. Karthus, you are the strongest unit in the game. I hereby wish for your... Okay, I'm a loss of words here. I don't know what that was, but Peter called it.
He's cooking. He's cooking.
I mean, it's a lot of healing, right? It's a lot of scaling on the Kayle, but also keep in mind he's jeweled Lotus free as well as that Harmesis, right? So much extra crit coming through, so much extra healing. His board is really difficult to deal with and does a surprising amount of damage across the entirety of the board here. No Chain Vest here, sadly, for Scapeus. Will just be going for the Ionic Spark to even further boost the damage of his Kayle as well as that Compass. There is indeed Shred built into Kayle's kit, but an Ionic Spark has never hurt nobody.
Yeah, look at the board now. Daspat is kind of dead. And he already faced Dalesom, so that was all he could hope for, Peter. But you can already run from the truth. Fate is calling as now he sees the Angel of Death, Zulnak, against him. And I don't think that this is going to be a ghost. Even if it is, it doesn't make any difference.
Oh, I think he's going to make Scapeus a ghost in this round. Yeah, the Ionic will give a little bit more power, though. As you point out, the Shred for the Kayle is still providing that function. Scapeus has definitely taken the road less traveled. It's all down to how big a cast that Karthus can get. Actually, tanks for the Kayle, but this time it doesn't work. It was a good board, but Zulnak is on an absolute tear.
Can I quote Pie Hat for a second? Unlucky, man. That's all I'm gonna say. He plays against the board that he had no chance of winning. But at least, you know what? He bought Dalesom more and more time to kill that Nemesis. He's getting very close to the 8-bit cash out, Wida.
Yeah, but also it's worth noting here as well, right, that we are seeing the fact that Zulnak has so much time here. For Dalesom right now, the saving grace will just be this Caitlyn here. And in reality, Zulnak going towards level 10 here It's not necessarily an issue, right? He has so much extra gold to work with here, but he needs to hold on to every single copy of Caitlyn that he's going to be seeing for the entirety of this stage here, right? There's not enough economy of Dalesom to necessarily make a more super likely charge at it, but you can see that, again, 10 KDA, such a powerful thing here as well. So this is such a difficult spot to be in if you're on Dalesom. You just got to pray to the upper gods that something drops 2 copies of Caitlyn towards you.
Look at him running around with Metabolic and Tiny Titans. He's just so fast.
This is the dance of joy. Zilnak is just, this is the best possible outcome. You see, he's just very relaxed. In fact, he realized it's not just enough to scoot around on one board. I'm going to go and show off to Dalesom exactly how good this game has gone. But, we're talking about this since the mid-game. Zilnak took the riskiest path, the biggest potential win, and it's happened for him. These are the kind of risks we'll be seeing more and more of in day 2.
Okay. Predictions. He gets the 8-bit cash outs and he wins, or is the 10 KDA board too quick and too strong? Rita, beginning with you. Who's winning this one?
I think Zilnak's winning it even if the cash out does come. This board is so ludicrous.
Okay, I said Rita, but that doesn't matter. We're still faster than Zilnak.
We've got very similar sounding names.
I mean, the thing is, well, here, right? It was like you said, like if it was Peter's on more like a Peter Malak Hunger Games star right now, and this is going to be the face-off for all the marbles, right? Still an extra life for Dalesom at 22, depending on how big this loss is going to be. But at level 10 here could complicate things quite a lot. But Illusion 2 is a huge distributor board.
Oh my god!
Here we go.
Oh, what? No way! I was so wrong. Didn't just get the win, but with 3 units left standing at the end.
He's gonna win it without even the cash out.
Yeah, but the thing is, well, the cash out obviously is not necessarily going to be the biggest deal here. The biggest deal is the fact that he has that 6-2 now. He has the Lucian 2 with the Ableman, with the IE Rage Blade, right? He has so much power in these backliners now and has a durable front line to put into the mix here, and has units he can put into the side here. He can put the Tentacle to the bottom right, the Corgi to the bottom left to kind of distract the Akali here. So this is definitely all to play for still.
Yeah, and now suddenly Zulnak's celebration dances are now dances where he's like, what's happening? What do? I just lost without him cashing out. His board is gonna be getting absolutely massive after this round that he just won. He didn't even lose against me. And now he has to make it look a little bit tougher for him. And there you go. Maybe the positioning made a difference this time. Maybe Dalesom not able to do the cash out just in time. He does end up winning it at the end, despite the fact that he didn't have the cash out, he won, and when he gets the cash out, he loses. What's happening?
I think, honestly, the KDA was the real cash out that we made along the way. KDA 10 is the kind of board you would hoping to get were you running the full 8-bit setup there. I'm just so impressed with what we saw from Dalesom. We came in today not necessarily expecting to see the Spanish players going off huge, but that game, I think, really tells a different story.
It's also worth noting, right, for the thing is that, like, I want to highlight Sunaka because they obviously want to lobby out here with the K as well, right? The fact that, like, understanding the limitations of what a Galaxy provides for you, right? Something like a spatula here, you need to know every single out that you can play for. And again, he just identified the game plan, got like an extra 50, 60 HP over the course of that entire game, if not more, right, just to play with. So great work from him.
Morgan, where have you gone?
That is the most dense moment of my entire life. I kept hyping up something that doesn't happen, and I might seem to have gaslighted myself into thinking that this was 6 cash out, but it was not even 6 8-bit. Why did no one tell me? Oh my God.
We've seen a lot of 8-bit cash outs during the course of the day. You could be forgiven for seeing it. It was the kind of game where it could absolutely have happened there, but I think this was the time where we actually get to saw something other than Riven come through and create the ultimate board.
Okay, kids, just in case you were watching us here in the stream, here's a friendly tip from a top fan at Soji's stream. This is what happens when you watch too much Soji. I got full dench, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm a little bit disappointed, but honestly, do not blame me. Blame these 6 games that we got today that were massive when it came to the terms of everything crazy happening. So I got my standards up a little bit too high. I'm sorry.
I think we had our minds blown from the very first game of the day. But we are done. While we're done with our games for today, our broadcast is not done. So we'll be headed to break. When we return, our analyst desk will be breaking down that last game and all of today's play, as well as I believe we may well have an interview there as well. So stay tuned. We're barely getting started here at the EMEA Regionals for Remix Rumble.
My name is 61. I'm from France. I'm 19 and I am TFT player for Kamen Corp. In set 9, the best player, I think it was obviously a wet jungler. I mean, I feel like he was a really good player, but he couldn't show some performance in previous set. But finally in set 9, he did the second at World. So yeah, I think he's a really good player. I hope it will be me. I mean, a third title of EMEA champion would be great, but I don't know. I hope it will be me or maybe my cousin. I don't know. My goals for TFT, I won championship one time. It was in set 3. And I think my ultimate goal is to win it again. I mean, I think I can do it with a good preparation. I think that we have the potential in Europe. So yeah, it's the objective. I think LAN are really good ideas. I mean, this is what TFT miss. The Vegas Open was incredible. I played the finals, so yeah, the emotion I had when I was on stage, it was incredible. So yeah, I think that if TFT has to grow, there have to be LAN. So yeah, I think that's really good. Shout out. I mean, I always say it. K-pop fans are awesome. They know it. I always say it in all interview. I mean, their support is incredible. So thank you guys, and continue to support us. I hope we will not disappoint the fans.
Of course, this very last game was absolutely transformed by the portal that we ventured in. It is always going to be that way. Once you get those spatulas out, all of the players turn a little bit crazy. Now, I personally was really excited that one of them said, yeah, you know, something that we haven't seen a whole lot yet is KDA. We'll talk about that in a second. But Prismatic's also playing a pretty big part here as second augment.
A very warping Game 6 overall, and a scary one if you're a competitor, because it all comes down to scouting and trying to predict what lines players are going for. Once you commit a spatula, you're pretty much locked into a specific comp, and it is really dicey seeing someone maybe possibly trying to contest you because they think that's their best out as well, with only a few real viable spatulas that can be slammed in the early game. Props to Dalesom. Despite the situation, slams the 8-bit, was kind of stuck between playing 8-bit or playing for Seraphine with a KDA. In the end, commits to 8-bit, but doesn't go for Riven because he saw Sparta was going down that game plan. Instead, plays around the new Caitlyn flex, very similar to Heartsteel AD flex, but instead using Caitlyn instead of Ezreal and Zed as the main carry in stages 3, 4, and 5, and really played it to perfection, knowing how to go from level 8 into level 9, continue capping out his board while also fitting in Heartsteel with the Ophelio. So just a perfectly played game from him. But Zulanash, of course, to talk about, makes very similar game to Volta in game 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, sorry. There we go.
You're good.
We're getting there. Long day, guys. But of course, for Sul and Ak, we've been seeing a very similar trend to the Volta game before. Like you said, just these hand-picked augments really interacting with each other. You have the tiniest Titan, you have the metabolic. On top of that, you have a Pandora, so you really can do whatever you want and craft your own board. Was playing very aggressively on the losing end to actually get this board together. Finally finds that Nico to get the 10 KDA online and then goes all the way, heals back so much HP with those two augments, just zooms around the place. It's really cool to see. I love to see that kind of board come through in a lobby where if you go in, you kind of expect those TD boards, you expect those 8-bit boards, kind of finding that out and saying, yeah, you know, KDA is probably not going to be contested, even having the option of thinking, okay, maybe it's like an RE3 and a Kali 3, things we've seen in the past. Didn't even need that, was fine without it.
And similar to Volta, I mean, it's a comp where you know that it's your win condition. If you reach the win condition, nothing else matters. Your other augments don't really matter. How much HP you've lost in the process doesn't really matter. And that was the case once he was able to reach that 10 KDA. He was fortunate that in a lobby like this, other players weren't also able to reach those prismatic variants, like the pentakill, 9 pentakill, for example, that Scapeus was trying to angle for with that open spat at the end. So all in all, I think clear game plan from Zulna. He knows what he was going for, and he, I think, executed to perfection, knowing when to go 9, and luckily found that Nico at the very, very end.
Yeah, I mean, she was waiting to come by, but something that isn't waiting is our standings are ready. So let's take a look and see how everything shook out. Very unfortunate there at the end. 3 players sitting on the 16 points. Just a quick reminder, at the end of tomorrow, we're looking at a cutoff that is going to be around the 60 points. Of course, you can never know entirely depending on how players do, but with only having 16 points in day 1, it's definitely going to be a tough feat. And as we are looking towards that upper standing, there is one player that turned the entire day around, had an 8th in the very first game, and then said, nah, I won't do this again.
I was getting worried for Dark Hydra after that 8th. He's our EMEA champion from set 9. He has to try and defend his title. I expect at least him to make it to day 3. I think this whole day is really summed up, quote, call an ambulance, but not for me, because after that 8th place, he went seconds, first, second, and then third at the end, and is now sitting at the very top of the standing. So it just shows his experience in esports. He played StarCraft before TFT. He has the experience of playing and not tilting after an 8th place in the very first game, coming back stronger than ever.
Speaking of stronger than ever, I feel like we have to introduce Spain to this conversation. This morning, we talked to AKAWonder as well as Dalesom. And now to round our day out, we have Sappho here with us. Sappho, congratulations on a great day so far.
Hello, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm so excited. It was like a night run today, and yeah, I'm so happy right now.
So Sappho, I want to really mention, for me, your reputation comes from being the open qualifier warrior. I haven't really looked at the stats, but I'm pretty sure, almost 99% sure, you are the player that has made it to GSCs the most times to the open qualifier, which is a cutthroat tournament. There's a huge cutoff on day 1. You have to reach around 31 points. You've done it so many times. Is it kind of your comfort zone being in a tournament and being able to clutch up every single time?
Yeah, I mean, usually the ladder spots are very hard. Like, you have to invest a lot of time to get like that top 35. So for me, it's way easier to get into these open qualifiers and, I don't know, prepare better than the rest, I guess. And yeah, I mean, it has been working fine for me, so I think I'll keep doing that.
Don't change what's
absolutely.
working.
Well, this noon, we did ask Dalesom and AKAWonder if this is finally the time where we're going to see Spain as a region stand up to the very top, go all the way. How do you feel about Spain and Spain in the overall power rankings of EMEA?
So I feel we have a few very strong players. I think Dalesom, Chuso, Odesta, Snudi, they are all great players. It's just a matter of, in some tournaments, maybe we weren't as prepared, or I don't know, we had like bad days. But for this one, me and Dalesom have been like tryharding a lot. We know every line, and we came really confident into this tournament. And I mean, his games were kind of rough. Like, there were
saw.
2
We
free
know,
roll
we know,
games
Safo.
that he couldn't hit anything. But
I
yeah,
was
I
casting.
feel I feel we both have like very good chances. And yeah, I mean, I hope it still goes as it went today.
I think it all is going to come down to me not caster cursing you guys. I think the one day 3 in GSE that I didn't cast, set 7, I had a wedding, I couldn't make it to day 3. Suddenly, Lumarpin wins the GSC and Guillosco finishes 3rd. And that pattern has continued. If I'm casting, you guys are in big, big trouble. I didn't mention your name at all the entire broadcast day. And look at you, you're 3rd place. So tomorrow, don't worry, I won't say your name either. You're going to finish 1st and you'll make top 8.
Yeah, maybe you should go to another wedding so we can win like worlds or something.
All right, I'll call my friends. I'll see what they're up to.
Yeah.
Safo, believe me, I know. I'm the one that feels the worst about everything.
Sometimes that's just the nature of the game. I can assure you, though, that Panda was not casting that very last game. That went a little bit awry for you. Senna working before, not working in this last game. What would you say is the kind of win condition in the games for the Senna reroll?
So in this game, what failed is that it took too long to hit the Senna. So I was at 4-1 with like 70 gold or something, and had to roll like 50 gold or something like that to hit. So I was very behind in tempo. I was very behind in HP. But the positive part of it is that I didn't finish first today. I dodged the first course. Idra will take that bullet for me. So I went second, just in the edge. So yeah, it's everything calculated for tomorrow. I dodge every course possible. So yeah.
Wait, don't say that too soon. I'll say your name in game 1 and you'll be in big trouble.
I hope not.
Threaten our players.
Safo, going into game or day 2, coming to this tournament, you were considered maybe in the underdog grouping. Many other competitors and players and respected community members in their tier lists on Twitter, they were putting you in the fraud tier. They were putting you in the C tier. After this showcase in day 1, where's your mental at? Where's your confidence at? Do you think you have a real, tangible chance to make day 3?
Yes, but I had the same mindset at the start of the tournament. I knew if the games were like decent, I had a very real chance to make it. I've been doing good in the scrims we've been playing, and I felt really confident since the start. I was talking with the Spanish co-streamers that a lot of players here have big names, but the only difference between them and us is just the name. When coming into the tournament, like, you still have to play, and I came like very motivated, and since the start, I feel like I can make it.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, love to hear that. Well, of course, as always, you get a chance to do a shout out to people you've been practicing with, perhaps, or just friends, family watching, anybody you want. Really, stage is yours.
Yeah, so I'm very thankful for all the support I've been having, especially in Hola Soy Sergio's chat, that is a Spanish co-streamer. Thank you to Sergio as well, to Dalesom, to Chuso, and to Snoody that have been my testing group. And yeah, thank you to everyone watching.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Good luck out there tomorrow. We're going to be watching, and take a well-deserved break. Maybe get some extra sleep in. It's important for all I know. Yes. Take care, Safo. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Safo.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, with that, we do have an actual winner today, and I am personally very curious about this one because I haven't checked Twitter just yet to see what people have been up to, but there is our social media contest that's been running. We asked you guys, what would Pengu wear?
Is this the pajama onesie? It's we need some like nighttime on the sky. I want more, please, so please give us more. I love it though. I like the pink. Maybe a bit hot for Spain. We're not in summer yet, but I think this pink is in Alicante right now, so maybe a little bit too hot with the full pajama onesie.
No, Pana, you don't understand. Sometimes for beauty, you need to suffer. It's just part of it. That Pengu looked the best I've ever seen it. And if we can get that particular outfit on it, I don't know what I'll do. I'll probably cry. It's so cute. But with that, that has been day one of the EMEA finals. We're so happy to have you guys here. Of course, we're going to have all of our players going into day two as well. Any particular favorite moment for you today, Panda?
I think overall, the comebacks from a lot of players, doing poorly at the beginning. Players like Dalesom, for example, we saw the Oslo, we saw a low roll moment that could really affect their mental. He bounced back, finished kind of middle of the pack after being dead last coming into game 3. So happy to see him come back. Dark Hydra, very similar fashion, 8th place into then smurfing competition. So it's all about the mentality and not giving up too early. I think tomorrow, especially, that same kind of thought will come into the first few games where if you're doing poorly in this day, you still have a chance to have that first, second place in the, game 7, 8, and 9 and still come back into the top 8.
Yeah, you do. We're going to be seeing a lot of players trying to pull off a miracle run tomorrow, so make sure you don't miss it. Games start at 4 p.m. CET tomorrow, as well as on the third day, so mark your calendars for both. I'm going to tell you again tomorrow, but just so you know, make sure you don't miss it. Pre-show starts half an hour early if you want to catch that, get a little bit of a briefing on the meta and everything else, EMEA. If you want to stay in touch, we do have our socials. On Instagram, it's Teamfight Tactics. On YouTube and Facebook, it's Play TFT. And on Twitter, it is TFT Esports EMEA for all news EMEA. If you want to check out our casters, it's !casters, because I am not going to read all of them out by letter. So make sure you check that out. Leave them a follow. They're fantastic people. And with that, that's been it from us. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.